starting as a worker from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Akihara Kagura, I want to place someone in Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto, I refuse. Hokage building. In the Hokage's office. Tsunade saw the returned Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya. What happened? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and seemed a little depressed. No, it's a good thing. Tsunade took a look at the information on her desk and sighed. The intelligence personnel of the route sent the news that Orochimaru was killed by Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone present widened their eyes. Because when Konoha collapsed, Orochimaru murdered the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it still planted the seeds of fear in the hearts of Konoha ninjas. Is Orochimaru dead? Jiraiya's expression became complicated, and he sighed softly. When Orochimaru took Uchiha Sasuke away, I was still thinking that guy wanted to seize the body of that little guy. I didn't expect that he would die in the hands of that little guy. This is always a good thing. Tsunade clasped her palms together and pressed her elbows on the table. Now let's check Naruto's training results. I plan to put Naruto and Hiruno Sakura back to Team 7. For this reason, I have prepared an opponent for you in advance. Of course. After Tsunade finished speaking, she added, however, after hearing my idea, the Hokage assistant Akihara Kagura wanted to place a root ninja in Team 7 to make Team 7 a complete organization. I refuse. Uzumaki Naruto waved his fist to reject this proposal. Because Team 7 will always belong to him, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hiruno Sakura, he doesn't want other people to join in and replace Sasuke. Hiruno Sakura looked at Tsunade with worry. I also rejected his proposal. Tsunade understood Uzumaki Naruto's idea very well. Because her disciple Hiruno Sakura also thought so. Of course. If the person proposed by Akihara Kagura was Karin, Tsunade would not disagree, but the person proposed by Akihara Kagura was just an ordinary ninja. Tsunade immediately rejected this idea. She was worried that Akihara Kagura wanted to use this to control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, Akihara Kagura did not choose to give up. Akihara Kagura hoped to send a root ninja to monitor Uzumaki Naruto in the name of worrying that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki might have an unexpected event. Tsunade had no way to refuse this because it was passed at the 5-Cage Conference in Konoha Village. This 5-Cage Conference specifically refers to the 5 Hokage of Konoha Village. Over the years, when Jiraiya took Uzumaki Naruto to practice, it seemed that he intended to let Uzumaki Naruto release the Nine Tails chakra, and many dangers occurred in the process. In any case, Tsunade refused Akihara Kagura's placement of people in Team 7, and it was not easy to refuse Akihara Kagura's sending people to monitor Uzumaki Naruto in order to avoid accidents. Forget it. Tsunade glanced at Shizune beside her and said softly, let me check your results first. I can specially select an opponent for you. In order to wait for Naruto to come back, I deliberately didn't let him go on the mission. Who? Uzumaki Naruto was still a little curious. Ahem. He will come in the afternoon. Tsunade coughed a few times before speaking. The opponent I prepared for you is Kakashi, but he was transferred by the Hokage's assistant. Go to help the route test another person first. This is a must. Because Akihara Kagura wants to send out a root ninja to monitor Team 7. Akihara Kagura and Team 7's Captain Kakashi Hatake are old friends, and must get the approval of Team 7's Captain Kakashi Hatake. So Kakashi Hatake accepted Akihara Kagura's invitation and went to check the strength of the root ninja first to see how strong the root ninja is and what kind of person he is. The exclusive training ground for the root. When Hatake Kakashi came here, he still had some objections to what Akihara Kagura did. When he saw Akihara Kagura, he wanted to complain, hey, you don't need to send someone to monitor us, do you? This is also for your safety. Akihara Kagura looked at Hatake Kakashi and said softly, in the past few years, Naruto and Jiraiya teacher have caused a lot of trouble when they were training. It's always better to be careful. I originally wanted to put someone in Team 7, but was rejected by Lady Tsunade. However, in order to avoid accidents to Naruto, I'd better send someone to monitor him. Your actions are becoming more and more like Danzo. Hatake Kakashi thought of the previous generation of root leaders. Take a look at the person I chose first. Akihara Kagura patted Hatake Kakashi on the shoulder and said very friendly, if you think his strength is okay, I will let him monitor Team 7. If you think his strength is not good enough, then I will replace him with someone else." Hatake Kakashi shook his head and remained silent. The instructor of Team 7, Jonin, had made up his mind that no matter who Akihara Kagura would send out later, he would not agree to her proposal. Of course. Unless Akihara Kagura sent out Karin. "Come out." Akihara Kagura clapped his hands and looked behind a big tree in the training ground. "Let your old superior test your strength to decide whether you are qualified to accept the next mission I assign to you." A hooded figure walked out from behind the tree. The figure gently took off his hood, revealing a face that was familiar to Hatake Kakashi. "Teacher Kakashi, long time no see." It was Uchiha Sasuke who had just returned to Konoha. Kakashi Hatake was stunned. Kakashi Hatake was stunned on the spot. Kakashi Hatake was a little confused. "You?" Hatake Kakashi looked at the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke in disbelief, his eyes frozen in his sockets and unable to move. "Is it Sasuke? What's going on?" "This is a very long story." Akihara Kagura stood beside Hatake Kakashi and said slowly, "At the beginning, Orochimaru had always greedily wanted to get Sasuke's body. In order to kill Orochimaru, I took a fancy to Sasuke's talent, took Sasuke into the route, and asked him to perform a secret mission. He was deliberately taken away by Orochimaru to defect, to explore the secrets of Orochimaru, and had been passing on news about Orochimaru to the village. Finally, Sasuke successfully killed Orochimaru. Since his mission has been completed, I naturally have to let him return to Konoha." When Akihara Kagura said this, her face seemed a little helpless. "I originally wanted Sasuke to return to Team 7 and return to your command to prevent the Nine Tails in Naruto from getting out of control, but Lady Tsunade rejected this proposal. I can only let Sasuke monitor Team 7 inches." Hatake Kakashi's brain was a little confused. He could only keep rubbing his eyebrows and stretched out his hand to signal Akihara Kagura, "Wait, let me slow down." This amount of information was a bit overwhelming. Hatake Kakashi had regretted and lamented countless times that his companions and disciples had all defected and left Konoha. He didn't expect that his companions were still making trouble in the ninja world, and his disciples were actually fake defectors. The real purpose was to carry out the mission of killing Orochimaru. Now the mission is completed. Sasuke is back. Hatake Kakashi looked up at the sky, feeling that his regrets over the past few years needed some compensation, but he couldn't blame Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Sasuke. After all, assassinating Orochimaru must be an S-level mission. This kind of mission is definitely not something that an ordinary Konoha Jonin like him can know. But for the sake of friends, can't he at least reveal some news and comfort them? Hatake Kakashi remembered that when he and Akihara Kagura went to eat barbecue and ramen, they occasionally mentioned the matter of Uchiha Sasuke's defection. Akihara Kagura always smiled without saying anything, and drank pear juice with a smile, as if he didn't care about these things at all. However, all crises are now resolved. The story of Uchiha Sasuke's defection was also fake. Hatake Kakashi didn't feel too bad in his heart, but just sighed and said, You should have told me when you wanted to recruit my students." "I'm sorry, Teacher Kakashi." Uchiha Sasuke stood up and apologized in a deep voice. "In order to gain power, I took the initiative to ask to join the route." Hatake Kakashi didn't look at him. "Why are you looking at me?" Akihara Kagura frowned, as if feeling a little strange. "Didn't you want to join the route on the beginning? It's normal for Sasuke to want to join the route, right? Now I don't want to join." Hatake Kakashi took a deep breath, shook his head and said, "The reputation of the route in the village now is just like the Uchiha clan's former police force." After saying this, Hatake Kakashi felt that he had said the wrong thing, and the sentence might irritate Uchiha Sasuke next to him. After all, the Uchiha clan had already perished. However, when Uchiha Sasuke heard what Hatake Kakashi said, he seemed to not care about it, and even nodded thoughtfully, as if he understood something. Okay. Hatake Kakashi didn't want to test Uchiha Sasuke anymore after seeing him, and he didn't even think about letting Uchiha Sasuke monitor him. He waved at Uchiha Sasuke and said, "Let's go. I'll assign you to Team 7 again now." Tsunade-sama has already refused. Akihara Kagura interrupted Hatake Kakashi. "You didn't tell Tsunade-sama the truth, did you?" Hatake Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura helplessly. "The identity of the root ninja is top secret." Akihara Kagura shook her head and said in a cold voice, "The Hokage cannot interfere in the affairs of the root. and the Hokage's assistant will not interfere in the affairs of the Konoha hospital. This is the rule set by the 5 Hokage. The 2 of us are friends, so I will let you meet Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi felt that this rule was messed up. What kind of rule is this? Why do the Hokage and the Hokage's assistant have different focuses? Normally, shouldn't the Hokage's assistant not be able to interfere in the affairs of the Anbu? But Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, is a medical ninja. Doesn't this seem incomprehensible? Teacher Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward and took the initiative to reject Hatake Kakashi's proposal. I haven't killed Uchiha Itachi yet, and I can't go back now. On the one hand, he still needs to take revenge. On the other hand, he still needs to compete with Karin for the position of the leader of the route. Although Uchiha Sasuke knows that he can enjoy a short period of warmth by returning to Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke also knows that the position of the leader of the route in the future is the top priority. For Uchiha Sasuke, the position of the leader of the route is very important. This means that in the future, when the idiot Uzumaki Naruto really becomes Hokage, the 2 can still fight side by side. There is also a most important thing. The current route is the base camp of the surviving Uchiha. If he wants to revitalize Uchiha in the future, Uchiha Sasuke must defeat Karin and become the leader of the route. I will continue to stay in the route. Uchiha Sasuke has a deep affection for the route and Team 7. In the future, I will also be able to protect Team 7 in secret. Let's test the strength of this little guy. Akihara Kagura patted the shoulder of his old friend Hatake Kakashi and sighed. I have also advised him, but he doesn't want to, so let him stay in the route first. Hatake Kakashi fell silent. The instructor of Team 7 thought for a while, and then he had to nod. I agree, but Naruto and Sakura will definitely be disappointed. Teacher Kakashi, don't tell them the truth yet. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, with a sneer of contempt at the corner of his mouth. He is still the arrogant Uchiha when he grows up. If that idiot Naruto knows, it will definitely delay my business. I will tell that idiot after I kill Uchiha Itachi. Hatake Kakashi knew that Uchiha Sasuke's idea was right. This student is really moving towards revenge step by step. But this student didn't look like he had lost his mind for revenge, because from Uchiha Sasuke's face, Hatake Kakashi could see that there must be a place for Team 7 in Sasuke's heart. Hatake Kakashi could see that Uchiha Sasuke was mocking Uzumaki Naruto, but he didn't want Uzumaki Naruto to be involved in the vortex of the route. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but look at Akihara Kagura next to him. How did Akihara Kagura teach Uchiha Sasuke? This little guy neither forgot his revenge nor was blinded by revenge. If you don't want to come back and want to protect them in secret. Hatake Kakashi raised his finger towards Uchiha Sasuke and whispered, then let me see the results of your training outside these years. Uchiha Sasuke took off his cloak, raised his finger towards Hatake Kakashi, and his eyes became slightly serious. Challenging his teacher is something Uchiha Sasuke has thought about a long time ago. Second update. A little late again. Chapter 252 How a ninja can quickly gather intelligence on a hostile organization. There is an unwritten rule in the ninja world. If a ninja wants to go the opposite way from his teacher, he must challenge his teacher and defeat his teacher to prove that he is on the right path. Now Uchiha Sasuke is no exception. When the seal of opposition was put down, Uchiha Sasuke pressed his palm on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword and rushed straight towards Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly grasped the hilt, and suddenly drew the sword out of the sheath, slashing at Hatake Kakashi. The edge of the Kusanagi sword was sharp and intimidating. Hatake Kakashi hooked a kunai with his fingers, raised the kunai in his hand and forcibly blocked Uchiha Sasuke's ninja sword, but was forced back by the sword slash by Uchiha Sasuke. He has really become stronger. Hatake Kakashi sighed at the excellence of his student. For revenge, I dare not stop at any moment. Uchiha Sasuke picked up his ninja sword, and the Kusanagi sword was like a snake in the grass, constantly stabbing at the vital points of Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi felt how tricky and strange the swordsmanship used by Uchiha Sasuke was. He just waved the kunai to block, but was still forced to retreat again and again by Uchiha Sasuke's sharp edge. However, Hatake Kakashi was not unable to fight back. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was waving the ninja sword to attack, he was slightly proud of his progress in his heart, enjoying the shock of the former mentor and Jonin for the improvement of his student's strength. Hatake Kakashi's figure leaped up. The next moment, Hatake Kakashi actually crossed the blade, grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's wrist with one hand, and waved the kunai to cut Uchiha Sasuke's forehead with the other hand. Uchiha Sasuke watched a strand of hair on his forehead being cut off by Hatake Kakashi's kyuune, and took the opportunity to grab Hatake Kakashi's wrist with his backhand, and kicked Hatake Kakashi in the chest, forcing Hatake Kakashi back. Hatake Kakashi was unaware that there was a Flying Thunder God mark on his wrist. Uchiha Sasuke could sense that the Flying Thunder God mark he had applied was successful, and took the opportunity to ask about his curiosity. "Teacher Kakashi, you are also good at swordsmanship." Yes, the kyuune in Hatake Kakashi's hand kept spinning at his fingertips, and there was even some nostalgia on his face. "I haven't used it for a long time." His father Hatake Tsukumo was also good at swordsmanship. Hatake Kakashi once became famous for his swordsmanship, but later he developed the more powerful lightning release, and gradually used less swordsmanship. Is that so? But let's stop here. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, put his hands together and made seals, then spit out more a ball of flames at Hatake Kakashi. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. Hatake Kakashi raised his hand and pressed it directly on the ground. A wall of earth with a dog's head carved on it stopped the huge fireball. He was a little surprised why Uchiha Sasuke suddenly used ninjutsu. There must be a trap. Hatake Kakashi instantly released the thunder clone. The next moment, Hatake Kakashi felt a chill on the back of his neck, and saw Uchiha Sasuke's figure from the corner of his eye, which startled Hatake Kakashi. This is Flying Thunder God. Hatake Kakashi suddenly realized something. Because no matter how fast Uchiha Sasuke was, it was impossible for him to rush in front of him at this moment. This student used the Great Fireball technique as a cover and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to him in an instant. "Teacher Kakashi, you lost." Uchiha Sasuke looked at his teacher and felt the strength of his own power. "The moment you grabbed my wrist, I left a mark of Flying Thunder God on you." No wonder Hatake Kakashi didn't know that Uchiha Sasuke could master the Flying Thunder God technique. His teacher's Flying Thunder God technique was still a half-baked one. "But it's too early to say that you lost, right?" Hatake Kakashi's body instantly turned into a ball of lightning, and the lightning instantly passed along the Kusanagi sword to Uchiha Sasuke's body. Uchiha Sasuke's body froze instantly. "Don't underestimate me." Hatake Kakashi's figure drilled out from the ground and directly grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's ankle, and was about to use the Earth Escape Central Decapitation technique to drag Uchiha Sasuke underground. Chidori Flow. Uchiha Sasuke's body suddenly released a series of electric currents like silk threads. These electric currents rotated around him and directly forced Hatake Kakashi back. The Chidori's form changes. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Sasuke with surprise. This student didn't give up learning the lightning release. Chidori Sharp Spear. Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand and shot a Chidori Sharp Spear at Hatake Kakashi, and the lightning suddenly shot straight at Hatake Kakashi. What a trouble! Hatake Kakashi had just dodged the Chidori Sharp Spear, and Uchiha Sasuke's next wave of lightning release technique appeared. Chidori Senbon. Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand and sprinkled a row of dense lightning, which seemed like needles like senbon, and suddenly shot at Hatake Kakashi. What a fast progress! Hatake Kakashi was still in the mood to boast about his disciple. His body instantly disappeared from the attack range of Chidori Senbon and appeared next to Uchiha Sasuke. Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Sasuke frowned. As a user of Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Sasuke is extremely sensitive to the Flying Thunder God mark. According to his observation, Hatake Kakashi does have a chance to leave the Flying Thunder God mark on himself, but this teacher's half-baked Flying Thunder God should not have enough time to condense the mark. Moreover, this teacher's Flying Thunder God mark is not very hidden. Uchiha Sasuke looked down at his feet. There was a black Flying Thunder God mark under his feet, but the range of this mark was as wide as a manual cover. Obviously, this is the Flying Thunder God mark that Hatake Kakashi secretly condensed before using Earth-style Heart Decapitation. Although this mark looks very large, it can still be used as an anchor point for Hatake Kakashi. It was this huge mark like a manual cover that Uchiha Sasuke did not notice, and Hatake Kakashi found an opportunity to counterattack. Teacher Kakashi is really the same as before. Uchiha Sasuke sighed, but did not use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape and counterattack, because this was not a life and death battle. Once there is a slight negligence, there may be a chance to counterattack. You have really become excellent, Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi did not extend his kyuune, but patted Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder gently, praising a student who had become excellent. If it were a formal battle, I would definitely die in your hands first in this battle. Hatake Kakashi knew the fighting style of the Flying Thunder God technique very well. As long as a Flying Thunder God technique does not want to lose, it can disappear at any time. A Flying Thunder God technique can also appear at any time when it wants to kill someone. Of course, Hatake Kakashi can escape at any time. Although Hatake Kakashi's Flying Thunder God technique is only half useful, as long as a safe place is found to arrange the Flying Thunder God seal, it is more than enough to escape. However, this is not a life and death battle. This is just an ordinary test. Hatake Kakashi was very pleased with Uchiha Sasuke's growth. It seems that Sasuke has passed the test. Akihara Kagura looked at Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke, clapped his hands gently, and said, "Sasuke, you continue to practice here, we will go to the Hokage building first." Yes. Uchiha Sasuke nodded in agreement. Because he had just received the curse seal given to him by Akihara Kagura, he had not had time to feel the difference between Akihara Kagura's curse seal and Orochimaru's curse seal. Although he already knew how to develop the curse seal, he should still be familiar with the power hidden in Akihara Kagura's curse seal. "Let's go." Akihara Kagura reached out and grabbed Hatake Kakashi's shoulder. Inside the Hokage building, Hatake Kakashi had no objection to the candidate proposed by Akihara Kagura, and even had some regrets. The root ninja who monitors us is very strong. It would be good for him to join Team 7 very strong. Tsunade felt that there was something wrong with Hatake Kakashi's head. Hatake Kakashi went to test a root ninja who was monitoring them. It would have been fine if he didn't refuse, but why did he want to put him directly into Team 7? Tsunade shook her head and said softly, "Naruto and Sakura also disagree with Team 7 putting new people in. So, I will let Naruto go to the third training ground immediately, and you go to test the results of Naruto and Sakura's training in the past few years." Yes. Hatake Kakashi didn't dare to be careless. Because Uchiha Sasuke has become so strong in just 2 or 3 years, Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura should not be much different, right? Someone from the root has found out the information about the Akatsuki organization. I'll go and verify it. Akihara Kagura's figure disappeared instantly. He still had to rush to the Akatsuki base in the Rain Country to discuss the implementation of the plan with Nagato. There was no way. The Akatsuki organization wanted to collect the tailed beasts. Akihara Kagura was a candidate that could not be bypassed. In Konoha village, the third training ground. While Uzumaki Naruto was still reminiscing with his friends, Hiruno Sakura called him to rush to the third training ground, where teacher Kakashi, who was going to test their strength, was waiting for them. Kakashi Hatake sighed in his heart, realizing how busy he was. He had just tested Uchiha Sasuke, his disciple, and now he had to test 2 other disciples. Fortunately, he didn't have to test 3 disciples at the same time. Otherwise, Kakashi Hatake felt that he might lose. Has teacher Kakashi met Kagura? Uzumaki Naruto was very excited to see Kakashi Hatake, and immediately discussed what he had heard in the Hokage building. Tsunade-sama said that you went to find Kagura. When I see him, I must accuse him. That guy actually wants to place someone in Team 7. I hope you don't regret it. Kakashi Hatake complained in his heart, but there was no flaw on his face. He continued to speak to himself. Okay, let's test your training results first. I hope you won't let me down. I hope you won't leave Uchiha Sasuke behind too much. Kakashi Hatake had just fought with Uchiha Sasuke and saw his strength. If Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura were not strong enough, they might have to be thankful that Uchiha Sasuke did not return to Team 7, which made the two feel the despair of the gap in strength. However, Kakashi Hatake was soon disappointed. Although Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura were good at fighting, whether it was the Rasengan that Uzumaki Naruto was more familiar with or the strange power that Hiruno Sakura had learned, they made Kakashi Hatake feel the trouble, but he did not feel the oppression brought by the battle with Uchiha Sasuke. That was a battle where you would die if you were not careful. As for Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura, these 2 students could only cause trouble in the battle. If Kakashi Hatake was a little more serious, he could completely defeat them and even kill them easily in the battle. The end of this test lasted until the evening. Kakashi Hatake had no intention of continuing to let them go in this test, and directly went all out to fight the 2 students, even using the Flying Thunder God technique. You've made rapid progress, but it's not enough. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto and had to harden his heart to teach him a few words. If you can't even master the changes in the nature of the Rasengan, you won't be able to catch up with Sasuke in the future. At least Uchiha Sasuke has already mastered the changes in the form of the Chidori, and this is just one of the other powerful abilities that Uchiha Sasuke has mastered. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly widened. Hiruno Sakura's eyes dimmed a little. Kakashi, are you so strict? It's rare that he feels motivated. Jiraiya and Tsunade discussed the results of this test for a few sentences, and then mentioned the recent turmoil in the ninja world, especially about the Akatsuki organization. Did you receive the news? Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade and his expression became serious. The Akatsuki organization's manpower has begun to gather, and I don't know what they want to do. Over the years, Jiraiya has been collecting news about the Akatsuki organization in Orochimaru. Orochimaru has died at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke, and only the situation of the Akatsuki organization is left. But Jiraiya never found any trace of Akatsuki and Nagato again. Tsunade shook her head. She didn't feel the threat of Akatsuki was urgent. The 4 previous Hokage are still hunting down Uchiha Obito. For Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito has been luring the 4 previous Hokage to hunt him down. His main Gekyo Sharingan ability is very strange. In that case, Jiraiya frowned. He knew how much the 4 previous Hokage could accomplish. Even if they directly destroyed other ninja villages, it might not be that difficult. Naturally, he knew how much pressure Uchiha Obito would face when being hunted down by the 4 Hokage. Jiraiya took a deep breath and sighed. Uchiha Obito has to protect Akatsuki even if he faces the pursuit of the 4 previous Hokage. Akatsuki's plan seems to be quite terrifying. They are willing to let him take such a big risk. Tsunade shook her head to indicate that she had not received any intelligence either. But Tsunade mentioned what happened this afternoon, and whispered, the Root has been tracking down the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization. Akihara Kagura left Konoha in the afternoon. It seems that the people of the Root found out that the rebel ninja of the Akatsuki organization seemed to have made some moves, and immediately rushed over to verify and investigate. The Land of Rain, the base of the Akatsuki organization. Pain and Konan welcomed the arrival of Akihara Kagura. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, personally provided information to Akihara Kagura. Our plan is about to be implemented. I have sent the Red Sand Scorpion and Idara to the Sands Village to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sands Village. The third update. Still working hard every day. Chapter 253 Uchiha Itachi and a Root Ninja. The Land of Wind. The sky still full of yellow sand. 2 figures wearing bamboo hats and black robes with auspicious clouds on their bodies walked forward in the yellow sand until they finally arrived at the destination of this trip. Sand Village. One of the 5 major ninja villages. The place where Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, is located. The Akatsuki organization's plan to collect the tailed beasts must be strictly in the order of the number of tailed beasts. Now the Sand Village, the weakest of the 5 major ninja villages, is the first to bear the brunt. Scorpion Dana. Deidara took out a clay bird directly from his pocket, stretched out his hand and threw it directly into the air. The clay bird instantly grew bigger. Leave it to me this time. Deidara stood on the clay bird and posed for the Red Sand Scorpion. Scorpion Dana, how about my artistic shape? Don't make me wait too long. The Red Sand Scorpion responded coldly. Of course, back then, Akihara Kagura conquered the Sand Village by herself, so I can do it too. Deidara turned around and smiled confidently at the Red Sand Scorpion, stepped on the clay bird under his feet and took off into the air, flying towards the direction of the Sand Village, searching for the trace of the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. What a naive kid. The Red Sand Scorpion looked up at the clay bird flying in the sky and couldn't help but sigh softly. This yellow-haired boy always said bad things about Akihara Kagura in his ears, but he didn't know that he had always been Akihara Kagura's Shirato. No matter how strong Deidara was, there was still a huge gap between him and Akihara Kagura. I hope this yellow-haired brat will wake up soon, and don't think that he can challenge Akihara Kagura after years of training. It's just a little conflict in childhood. If this yellow-haired brat really wants to die in the future, I will have to plead with Akihara Kagura. Just as Scorpion was thinking, the entire Sands Village suddenly became chaotic. It seemed that the ninjas of the Sands Village discovered the invading Deidara, and Gaara, the 5th Kazekage who was approved by Konoha to succeed, stepped on a ball of yellow sand and rose into the air to fight. As the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara is not so easy to deal with. He manipulates the sand technique as if it were his own arm, and the yellow sands in the sky chases Deidara everywhere. This the scorpion of the red sand looked speechless, and sighed in his heart, feeling that Deidara, this stubborn guy, really couldn't tell the situation. You still want to challenge Akihara Kagura like this? Although the battle between Deidara and Gaara was evenly matched, the battlefield they fought was the Sand Village. In order to protect the villagers of the Sand Village, Gaara had to be restrained when fighting, and was even taken advantage of by Deidara to plot against him. In the sky above the Sand Village, a ball of yellow sand swept towards Deidara, grabbed Deidara's arm tightly, and grabbed one of his arms off. Deidara didn't care about his arm falling, and took the opportunity to let the arm that was pulled off by the sand claw secretly release a group of clay spiders in the yellow sand. The next moment, Deidara sprinkled clay birds again. These clay birds flew directly towards Gaara, forcing him to condense the yellow sand into a sand ball to wrap his body. But this happened to be what Deidara wanted. Just when Gaara was hiding in the sand ball and thought he had escaped the attack of the clay birds, he saw little spiders coming out of the clay birds. Boom! There was an explosion in the whole sand ball. Gaara, who was seriously injured, could no longer maintain the sand ball and fell directly from the air. Deidara controlled a giant clay bird to fly over suddenly and rolled up Gaara's body. One-tailed Shukaku, captured. Deidara showed a happy smile at the corner of his mouth. The red sand scorpion couldn't understand it at all. This yellow-haired boy took great pains and even broke an arm to catch the wind shadow of the Sand Village. What is there to be proud of? However, the Sand Village did not give up. On the one hand, the Sand Village sent out flying eagles to ask for help from its ally Konoha, and on the other hand, it sent out pursuers to track the traces of Deidara and the red sand scorpion. Kankuro, the puppeteer, was the fastest. However, this time, Kankuro encountered the most powerful puppeteer in the ninja world. A cannon barrel drilled out of the red sand scorpion's Hirutakoro, and dozens of rockets with tail flames flew out, blowing Kankuro and his puppets directly away. Let's go. The red sand scorpion's battle was extremely cool. Scorpion Dan's artistic method. Deidara watched the red sand scorpion solve the battle neatly, grinned, and directly controlled the clay giant bird under his feet to fly away. The red sand scorpion glanced at the clay giant bird in the air. 4 steel pipes drilled out of the Hirutakoro's body. These steel pipes spread and reorganized rapidly, and actually derived 4 spiral wings from the Hirutakoro's body, driving the Hirutakoro's body to fly up, and soon caught up with Deidara's clay giant bird. What on earth is that? Kankuro was lying in the desert in confusion, looking at his puppet parts scattered on the ground, and he couldn't understand what kind of enemy he had encountered. He was easily knocked to the ground by the enemy without any resistance. A team of Sand Village ninjas quickly found Kankuro's trail and quickly took Kankuro back to recuperate. Now that they have lost the enemy, they can only wait for a reply from Konoha. Konoha Village. In the Hokage building. Akihara Kagura came back from the Akatsuki organization first, and reported to Tsunade the news found by the route that 2 members of the Akatsuki organization were active in the Kingdom of Wind. At the same time, he deliberately sent people to summon the 4 Hokage to return and hold a collective meeting. This proposal naturally cannot be rejected. Tsunade sent people to notify the 4 Hokage to return to Konoha, and sent people to the Sand Village to notify them and order them to explore the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization. However, the letter for help from the Sand Village arrived. The 5th generation Kazekage Gaara was captured by the Akatsuki organization. As the eldest brother in the alliance of great powers, Konoha must fulfill its responsibility as the eldest brother. Tsunade could not refuse the request for help from the Sand Village, so she immediately sent people to the Sand Village. Team 3 and the reorganized Team 7 were sent out directly. Root Base. Akihara Kagura sat in the office flipping through the scroll. Uchiha Sasuke knelt on one knee in front of him and listened to the task given by Akihara Kagura in a low voice. Team 7 has set off. Akihara Kagura's fingers gently stroked the handwriting on the scroll, and said, "Sasuke, you follow them to monitor and protect them. The enemy is Uchiha." Sasuke remembered what Akihara Kagura had mentioned. "It's what you think." Akihara Kagura put down the ninjutsu scroll in his hand and whispered, "The Akatsuki organization has captured the 5th Kazekage. Naruto and his team are going to rescue the Kazekage, and they will definitely meet people from the Akatsuki organization." Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Even if he might not meet Uchiha this time, he could still seize the opportunity to capture a member of the Akatsuki organization and force information about Uchiha from those people. Go. Akihara Kagura waved his hand and asked Uchiha Sasuke to carry out the mission. After Uchiha Sasuke left, White Zetsui on the ground came out. It seemed that it had known Akihara Kagura's thoughts for a long time. "Young man, do you want to report to Pain and the others?" "Yes." Akihara Kagura nodded and said casually, "Go report to him. The reinforcements sent by Konoha are just a group of little guys. Akatsuki can stop them with just a team of people." "Okay." White Zetsui went underground. Akatsuki's actions were quite fast. After Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion captured Gaara, they immediately gathered together and began to extract the one-tailed Shukaku from Gaara's body through the method of the Phantom Dragon 9 sealings, hoping to seal Shukaku into the Outer Path statue as soon as possible. The actions of the Sand Village in Konoha were also very fast. Konoha's 3rd and 7th team soon arrived at the Sand Village. After Kinjiro in the Sand Village woke up, he also reported the enemies he encountered to the village's senior management. The abilities displayed by the enemies he encountered immediately attracted the attention of the village elder Chiyo. The enemy claims to be a puppeteer. Maybe it should be the village's puppeteer, because he showed that he knew my puppets very well. I am not his opponent at all. In an instant, more than a dozen bombs flew out of his body and smashed all my puppets with one move. Kinjiro reported the enemy intelligence he encountered while looking at the puppets that were blown to pieces, with a face full of heartache. "That guy's fighting style is quite strange, even completely beyond my cognition. Follow the route they escaped." Grandma Chiyo could only sigh helplessly. She probably guessed something, but she couldn't learn more from Kinjiro. However, the Sand Village has been without successors. Grandma Chiyo wanted to verify her guess and directly followed Konoha's Team 7 to track down the whereabouts of the other party. Konoha's Team 3 assisted in tracking down the enemy's traces. At the same time, Akatsuki also got the intelligence. Even the detailed personnel deployment was available. Pain ordered Deidara and Scorpion to prepare 2 living bodies, and through the remote use of the elephant turning technique, he created 2 puppets of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Although these puppets only have 1/3 of their power, they should be enough to cover Deidara and Scorpion and avoid interfering with their progress in extracting the one-tail Shukaku. An oasis in the desert. Team 7 and Chiyo followed the trail all the way. A figure wearing a root ninja's cloak and a cat-faced figure followed closely behind them all the way. "Is someone chasing us from behind?" Uzumaki Naruto always felt very subtle in his heart. Hatake Kakashi knew very well that there was a root ninja monitoring them from behind, and he perfunctorily said to his disciple, "It should be an illusion." First quickly track down the trace of the Kazakage. The next moment, everyone's footsteps stopped involuntarily. Because within their sight, a figure wearing a black robe with auspicious clouds appeared in the forest of this oasis, as if deliberately waiting for their arrival. This figure looked very familiar. Uchiha Itachi. Hatake Kakashi was shocked. Everyone present stopped and looked at Uchiha Itachi nervously. Mr. Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi's eyes slightly opened, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. "I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Sorry, the road ahead is closed." Although this Uchiha Itachi is just an elephant-turned puppet, this puppet has only 30% of its strength, but it also has the strength to stop this team. Sasuke's brother Uzumaki Naruto and Hiruno Sakura have heard of this name a long time ago. The famous Itachi who destroyed the clan. Grandma Chiyo sighed, thinking of the legend that the destroyed Uchiha had created. "You still have to be a little more careful. The Sharingan is not so easy to deal with." "Of course I won't underestimate him." Hatake Kakashi held his ninja sword protector and whispered, "Although Uchiha Itachi was defeated by Kagura, he was only defeated by Kagura." Hatake Kakashi's fingers gradually brushed over his transplanted Sharingan. He has been working hard to practice this Sharingan in the past few years and gradually mastered some of its magical uses. Similarly, Hatake Kakashi also felt a side effect. That is, once he used the magical power of the Sharingan, it would cause a decline in vision, which would bring a heavy burden to his brain and body. "We may not have no chance of winning." Chiyo, who has rich experience, took the initiative to teach these juniors. Since ancient times, there is a saying about dealing with Sharingan. 1-on-1, you must flee. 2-on-1, you must attack from behind. With 4 of us, we can use one person to attract his attention, and the rest of us can attack him from the blind spot of Sharingan. But I heard that this Uchiha Itachi is not a simple person. Leave this to me. A voice came from the forest. With the appearance of this voice, a figure wearing an animal mask, a root ninja uniform, and a root cloak instantly appeared on a tree. "You continue the mission of rescuing the Kazakage." The palm of the root ninja pressed his animal mask tightly, and said in a cold voice, "Leave it to me, I will deal with him." Someone from the root. Hiruno Sakura's expression immediately became solemn, and she frowned tightly. "Why are people from the root following us?" Huh? Uzumaki Naruto felt that the other party's attitude was a little familiar, and he touched his chin with some curiosity. Why is this guy so arrogant when he speaks? Hatake Kakashi rubbed his forehead helplessly. Someone from the root. Grandma Chiyo's expression became ugly. Although the root of Konoha has no reputation in the ninja world, the people who stand behind the root and support the group of root ninjas are as tall as a giant tree, and people dare not offend. He also has his mission. Hatake Kakashi softly defended the root ninja, and then asked him, "If I hand this guy over to you, there will be no problem, right?" "Of course." The root ninja's palm pressed his mask tightly. "You go do your thing, I'll do mine, we'll complete each other's mission and then meet up again." First update. A little late. Chapter 254 Brothers Battle. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. In the desert oasis. Hatake Kakashi led Team 7 and Granny Chiyo to continue tracking the traces of the Akatsuki organization, leaving the enemy Uchiha Itachi to the root ninja. Although the root ninja bravely took on the task of fighting Uchiha Itachi, Granny Chiyo was still somewhat dissatisfied with the root ninja's tracking. What conspiracy does that guy Akihara Kagura have? Granny Chiyo really didn't have a good impression of Akihara Kagura, and said in a deep voice, "That guy sent the root to follow us. It's impossible that he is just here to help. Maybe he's really here to help." Hatake Kakashi felt that keeping secrets was really hard. As a Jonin, Hatake Kakashi should have been accustomed to keeping secrets, but keeping the identity of the root ninja secret was really hard. Because Uzumaki Naruto, who is a big-headed person, showed a little sharpness, but Hiruno Sakura, who has always been a delicate person, did not find anything wrong. Maybe because this kind of thing is too impossible? A companion who broke up with his best friend and became a rebel ninja for power, is actually a root ninja who has been carrying out missions in a hidden identity? In the forest. The root ninja stared at Uchiha Itachi in front of him, slowly stretched out his hand to hold the ninja sword in his hand. His eyes were full of murderous intent towards Uchiha Itachi. No need to wear this mask. Uchiha Itachi looked at the root ninja standing in front of him, slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared. Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's words exposed the other party's identity. If there is another person in this world who has such a turbulent and fierce murderous intent towards him, it must be his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Huh? Guessed it. Uchiha Sasuke stretched out his hand and took off the cat mask on his face, revealing an angry face. "I'm still thinking. If you can't even recognize me, it will make me feel that you underestimate me too much." Uchiha Itachi shook his head gently and continued to himself, "I didn't expect that you also joined the root like I did back then." If Uchiha Itachi was still confused when the news of Uchiha Sasuke's defection came, all his doubts have been answered at this moment. After all, according to Akihara Kagura's bad taste, he would not let Uchiha Sasuke defect. Uchiha Sasuke is unlikely to leave Akihara Kagura who defeated him and not join him, but to join his defeated general Orochimaru. Then everything that happened before makes sense. Uchiha Itachi remembered the recent news that Orochimaru was killed by Uchiha Sasuke, and he exposed the truth of the past without thinking. It seems that taking advantage of the opportunity of defection to lurk beside Orochimaru and assassinate Orochimaru was one of your tasks. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke raised his palm, very proud of his own achievements. Being undercover beside Orochimaru and looking for an opportunity to assassinate Orochimaru was my first mission after joining the root. I heard that your first root mission after joining the root failed. Uchiha Itachi remembered the first mission he had performed. At that time, the leader of the root was still Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo gave him the task of assassinating Yakashi Kabuto and Yakashi Nono. Not only did he fail in that mission, but he even forged a grudge with Akihara Kagura from then on. Uchiha Sasuke had a sneer on his lips, and suddenly pulled out his ninja sword, pointing it at the brother who killed his father and mother. "Now I have surpassed you. You once got power from the root and killed your father and mother. Now I have got power from the root, and it is time to avenge you. This time leave your life here. Right here, right now, right now." Uchiha Sasuke felt that fate was on his side. He used his power to kill Uchiha Itachi here to complete his revenge, and then meet up with his companions in Team 7, tell all the truth, and welcome his new life. Uchiha Itachi remained silent. This time was also an opportunity for him. Because this body was just an elephant puppet with 30% of its power, perhaps he could take this opportunity to test Sasuke's growth and prepare for their final battle. Then let me see. Uchiha Itachi's fingers slid into his sleeves, and his expression became serious. Now, how much have you grown? The next moment, Uchiha Itachi raised his hand and threw out a shuriken. Uchiha Sasuke also pressed his palm on a shuriken, and that shuriken suddenly became huge and was thrown out by him. Shuriken giant body technique. Uchiha Itachi looked at it with some surprise, and then quickly closed his palms. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Dozens of shurikens flew towards Uchiha Sasuke. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Uchiha Sasuke flashed a contemptuous smile at the corner of his mouth, and more than a dozen huge shurikens flew towards Uchiha Itachi. The shurikens of both sides immediately collided with each other. The combination of shuriken giant body technique and shuriken shadow clone technique was obviously better. After Uchiha Itachi's shuriken were all shot down, several huge shurikens remained unabated and directly pierced Uchiha Itachi's body. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi's figure turned into crows all over the sky. Uchiha Itachi was a little surprised. He had never had any rivals in shuriken throwing. Even Uchiha Shisu, who had taught him, admitted that he had already achieved perfection in shuriken throwing. But Uchiha Sasuke was even further ahead. The shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan, the shuriken giant body technique and shuriken shadow clone technique of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowed Uchiha Sasuke to defeat him in this aspect with his own strength, even though it was only the simplest link. Crow clone. Uchiha Sasuke snorted from his nose, and threw a row of electric lights at Uchiha Itachi. Chidori Senbon. These thousands of thousand bones transformed from the electric lights continuously hit Uchiha Itachi's crow clones, directly nailing the crows to the ground one by one, and their lives and deaths were unknown. The next second, the bodies of these crows turned into feathers, slowly floating up, recombining, and turned into the appearance of Uchiha Itachi. Illusion and clone technique. A scarlet appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. He instantly identified the real body of Uchiha Itachi and rushed up waving his ninja sword. Clang. Uchiha Itachi took out a kunai to block it. The two Uchiha fought fiercely in this oasis in the desert. Uchiha Itachi realized that his brother's growth in swordsmanship made him feel difficult. This figurative puppet might not be able to beat Sasuke in swordsmanship. Uchiha Sasuke became more and more courageous. However, Uchiha Sasuke also had a lot of tricks. Uchiha Sasuke watched Uchiha Itachi retreat step by step, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He waved his ninja sword and exposed a flaw. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Uchiha Itachi seized his flaw, he raised his hand and slapped Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder, taking the opportunity to leave a Flying Thunder God mark on Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. As long as the Flying Thunder God mark is left, he will definitely win this battle. Uchiha Sasuke completely believed that he had secured the victory. The ninja sword in his hand moved faster, and the superb swordsmanship forced Uchiha Itachi to fly away. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi flew back and spit out more a ball of fire. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke raised his hand to seal and spit out more a ball of fire at the same time. The two balls of fire collided with each other in an instant, and the two huge fireballs gradually turned into a wall of fire, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. However, in terms of fire style ninjutsu, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to be even better. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Uchiha Sasuke directly spit out another ball of flames. As a subordinate of Akihara Kagura, Uchiha Sasuke naturally would not lack any benefits. In addition to what he learned from Orochimaru, Akihara Kagura would also give him some ninjutsu scrolls. It seems that Akihara Kagura has taught you a lot. Uchiha Itachi could only fly back. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not teach Uchiha Sasuke. These techniques could only come from Akihara Kagura. Want to escape? Uchiha Sasuke's figure disappeared instantly. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to Uchiha Itachi and punched Uchiha Itachi in the chest. So fast. Uchiha Itachi suddenly realized that something was wrong. Uchiha Sasuke's instant body technique was even faster than Shisu's at the beginning. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Itachi immediately realized the technique used by Uchiha Sasuke. He had seen Akihara Kagura use the Flying Thunder God technique and was very clear about the horror of this technique. The former 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze became famous in the ninja world with this technique. It seems that Akihara Kagura taught Sasuke a lot. Just the techniques that Uchiha Sasuke has learned can fight against the shadows of other villages, and even have a good chance of killing him. It seems that you have really become stronger. Uchiha Itachi raised his hand to block Uchiha Sasuke's fist, but he lost Uchiha Sasuke's figure again. This brother used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport behind him again. This time, I must kill you. Uchiha Sasuke kicked Uchiha Itachi on the waist. Uchiha Itachi's body directly turned into countless crows and dissipated on the spot. This group of crows gathered again in the air and formed his body. Let's wait until next time. Uchiha Itachi shook his head calmly and said softly, "You are improving too fast, Sasuke. It seems that I must kill you when we meet next time. Are you finally scared?" Uchiha Sasuke sneered. Does this guy know how to be scared? Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered the Uchiha and killed his parents, also knows how to be scared? If it weren't for the help of Akihara Kagura, the Uchiha clan would have been wiped out that night. Is this bastard afraid of his growth? If you open the main Gekiyo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi stared at Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, looking at the eyes that were still 3 Magatama. Maybe I'm really not your opponent even without the main Gekiyo Sharingan. I can kill you. Uchiha Sasuke was confident in the power he had obtained. He didn't even use the curse seal that Akihara Kagura gave him, otherwise Uchiha Itachi would definitely lose faster. Maybe. Uchiha Itachi had a bottom line on Uchiha Sasuke's strength. If he let his original body fight Uchiha Sasuke next time, the current Uchiha Sasuke was really threatening to him. Maybe he wouldn't have much chance of winning even if he exerted his full strength. The Flying Thunder God technique was too terrifying for the blessing of the ninja. Of course. The biggest gain this time was that Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have found a place to live. But Uchiha Itachi didn't want Uchiha Sasuke to stay in the Root of Darkness, because the leader of the Root, Akihara Kagura, knew the truth and might not be willing to protect Uchiha Sasuke in the future. Crack. Just as Uchiha Itachi was thinking, Uchiha Sasuke appeared behind him and stabbed his heart directly from behind. Besides, there is no need for a next time. Uchiha Sasuke stood behind Uchiha Itachi, holding the ninja sword tightly in his hand. There was a cold and cruel murderous intent on his face, as if he was happy for his revenge. Uchiha Itachi, do you think you can get away this time? Always saying something like next time, next time. Uchiha Sasuke's palm suddenly pulled the ninja sword out of Uchiha Itachi's body. He looked at his brother holding his chest and almost falling to the ground, and said coldly, "From childhood to adulthood, what I hate most is you saying this sentence." When he was young, Uchiha Itachi always said this sentence. Now he wants revenge. Uchiha Itachi still wants to say this to him. "I'm sorry, Sasuke." A trace of blood oozed from the corner of Uchiha Itachi's mouth, but he still stubbornly said the last sentence. "It's not the last time, it's just a puppet to test your strength. Next time you must work hard, I won't let you continue to grow." After saying that, Uchiha Itachi's body fell stiffly to the ground. At the moment of his death, his body slowly changed, revealing the appearance of another person. This is an unknown person. Obviously, this unknown person was used as a sacrifice to perform some kind of puppet technique. Puppet. Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly became ugly. It was just a puppet, but his biggest trump card, the Flying Thunder God technique, was already known by Uchiha Itachi. Although he still has curse seals and other techniques as trump cards, once Uchiha Itachi is careful to guard against the Flying Thunder God technique, his fighting style will obviously be more troublesome. Forget it. I can kill him this time. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, and the ninja sword in his hand drew an arc and directly inserted it into the sheath. His eyes were still firm. Next time, I can still kill this guy. Second update. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 255, The Strongest Puppeteer in the Ninja World, Shurida Scorpion. Akatsuki's base. Uchiha Itachi has sensed the death of the elephant-turned-puppet. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Is Mr. Itachi's elephant-turned-puppet also killed? Those guys in Konoha seem to be difficult to deal with." Hoshigaki Kisame's elephant-turned-puppet went to deal with Team 3, and was still entangled with Team 3 of Konoha. The guy named Might Guy was not easy to deal with. Uchiha Itachi's elephant-turned-puppet went to deal with Team 7, but it was killed so quickly, which was really unexpected. Yet, Uchiha Itachi didn't say much. Because before knowing the accurate information of Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi didn't want to reveal the information of his younger brother, especially Uchiha Itachi knew the rules of the route. However, the fate of the two brothers is a bit strange. Uchiha Itachi once joined the route, but was bewitched by Shimura Danzo in the route and killed his own people. Uchiha Sasuke also joined the route, but was also dominated by Akihara Kagura and desperately hunted down his brother. Deidara and Sasori Uchiha Itachi skipped his own business and mentioned the problem of Akatsuki. Don't worry about them. Pain shook his head and continued in a deep voice, we have completed the extraction of the one-tail Shukaku. The two of them can easily escape the pursuit of that group of people. Uchiha Itachi expressed his doubts, because he knew how strong his brother Uchiha Sasuke had become. Whether it was Scorpion or Deidara, they might not be Sasuke's opponent, not to mention that there was also the extremely good fighting Hatake Kakashi over there. However, Uchiha Itachi had not thought about it. The battles of puppeteers in the ninja world had already changed. In a hidden cave. When Team 7 and Chiao found this place, Deidara and Scorpion had just finished the seal of the Phantom Dragon 9 sealings, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara on the ground had already had the one-tail Shukaku extracted from his body, and at this moment he had become a corpse. You go first. After seeing Team 7 and Chiao, Scorpion waved his hand and asked Deidara to evacuate with Gaara's body first, and said in a cold voice, I'll stay and deal with him. Tisk, I want to try again. Deidara didn't want to leave. Looking at the people in Team 7, he even looked eager to try, learn from what old man Kokuzu said. Seeing the ninja forward protectors on your heads reminded me of the first Konoha ninja I fought with. Akihara Kagura, right. Hatake Kakashi directly exposed Deidara with one sentence, rubbing his forehead and said, then he lost directly to Kagura and was directly imprisoned by him. He impersonated you and kidnapped the third Tsuchikage. I was there at that time too. Deidara's eyes twitched. A flash of anger immediately flashed across the face of this yellow-haired boy. Why don't these bastards cooperate with him? They are even poking a scar here. Deidara still hadn't forgotten the time when he was stimulated by Akihara Kagura. He hated that talented guy very much because he was such a slap in the face. That guy. Deidara clenched his fists, his arms trembling. It's because of that guy that the old man always nags me that I can't learn dust release. Who would be willing to learn that kind of shit? It's not as good as my art at all. He seems to hate Kagura. Uzumaki Naruto carefully pointed at Deidara. It's normal. Without waiting for Hatake Kakashi to answer, Chiao spoke first. Many people hate Akihara Kagura. His existence is like a mountain, which makes others unable to breathe and makes ninjas unable to control their own destiny. This Uzumaki Naruto couldn't understand it. For a long time, Akihara Kagura was the eldest brother in his family. He had a good relationship with Akihara Kagura and didn't think there was anything wrong with Akihara Kagura. Hatake Kakashi was very understanding. Because Akihara Kagura was too powerful, other villages could not harm Konoha, and were even forced to accept Konoha's harsh conditions, so they were naturally hated by others. Let's go. Scorpion of the Red Sand did not comment on the topic they were discussing, and coldly ordered Deidara, one of your arms is broken. If you stay here, it will delay my battle. Got it. Deidara angrily threw out a clay giant bird, controlled the clay giant bird to hold Gaara's body, stepped on the clay giant bird and left the cave. Leave the Kazakage behind. Hatake Kakashi raised his hand and left a flying thunder god mark like a manual cover here, and said, Sakura, Chiao, you stay here to deal with him, Naruto and I will go to hunt down the other guy, and I will be back soon after chasing the Kazakage. Yes. Hiruno Sakura nodded immediately. Okay. After nodding, Chiao took out a scroll from her pocket. It doesn't matter if you don't come back, I also want to have a good talk with my good grandson. Good grandson. Hiruno Sakura looked at Chiao in surprise. However, Chiao ignored Hiruno Sakura and looked at Scorpion. How long have we not seen each other, Scorpion? I heard that you retired a long time ago. Now I really want to see what my grandson looks like now. Scorpion was silent. Because he is really Chiao's grandson, this cannot be denied. However, no matter what she said, she would lose her seniority. It is better to say nothing. Let me try first. Chiao walked towards Scorpion step by step. A chakra line flew out of her hand, and a kunai was wrapped around it. As the chakra line fell, these kunai suddenly shot towards Scorpion. Use the blade. The next moment, these kunai flew towards Scorpion. These kunai were blessed by chakra and were extremely fast. Are you still playing with outdated puppetry? Unfortunately, the times have changed now. The Red Sand Scorpion stared at the flying kunai coldly, and the tail of the Red Sand Scorpion suddenly crossed in front of him, with gun barrels extending from the tail. Bang! 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 The nails with chakra attached to them seemed like bullets, directly knocking down the flying kunai. These nails were faster and had a stronger impact. It doesn't look like anything has changed. Grandma Chiao quickly dodged the flying nails, but her eyes were slightly shocked and uneasy when she saw this scene. Because the speed of these nails was a little weird. Click, 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 click. The auspicious cloud-black robe on the red sand scorpion gradually cracked, and the mechanical puppet slowly changed, and countless densely packed gun barrels appeared on the body of Red Sand Scorpion. That's it. Hiruno Sakura looked at Red Sand Scorpion in amazement. It looks very aggressive. Granny Chiao frowned, feeling that the way of puppetry of the Red Sand Scorpion was a little strange. If the offensiveness is too strong, the defense will decrease, I said. Times have changed, the Red Sand Scorpion retorted in a muffled voice, and continued coldly. Why can't a puppet with strong offensive power take into account defense at the same time? As his voice fell, there was a tooth-grinding metallic sound from the Feilyuhu puppet, and the gun barrels were quickly retracted. Pieces of black hard armor appeared on Feilyuhu's body, as if it were a piece of armor. Granny Chiao's eyes narrowed slightly, her fingers moved lightly, thinking about Feilyuhu's shortcomings. If it has both attack and defense, the flexibility of the puppet will decrease. If the flexibility is greatly reduced, it means that as long as you can withstand the attack of Feilyuhu's puppet and have an attack that is strong enough to break the puppet's defense, you can make Feilyuhu a living target. It seems that he has modified his puppet a lot. Granny Chiao glanced at Sakura Haruno beside her and said softly, my attack power is not enough, and I may not be able to penetrate his defense. The defense function of that puppet is very strong. Let me do it. Sakura Haruno believes in her fist very much. But Granny Chiao brought up another question and continued in a deep voice, you must remember to avoid all attacks of that puppet. You must dodge them perfectly, because I just tested it and found that the nails shot out by those mechanisms are very fast. I understand. Sakura Haruno's heart tightened. It's not just about speed. Granny Chiao shook her head and continued to remind, it also requires extremely rich combat experience to judge the hidden weapon shot out by the mechanism. Scorpion has armed the puppet to the teeth. The only shortcoming is probably flexibility. Sakura Haruno fell silent. Because combat experience is what she lacks the most. All along, Haruno Sakura had not participated in many battles. Even in the battles, she was just playing soy sauce. The only rare combat experience she had was the Chunin exam she participated in during the past 2 years, which was definitely not rich. Leave it to me. A string of chakra appeared on Grandma Chiao's fingers, and she continued to explain, in terms of combat experience, Scorpion is far less experienced than me. This is why he has been standing still and dared not move. I will control your body to avoid the attack of the mechanical puppet. Okay. Haruno Sakura's body jumped up and rushed towards the direction of the Red Sand Scorpion. The chakra line in Grandma Chiao's hand was directly attached to her body. Come straight over. The Red Sand Scorpion snorted coldly, not caring about Haruno Sakura's threat. After the armor plate defense on Feilyuhu's body fell off a few pieces, several square gaps were revealed. 3 gun barrels were exposed. Blue chakra sprayed out from the 3 gun barrels. Dada. Countless densely packed sand irons wrapped with chakra bullets flew out, forming a powerful fire blockade in front of the Red Sand Scorpion. What? Grandma Chiao's face was horrified, and she hurriedly raised her palm, controlling Haruno Sakura's body to rise rapidly, narrowly avoiding these bullets. Fortunately, the Red Sand Scorpion's Feilyuhu is also a puppet driven by chakra, not real gunpowder, and no matter how fast it is still within the range of ninja reaction. This kind of mechanical device. Grandma Chiao's eyes suddenly showed a trace of fear. She remembered the hidden gun barrels on the body of the Feilyuhu, and how many attack methods there are. Grandma Chiao immediately realized her carelessness. Even after seeing the attack methods of the Feilyuhu, she still underestimated its aggressiveness. Do you think you can dodge it in the air? The Red Sand Scorpion controlled the Feilyuhu to directly extend 2 gun barrels, and 2 rockets flew out directly, and the tail of the rocket was still emitting the blue light of chakra. Granny Chiao was so shocked that she quickly controlled Sakura Haruno to dodge. 2 rockets exploded directly above the cave, and countless pieces of rubble fell down. This won't work. Granny Chiao quickly controlled Sakura Haruno to land beside her, took out her puppet from her pocket, and said in a deep voice, I must use the puppet to attract his attention. Okay. Sakura Haruno obeyed the advice of her senior very much. Don't worry. Granny Chihao felt a little uneasy, but she was still trying to calm Sakura Haruno's mentality. Just rush over and smash the puppet. It moves very slowly. I will cut off the puppet from time to time and stare at you with chakra lines. Yes. Sakura Haruno nodded firmly. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Granny Chihao took out 2 scrolls and released 2 puppets. That is. The voice of the red sand scorpion suddenly became gloomy. Because those were the puppet's father and mother he created when he was a child, hoping that these 2 puppets could accompany him instead of his deceased parents, but they were ultimately unable to meet his standards and were abandoned. Unexpectedly, Grandma Chihao actually used the puppets she left behind. Click, click, the 2 puppets' father and mother slowly moved under Chihao's control, and the 2 puppets rushed directly towards the direction of the red sand scorpion's Feilyuhu. Da 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 da. The burl on Feilyuhu's body was hissing. Grandma Chihao's eyes flashed, and she controlled the puppets to release a defensive ninjutsu, mechanical shield seal. A defensive shield blocked the sand iron bullets one by one. Although the defensive shield was constantly cracking under the dense sand iron bullets, it still stubbornly stood in front, attracting Feilyuhu's attack. While the father and mother puppets were attracting the attention of the red sand scorpion, Haruno Sakura ran upside down from the mountain wall, dodging the bullets and rockets that the red sand scorpion occasionally shot at her. She jumped down in the direction of the red sand scorpion and smashed down with her fists. Mother-in-law, this is the 3rd time I said, times have changed. The red sand scorpion's tail suddenly gathered up and turned into a row of pipes behind it. Blue chakra suddenly spurted out of the pipes. The red sand scorpion's tail was so fast that it was almost impossible to see its trace. The blue chakra spray pushed the red sand scorpion to suddenly avoid Haruno Sakura's attack. Haruno Sakura looked at the red sand scorpion disappearing in front of her in astonishment. A high-speed wind appeared in the cave. The red sand scorpion suddenly moved to the other side of the cave. At this moment, the red sand scorpion's image changed drastically. 4 propeller wings were spread out on its body, and several pipes were constantly spraying blue chakra, driving it to float in the air. It didn't look like a product of this era at all. Attack, defense, flexibility. Who said these can't appear on puppets? 3rd update. The updates are getting late recently. Chapter 256, that idiot Hatake Kakashi, does he think Kamui is a garbage dump? Outside the cave, Deidara was still being chased by Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto. However, Deidara was flying in the air on his giant clay bird, and Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi could only chase him desperately, and they might lose him at any time. Naruto, don't worry. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was chasing in front, and felt a little uneasy. Be careful, don't be lured by the enemy to lose your mind. I understand. Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and his feet continued to move fast. I just lost my opponent, it's inevitable that. Clang. A sharp edge suddenly became dazzling. A root ninja with black flowing wings flew towards Deidara at a fast speed, waving the ninja sword in his hand, and cut off the head of the giant clay bird with one knife. Asshole. Deidara's body immediately lost balance. The giant clay bird that lost its head in the air fell directly, and Deidara sitting on it also rolled to the ground. The 3 people present rushed up and surrounded him. How did you get here so quickly? Hatake Kakashi looked at the root ninja in front of him and couldn't help asking, didn't you stop Uchiha Itachi, and he escaped? It was just a puppet. The root ninja responded coldly, and flew down to their side. His attitude seemed a little cold and inhumane. I don't know what means were used to create this puppet, but its strength should be much weaker than its real strength. I have already eliminated that guy. You are. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the root ninja, who was folding his wings in surprise, and wanted to see his true identity through the cat mask on the face of the root ninja. Naruto. Hatake Kakashi quickly interrupted Uzumaki Naruto's questioning, and said in a deep voice, the identities of root ninjas are all confidential, don't ask easily. Let's deal with the enemy first. The root ninja wearing a cat mask quickly rushed to Deidara's position with his sword, and Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi quickly followed. The 3 ninjas immediately surrounded Deidara. Deidara lost his advantage in the air, and was powerless to resist these people. He simply raised his finger and wanted to self-destruct on the spot. See my art. The next moment, Deidara's body swelled up. All the chakra in Deidara's body began to gather, directly gathered at the position of his heart, and the surging chakra seemed to be about to explode. Once it exploded, the three people present might not be able to escape. Be careful. The root ninja reached out and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto directly, wanting to rescue him with Flying Thunder God instant body. I'll take Naruto away, Kakashi will leave with Flying Thunder God. Don't worry, leave it to me. Hatake Kakashi quickly raised his finger. Hatake Kakashi's three Magatama Sharingan slowly gathered into a strange Mangekyo Sharingan, and a force of time and space suddenly appeared around Deidara's body, absorbing Deidara's body directly into another space. The whole forest suddenly became silent. Deidara, who wanted to self-destruct, disappeared without a trace. Let's rescue the Kazekage first. Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto tore apart Deidara's clay giant bird corpse, but only found Gaara's body. The Kazekage had the one-tail Shukaku extracted from his body and had long been silent. Uzumaki Naruto's face was pale. Gaara, who once participated in the Chunin exam with him, had lost the Shukaku in his body and had become a stiff corpse at this time. The death of a peer would undoubtedly resonate. Let's take the Kazekage's body to Sakura first. Hatake Kakashi stretched out his hand and pressed on Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder, and continued in a deep voice, I left a Flying Thunder God mark on Sakura's side. I'll go with you too. The root ninja stretched out his hand and left a Flying Thunder God mark on Hatake Kakashi's body. As long as Hatake Kakashi used Flying Thunder God to rush to the battlefield where Sakura was, he could teleport with Hatake Kakashi. Inside the cave, Scorpion of the Red Sand beat Granny Chiyo and Hiruno Sakura so hard that they couldn't raise their heads. He even used only his own Higurashi to make the two people miserable. In order to block Higurashi's attack, Granny Chiyo had to use the most precious puppet she had collected throughout her life, the Tenkan-matsu. White secret technique, Tenkan-matsu. Granny Chiyo raised her hand and released 10 powerful puppets. These 10 puppets had strange animal heads and masks on their faces. They were puppets made by the first generation of puppeteers and had enough combat power to destroy a town. White secret technique. Scorpion of the Red Sand actually laughed and continued nonchalantly. I once thought that the combat power of a puppeteer was determined by the number of puppets he could control, but from today on, the history of puppeteers in the ninja world will begin to change. Oh. Granny Chiyo's eyes showed a hint of doubt. The Red Sand Scorpion controlled the Feilyuhu and threw out a scroll directly. A puppet figure appeared in front of Grandma Chiyo, making Grandma Chiyo's face suddenly ugly. The third Kazekage, yes. Scorpion of the Red Sand raised his hand to control the third Kazekage that he had remodeled, and said in a cold voice, if the history of puppeteers will change, it is mostly because of his ability. The power of magnetic escape is just used to control magnets. It is a waste. Granny Chiyo frowned and said in a deep voice, at the beginning, many people thought that the third Kazekage was missing. I killed him. Scorpion of the Red Sand admitted his crime calmly, and his emotions were hidden under the red sand. I am the guard of the Kazekage. No one has a better chance to assassinate him than me. Why? For a perfect work. Scorpion of the Red Sand waved his hand to control the third Kazekage, and continued, originally I just wanted to keep his magnetic escape, but when I mastered more powerful puppet knowledge, I realized that the power of magnetic escape is a revolution for the path of puppeteers. Revolution. Granny Chiyo frowned. The old man couldn't understand. Could the power of magnetic escape be used in other places? Just when Granny Chiyo was surprised, the puppet body of the third Kazekage suddenly raised its arm. Its arm was no longer the sharp blade of the past, but a pitch-black gun barrel. Bang! Black bullets shot at Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo had not yet noticed the strange technique, and was still controlling the Tenkan-matsu people to resist these black bullets. The strange thing was that after each black bullet shot into the puppet body of the Tenkan-matsu people, these puppets suddenly lost control and fell to the ground. What on earth is this? Granny Chiyo's face flashed with shock. As the strongest puppeteer in the Sand Village and the guide for the Red Sand Scorpion to learn puppetry, Granny Chiyo had never seen such a strange hidden weapon. This is the nemesis I specially developed for puppeteers. The Red Sand Scorpion's Feilyuhu was still floating in the air, and he said coldly, it only takes a bullet with magnetic force to make the parts that transmit chakra in the puppet body ineffective. Granny Chiyo finally began to sweat on her forehead. The old man had been thinking about dealing with a defected grandson by himself, but he didn't expect that his strongest puppet master's method was not even useful in front of the Red Sand Scorpion. She was perfectly restrained by the Red Sand Scorpion's ability. Well, goodbye. The Red Sand Scorpion's Feilyuhu puppet and the third Kazukage's puppet raised their gun barrels at the same time, and the warheads of the shells slid out of the barrels at the same time, and were about to fly towards Iruno Sakura and Chiyo Grandma. Boom. The two shells shot straight at the target. Whether it was Grandma Chiyo or Haruno Sakura, they had no means to deal with the Red Sand Scorpion, and could only wait desperately for their fate to come. Three figures suddenly appeared in the Flying Thunder God seal on the ground. They were Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto, who was holding Gaara's body. Along with the appearance of Hatake Kakashi, a figure wearing a root mask also appeared in the cave in an instant. The sound of metal colliding was a bit harsh. The masked root ninja instantly appeared beside Haruno Sakura, and cut the shell in half with a knife, and half of the shell fell directly on both sides. Hatake Kakashi's action was not slow at all, and he activated the power of his main Gekyo Sharingan again, absorbing the shell shot at Chiyo Granny into the Kamui space. According to Hatake Kakashi's guess, the Kamui space of this main Gekyo Sharingan should be connected to Uchiha Obito. He can only hope that whether it is Deidara who blew himself up before or when this shell exploded, Uchiha Obito was not on the Kamui space. Of course. At this critical moment, there is no need to care about so much. Trouble Scorpion's eyes slightly swept across the people present, and saw the root ninja wearing a cat-faced mask, and snorted coldly, "I'll let you go this time, and next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." As soon as the voice fell, Scorpion quickly put away the puppet of the third Kazukage. When the Red Sand Scorpion wanted to leave, his eyes saw the two puppets of father and mother that Chiao-chan began to use. Two chakra lines directly entangled the two puppets, and the Red Sand Scorpion took advantage of the situation to collect them together. When the Red Sand Scorpion finished all this, pipes appeared on the body of the Red Flow Amber, and a ball of blue chakra suddenly sprayed out of these pipes, driving the Red Flow Amber to fly rapidly out of the cave. "Don't think about escaping," Uzumaki Naruto shouted, and a burst of red chakra was about to burst out of his body, and he jumped towards the direction of the Red Sand Scorpion. However, countless small bombs shining with light fell directly on the body of the Red Flow Amber, and these bombs suddenly exploded, causing everyone present to close their eyes involuntarily. "Naruto, stop chasing." Hatake Kakashi quickly stopped Uzumaki Naruto and said in a deep voice, "At least our mission has been completed." After that, Hatake Kakashi looked at Granny Chiyo a little embarrassed and whispered, "Sorry, when we arrived, the Kazukage had already." Granny Chiyo remained silent and did not answer. The old woman seemed to be stunned by the Red Sand Scorpion, and was still recalling the process of being completely crushed by the Red Sand Scorpion in this battle. Her little grandson, the Red Sand Scorpion, walked a new path and smashed the old path of the puppet master. This era it no longer belongs to us. Granny Chiyo shook her head inside. Her eyes fell on the body of the fifth Kazukage Gaara on the ground. The old man in his twilight years will eventually retire. Granny Haruno Sakura walked over a little uneasily. They did lose badly to the Red Sand Scorpion in this battle, but Haruno Sakura did not think it was Granny Chiyo's fault. The strength of the Red Sand Scorpion was too strong. It seemed that he didn't even show any terrifying means, but he beat them without any ability to fight back. "No problem." Granny Chiyo shook her head, slowly walked to Gaara's body, and whispered, "The future will eventually fall into the hands of you young people." Gaara Uzumaki Naruto stood beside Gaara's body and lowered his head. "He is dead because the monster in his body disappeared. If it weren't for the monster sealed in his body." "I know." Granny Chiyo nodded calmly, squatted down by herself, and talked about the past. "In order to allow the Sand Village to have the power to protect itself, it was me who proposed that the fourth Kazukage seal the one-tailed Shukaku in the fifth Kazukage's body, and I also presided over the sealing ceremony, which also caused the fifth Kazukage to experience too many tragedies in his life." The old woman secretly made a decision. She would use a forbidden technique she developed to save the fifth Kazukage Gaara with her own life in exchange for his life. Perhaps it was because the strength of the Red Sand Scorpion was too great for Granny Chiyo to despair. The old woman saw that her grandson had walked a path that was far beyond her reach. She did not think that she, an old puppeteer, had the ability to fight against that powerful grandson. However, Granny Chiyo could not solve the mistake she had made in cultivating the terrifying rebellious ninja, the Red Sand Scorpion. The only thing she could do was to make up for another mistake she had made. "It was me who made his life experience tragedy." Granny Chiyo looked down at Gaara's body, stretched out her palm and fell on Gaara's body. A ball of light fell on Gaara's body. Then let me make up for the mistakes I made. The next moment, the chakra in Granny Chiao's body was input into Gaara's body. However, the input of these chakras was accompanied by the complete loss of chakra in Granny Chiao's body. This was a forbidden technique she had researched, reincarnation, using her own chakra as a medium to share her life with the recipient. When the chakra in Chiao's body disappeared, she finally reached the dying stage, and Gaara on the ground also slowly began to breathe. Everyone present bowed their heads, because they were no longer children, and they all understood what Chiao did. Grandma Haruno Sakuran nervously held Chiao's palm. I have already reached the age of death. Chiao shook her head slowly, with a regretful smile on her face, just reminding you to be careful of Scorpion in the future. Haruno Sakura nodded quickly, indicating that she understood. In this battle, Haruno Sakura recognized the power of the Red Sand Scorpion. No, Chiao indicated that she didn't understand, and her voice was getting weaker and weaker. The body of Scorpion is just a modified puppet. His body may be stronger after being modified by him, because Chiao also transformed part of her body into a puppet. She knew that her grandson would definitely not let go of the human puppet technology, and the Red Sand Scorpion must have transformed his own body into a human puppet. Don't worry. The fifth Kazakage girl woke up and reached out to hold the other hand of Granny Chiao. I will catch that guy Scorpion of the Red Sand. Sorry to trouble you, Granny Chiao saw Gaara, and a relieved smile slowly appeared on her face. Then leave it to you young people. The elder of the Sand Village passed away suddenly. The fifth Kazakage girl had long known that Granny Chiao had transplanted the one-tailed Shukaku into his body. After becoming the Kazakage, he had long forgiven the old man for his past actions. Now Gaara is a little worried about the one-tailed Shukaku. Although Gaara and the one-tailed Shukaku don't have a good relationship, and they are basically always beaten together, but this time he restricted Shukaku's wanton behavior in the Sand Village in order to protect the Sand Village, which really hurt Shukaku. I want to visit Lord Tsunade and Lord Kagura Akihara. The fifth Kazakage girl lowered his head and continued to himself, the ninja world must be vigilant to the threat of the Akatsuki organization. Hatake Kakashi and the root ninja standing next to him nodded. Because whether it is Hatake Kakashi's teammate Uchiha Obito, or Uchiha Itachi, who Uchiha Sasuke wants to kill, they are all members of the Akatsuki organization. On the other side, Uchiha Obito has escaped the pursuit of the four Hokage. However, before Uchiha Obito could catch his breath, he felt that there was one more person in his kamui space, and when he entered, he saw Deidara, who wanted to self-destruct. Uchiha Obito stopped Deidara from self-destructing and directly released Deidara from the kamui space to prevent Deidara from discovering the secret of the kamui space. He also ignored this angry idiot. Let's discuss this with Pain first. After Uchiha Obito released Deidara, his body passed through the space-time vortex and entered the kamui space, intending to quickly return to the Akatsuki base in the Land of Rain to discuss the next action plan. However, Uchiha Obito had just entered the kamui space. A cannonball suddenly appeared in the kamui space. Uchiha Obito frowned, and when he was still confused, the cannonball suddenly exploded, instantly blowing his body away. The moment he was blown away, Uchiha Obito figured out where the cannonball came from. Because he only has two kamui main Gekyo Sharingan, one is here, and the other is in the eye socket of Hatake Kakashi. Does that idiot Kakashi think this space is a garbage station? First update. I actually feel it's very early today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Father and Son Reunited. Kamui is a public space. No. Kamui is Uchiha Obito's private space. Hatake Kakashi, the idiot, has mastered the use of kamui main Gekyo Sharingan, and he throws things randomly in the kamui space, a cannonball today, a shuriken tomorrow. Uchiha Obito realized the trouble of losing the kamui main Gekyo Sharingan. If Hatake Kakashi, the idiot, throws things in it when he is fighting in the future, take back the eyes you gave to that idiot. Uchiha Obito does not want to break his original promise, mainly because he does not want to break his promise, lest he be laughed at for taking back what he gave away. For an Uchiha, it is a bit too embarrassing. Forget it. Uchiha Obito thought of Nagato Samsara and he wanted to get the Samsara Eye on Nagato more. Let's find a way to get the Samsara Eye in the future. Only the Samsara Eye can control the 10 tails and release the infinite Tsukuyomi in the future. I don't believe that guy Madara. Compared with a mere Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Obito wanted to get the Samsara Eye to control the 10 tails more. In Konoha village, Team 7 and Team 3 successfully completed the task of saving the Kazekage and returned to Konoha village as a group. Uzumaki, Naruto and Hiruno Sakura were still curious about the root ninjas following them. Go and practice well first. Hatake Kakashi refused to answer Uzumaki Naruto's question. He felt that the gap between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's strength was too big, and Naruto must practice well after returning to the village. It just so happened that Hatake Kakashi knew some secrets. For example, there were 4 Hokages who were resurrected by the impure world in Konoha village. This should have been a secret in Konoha village, but Hatake Kakashi returned to the Anbu during the 2 or 3 years of hiatus, and naturally knew this secret. When Hatake Kakashi returned to the village to report to Tsunade, he casually put forward his request, "I want Minato to teach Naruto." It just so happens that the 4 previous Hokage have just returned. Tsunade frowned, but then said, "I can bring up this matter at the Hokage meeting in the village. The 4th Hokage should agree to this matter. Now they are all in the route. The speed must be faster." Hatake Kakashi felt a sense of urgency in his heart, and whispered, "Akatsuki has begun to act, and Naruto's training results are not enough." Not enough. Tsunade felt that Uzumaki Naruto performed well in the last test. "I think the little guy has made great progress in the past few years." Hatake Kakashi sighed to himself. Although Uzumaki Naruto has made great progress, he is still far behind Uchiha Sasuke, and Naruto's strength cannot protect him. Akatsuki has captured the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, and will definitely target Uzumaki Naruto, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Fortunately, Hatake Kakashi has a good relationship with Akihara Kagura. Kakashi Hatake simply went to see Akihara Kagura, hoping to meet the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and wanted to talk to him about Uzumaki Naruto's education. Akihara Kagura had just received the news that Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, had been recovered, and he casually proposed his own idea. Why not let Naruto take the initiative to apply to join the route? His strength will definitely improve quickly. Lady Tsunade will definitely not agree. Kakashi Hatake couldn't imagine the picture of Uzumaki Naruto joining the route, and shook his head repeatedly. "And if that guy joins the route, you, the leader of the route, will have a headache, right?" Konoha has several candidates who are not suitable for entering the Anbu in the route, such as the master and apprentice pair of Might Guy and Rock Lee, and Uzumaki Naruto, whose personalities are too sunny. Kakashi Hatake is an old friend of Akihara Kagura. It is inconvenient to refuse such a small matter, so Akihara Kagura directly agreed to Kakashi Hatake's request. In addition to this, Hatake Kakashi was a little bit too much, and rubbed his palms awkwardly. "Well, I also heard that you have mastered the nature change of Rasengan obviously." Hatake Kakashi also wanted Akihara Kagura to help. He felt that his 2 disciples, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, were actually quite suitable for Akihara Kagura to help train and teach. At least Uchiha Sasuke performed very well in this mission. "Do you want to train Naruto?" Uchiha Sasuke was very interested in this matter and took the initiative to say, "If possible, I can also help. I haven't had a good fight with that guy for a long time." Before that, Hatake Kakashi hesitated, not knowing whether he should do one thing. Should we tell Naruto about his life experience? Although it may not be the right time, for a child who has never seen his parents, perhaps there is no such thing as appropriate or inappropriate. This time is more stable. Konoha's 3rd training ground. Hatake Kakashi brought Uzumaki Naruto here. Akihara Kagura, Namikaze Minato and the root ninja wearing a cat-faced mask, 3 Flying Thunder God technique practitioners appeared directly at the training ground. Namikaze Minato was very excited after hearing the news. He had long wanted to recognize his son and have a good chat with him. Huh? Uzumaki Naruto ignored Namikaze Minato and was immediately interested in the root ninja wearing a cat-faced mask. "Thank you for the last time, you're welcome." Uchiha Sasuke felt a little uncomfortable with this. "Okay, Naruto." Hatake Kakashi grabbed Naruto, took the initiative to extend his hand, and began to introduce. "Let me introduce you first. This is the 4th Hokage of the village." The 4th Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato in astonishment, looking at this man who seemed a bit like him, Isn't the fourth Hokage already? This is a secret in the village. Hatake Kakashi patted his shoulder and explained in a deep voice, it is said that in order to prevent Orochimaru from resurrecting the successive Hokage through the impure world reincarnation, the village resurrected the successive Hokage in advance as the last means of defense for the village. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't understand it. This kind of thing was obviously beyond his cognition. Uzumaki Naruto remembered what he liked to say most since he was a child. He wanted to be the hero of the village the most, just like the fourth Hokage, and even a hero who surpassed the fourth Hokage. By the way, he has another identity. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but fall silent when he said this. He looked at the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, wondering if he should say it himself. Because after all, this identity is a big deal for Naruto. Long time no see, Naruto. Minato Namikaze took over Hatake Kakashi's words, stretched out his palm to Uzumaki Naruto, and said with a smile on his face, I am Minato Namikaze, and your father. This world is always so bizarre. Such an important thing can happen in such a calm occasion. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze introduced his identity so gently that people felt that he didn't have much expectation for this meeting between father and son. Even the root ninja next to him looked at him with a little sideways. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Minato Namikaze with a face full of astonishment. An orphan since childhood, a child who has always been accustomed to his own life, Uzumaki Naruto never thought that he would see his parents one day. Uzumaki Naruto has always considered himself an orphan. He has never had any expectations of his parents. He has never owned anything, so he is not afraid of losing. Now that he has grown up, someone suddenly told him that he is his father? Don't be ridiculous. Uzumaki Naruto laughed unnaturally. This is true. Namikaze Minato interrupted Uzumaki Naruto, and while reaching out to pat his son's shoulder, he wanted to provide evidence that he was Uzumaki Naruto's biological father. When the village encountered the Nine Tails Rebellion, it was me who sealed the nine tails in your body. I don't believe it. Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto slapped Namikaze Minato's hand away, turned away angrily, and ran straight into the forest without paying any attention to other people's obstruction. All of this, everything in his life, was because of the monster with the nine tails sealed in his body. Because he is the nine-tailed demon fox, he has been rejected by everyone in the village. No one wants to get close to him, and even if he wants to buy something, he will be driven out. Because he is the nine-tailed demon fox, no one wants to contact him, nor is he willing to recognize him. No matter what he does, he will be scolded by the people in the village. All this is because of the nine-tailed in his body. The man who sealed the nine-tailed in his body, but here he openly claimed to be his father. He absolutely does not admit that he is his father. Naruto. Namikaze Minato wanted to chase after him with an uneasy look. Fourth Hokage. Akihara Kagura stopped Namikaze Minato's actions, and suddenly signaled to the root ninja next to him, Sasuke, you go and have a good chat with Naruto, don't let him do anything stupid, and allow you to reveal your identity. Yes, Uchiha Sasuke quickly jumped in the direction where Uzumaki Naruto left. At that time, he was deeply trapped in the hatred of extermination of his clan. In order to avenge Uchiha Itachi, he was obsessed with gaining power. The idiot Uzumaki Naruto wanted to free himself from the quagmire of revenge and even risked his life to save him. Is it his turn now? In Konoha village. On a chair in a park. Uzumaki Naruto sat here and shed tears silently. He felt mixed emotions in his heart. He didn't know what to say or what to do. In the past, Uzumaki Naruto admired the fourth Hokage so much. Now, Uzumaki Naruto hates the fourth Hokage so much? Why did that guy implant the nine tails in his body? All the sufferings he had suffered since childhood were because of the nine tails in his body. Now the man who claimed to be his father told him that he did all this. Why did that guy do this? Is this what a father should do? Does the man who claimed to be his father know what kind of fate his child would suffer by doing this? 16 years. A full 16 years. Uzumaki Naruto almost forgot how much bad luck he had suffered because of his identity as the nine-tailed demon fox. No matter how hard he tried to live, he could not be recognized by others because of this identity. That idiot the root ninja wearing a cat-faced mask cursed inwardly, walked step by step to Uzumaki Naruto's side, and handed him a cup of sweet pear juice he bought. What are you doing here? Uzumaki Naruto's face was still a little unhappy. Let me tell you about the fourth Hokage. The root ninja handed him the pear juice and said softly, many people know the hidden truth of this matter, maybe you have heard some of it, I don't want to hear it. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand and wanted to directly hit the pear juice in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto had a good impression of this root ninja who protected them in the past. At this time, when he heard that the other party wanted to be a lobbyist for the guy who claimed to be his father, he immediately felt dissatisfied. Idiot. The root ninja directly pressed Uzumaki Naruto's wrist. Uzumaki Naruto grabbed the opponent's wrist with his backhand, and wanted to resist here. However, this root ninja's fighting ability was extremely strong. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was still trying to resist, he directly pressed Uzumaki Naruto's wrist, kicked Uzumaki Naruto and the recliner to the ground with a flying kick. Asshole. Uzumaki Naruto fell backwards on the ground angrily. A hint of disappointment appeared in the eyes of this root ninja, and he said coldly, Uzumaki Naruto, when did you learn to vent your anger on innocent people? Who are you? Uzumaki Naruto lay on the ground, looking at the root ninja in front of him with anger on his face, and he actually remembered what his former companion Uchiha Sasuke said, you don't know what I have been through, so what qualifications do you have to question me? This root ninja was actually frozen for a moment. Because he had said these words to Uzumaki Naruto countless times, he never expected that one day Uzumaki Naruto would use these words to fight back against him. You idiot. The root ninja shook his head helplessly, slowly stretched out his palm, took off the mask on his face, revealing a face that made Uzumaki Naruto feel familiar. I should know what you, an idiot, have been through, right? Second update. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 258. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto recognize each other. The mask on the root ninja's face was taken off, and the stern face hidden inside the mask was revealed. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the vaguely familiar face, and the anger on his face turned into a look of astonishment. For a moment, he was a little afraid to confirm the other party's identity. Say Sasuke. Is it really Sasuke? Huh? Can't you even recognize me? Uchiha Sasuke showed a habitual arrogant smile at the corner of his mouth, and stretched out his palm towards Uzumaki Naruto lying on the ground. No. Uzumaki Naruto grabbed his palm and stood up with the help of the force. He still couldn't believe his eyes. What is going on? Why did you become a root ninja? Why don't you return to Team 7? Wait. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly remembered something and widened his eyes. Grandma Tsunade said that a root ninja wanted to join Team 7. At that time, Grandma Tsunade said that she rejected this proposal. Moreover, it seemed that he also refused after hearing this news. Uzumaki Naruto knocked his head hard, hating his brain seizure at that time. At that time, I should have asked clearly who it was. Lord Kagura did think about letting me return to Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and said softly, it just so happens that you all refused, and I will be more comfortable staying in the route, because I have more important things to do. What's going on? Uzumaki Naruto interrupted Uchiha Sasuke and wanted to find out the truth first. At that time, you and Orochimaru left. It's just a mission. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and didn't care about his past experiences at all. Orochimaru was eyeing Konoha at that time. Lord Kagura asked me to lurk beside Orochimaru, monitor Orochimaru, and wait for an opportunity to assassinate Orochimaru. In order to gain the trust of Orochimaru, I can't reveal the identity of the root ninja to you, nor can I reveal the secret mission of the root. I can only leave by defecting. I didn't expect you to chase me at that time, and I almost got exposed. These words in fact, some facts were hidden. For example, the cooperation between Akihara Kagura and Orochimaru. For example, Akihara Kagura has been using the experimental results of Orochimaru. These things are all top secrets of the root, the darkness of Konoha, and what Uchiha Sasuke believes he will inherit in the future. Before Uzumaki Naruto became Hokage, the only thing Uchiha Sasuke could leak was the issue of Orochimaru's death from the ninja world. No wonder there was no killing intent in your eyes at that time. Uzumaki Naruto recalled their confrontation in the Valley of the End, and in a trance he understood Uchiha Sasuke's experience in the past 2 or 3 years. You should have told me earlier, so I have been worried about your body being taken away by Orochimaru these years. You idiot, have you forgotten about the second round of our Chunin exam? Uchiha Sasuke helplessly held his forehead and said in a deep voice, this is a confidential mission in the village. How could I tell you? Even I had to get permission from Lady Kagura to confess my identity to you. Is that so? Uzumaki Naruto immediately understood and nodded to himself, and asked again, so when we were chasing Gaara back, you were following behind us to protect us? Yet Uchiha Sasuke nodded, and mocked Uzumaki Naruto. Because you idiot, it seems that you have made no progress in the past 2 years. What did you say? Uzumaki Naruto was immediately furious. There is absolutely nothing in this world that can make people more angry than having their old friends mock them for being weak. Uzumaki Naruto immediately wanted to prove to Uchiha Sasuke that he had become stronger. However, Uzumaki Naruto was furious and rolled up his sleeves, wanting to prove to Uchiha Sasuke that he had become stronger, but his anger was extinguished by Uchiha Sasuke's words. Sorry, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke apologized softly. Uzumaki Naruto was satisfied and crossed his arms across his chest, nodding with a very proud look. Since you have apologized, I will forgive your rudeness, not because of what you said just now. Uchiha Sasuke looked at his best friend in front of him and whispered, in fact, the fourth Hokage was resurrected 2 or 3 years ago. Some of the techniques of my Flying Thunder God technique were taught to me by him. When I was still in Team 7, I knew that he had been resurrected and that he was your father. This was the guilt in Uchiha Sasuke's heart. Because at that time, Uzumaki Naruto was still living a life of laughter and being hated by the people in the village, but he was receiving instruction from the second and fourth Hokage, who even knew about Uzumaki Naruto's life story but did not tell him. Uzumaki Naruto's face immediately turned ugly. The fourth Hokage has always wanted to see you. Uchiha Sasuke ignored Naruto Uzumaki's expression and continued softly, because he sacrificed himself to protect the village and seal the Nine Tails when you were a child, he had to leave you alone. Even if he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, in order to keep the village secrets, he could not meet you, and could only observe you in secret occasionally. Uchiha Sasuke stretched out his hand and pressed it on Naruto Uzumaki's shoulder, patting his shoulder gently. Naruto, Orochimaru's threat to the village has disappeared. The fourth Hokage doesn't know when he will cancel the impure world reincarnation. Don't wait until you lose it before you regret it. If it's for the Nine Tails. Uchiha Sasuke mentioned what Naruto Uzumaki was most concerned about, and continued, even if you are very dissatisfied with this matter, at least you should make it clear in person. Say what you want to say and do what you say. Have you forgotten your ninja way, you idiot? No. Naruto Uzumaki waved his fist angrily. The third training ground. Hatake Kakashi, Akihara Kagura and Namikaze Minato are still here. This is something that was expected, right? Akihara Kagura shrugged and casually criticized Minato. Namikaze. Naruto suffered a lot when he was a child because of his identity as a Jinchuriki. It's normal for him to have resentment and darkness in his heart. It's better to put him at the root. Hey. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Akihara Kagura and hurriedly tried to dispel Akihara Kagura's dangerous idea. Don't always think about taking away my subordinates. Because at that time I thought Naruto could break through the darkness. Minato Namikaze did not have the awareness of a father at all, and was even thinking with a ninja mindset. Naruto is my child, I believe he can endure the experience of the Jinchuriki, and can come out like a butterfly after emerging from a cocoon. But Akihara Kagura's eyes fell on Minato Namikaze. For a child, this is a painful process. The only way to break through the pain is to continue to grow. Maybe I should wait until Naruto breaks through this layer of pain before letting you and father meet. While they were chatting here, Uchiha Sasuke had already brought Uzumaki Naruto back to the third training ground, but Uzumaki Naruto still had an awkward look on his face. I already know everything. I'm sorry. Namikaze Minato apologized to his son seriously. After you were born, I never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. I even made you a Jinchuriki in order to place the Nine Tails. Naruto, this is my fault. I still did my best. Akihara Kagura helped her boss mediate family conflicts again, and helped another boss to flatter her. Naruto, the fourth Hokage mentioned that Uchiha Obito pretended to be a mysterious masked man and wanted to kill you when you were just born. The fourth Hokage risked his life to save you. Hatake Kakashi's expression was a little stiff. Obito's child. Namikaze Minato sighed softly. Over the years, Namikaze Minato has been participating in the hunt for Uchiha Obito with other Hokage. He also knows how miserable Uchiha Obito has been in recent years. So you want to see me today? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the father in front of him whom he had never met, and asked in a deep voice, do you want to apologize for sealing the Nine Tails in my body? No. Namikaze Minato shook his head, and said seriously, the purpose of today is to help you strengthen your training so that you can learn to develop the property changes of Rasengan. Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto immediately forgot what he wanted to blame, and talked about his most distressing problem. The lecherous sage did teach me the Rasengan. And I have also heard him mention the property changes of the Rasengan, but he doesn't seem to have any clue. I still don't understand what the property changes of chakra are. Namikaze Minato and Hatake Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura. Because among the people present, only Akihara Kagura had mastered the nature change of Rasengan skillfully. Even the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the developer, wanted to rely on the Sage Mode to add wind escape to the nature change of Rasengan. That's about it. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and a ball of azure blue Rasengan appeared in his palm. He continued, first condense a Rasengan, and then inject chakra of other attributes into the Rasengan, so that the Rasengan can have other more magical abilities. Before he finished speaking, 4 corners of the Rasengan in Akihara Kagura's hand appeared around the edge of the Rasengan like a shuriken. Injecting chakra of wind escape attribute into the Rasengan will change its form and nature, turning it into a wind escape Rasengan, which has stronger offensive power than ordinary Rasengan. In fact, Akihara Kagura is a good teacher. Because of the characteristics of ninjutsu professor, Akihara Kagura can easily learn ninjutsu. Because of the characteristics of forbidden technique master, Akihara Kagura has a deeper understanding of ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto nodded repeatedly. At least he understood how to make the Rasengan stronger, and he wanted to try it on the spot. Of course, Akihara Kagura could only teach him for a while. At least Uzumaki Naruto already had an introduction. Someone showed him a way. As long as he continued to practice hard in one direction, he could do it. However, Uzumaki Naruto was still very happy to practice. Because his father Namikaze Minato and his good friend Uchiha Sasuke were by his side. Although he and Sasuke had been arguing in the training ground, Uzumaki Naruto felt relieved. Sasuke, whom he had always wanted to get back, had returned. Next to the third training ground, Akihara Kagura stood beside Hatake Kakashi, glanced at the hard-working figures in the training ground, and said slowly, "How about it? Am I, the leader of the route, much stronger than Danzo-sama?" "Yes, yes, yes." Hatake Kakashi said perfunctorily for a few words, and then started to talk about business. "Akatsuki has begun to act, and I am a little worried that there may be a big crisis in the ninja world. Do you remember when we unveiled Obito's mask?" Obito Hatake Kakashi never forgot what his former friend said. He wants to create a new world, and this new world may need to utilize the power of the tailed beasts. They definitely want more than one tailed beast. I have been paying attention to the information in this regard. Akihara Kagura leaned on the log in the training ground, and said slowly, "The intelligence sent by the route's intelligence personnel shows that there are signs that members of the Akatsuki have appeared in the Land of Lightning. I want to go to the Hidden Cloud Village in person. You are not going to kidnap the Raikage, are you?" Hatake Kakashi was shocked. He didn't think there would be any problem with Akihara Kagura's strength, but he was worried that Akihara Kagura would do something extreme. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village have always been reckless. The fourth Raikage would rather commit suicide than do that. "I'm just going to collect information about the Hidden Cloud Village." Akihara Kagura waved her hand, with an indifferent attitude. "We must ask clearly whether the Hidden Cloud Village has any collusion with the Akatsuki organization. Otherwise, why would members of the Akatsuki organization appear in the Land of Lightning? Third update. Good night everyone, the day is completed. Chapter 259 The Fourth Six Paths Puppet, Hell Path Fidun. Root Base. The route found traces of Akatsuki's activities in the Land of Lightning. Akihara Kagura wanted to go to the Land of Lightning to investigate Akatsuki's traces. All she had to do was inform the Hokage building. The fifth Hokage Tsunade had no reason to stop her. Akihara Kagura had always been able to anticipate the enemy's moves. The members of the Akatsuki had just shown up, and the route had found out about the Akatsuki. The problem was that the information was not transmitted fast enough, which caused them to be one step slower. When Akihara Kagura arrived at the Land of Lightning, Akatsuki members Kokuzu and Hidden were about to leave the Land of Lightning. They had already extracted the tailed beast chakra from the body of the second tailed Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, Yukido, and killed a ninja with a bounty on his body. Kokuzu took the body to the gold exchange office to exchange for some money first. Gold exchange office. The gold exchange office in the ninja world has been using money to collect the bodies of some well-known ninjas in the ninja world, and will sell these bodies to the recipients at a higher price. Since the gold exchange office is full of corpses all year round, in order to avoid being discovered by the stench of corpses, the location of the gold exchange office is mostly hidden in toilets or garbage dumps. These locations can be considered secretive enough. In a sense, the Gold Exchange Office is also an alternative assassination organization. Now on the bounty order of the Gold Exchange Office, the bounty of Akihara Kagura has been rising continuously, and has risen to the price of 700 million taels, and has long been at the top of the bounty list. After many years, this top position has never moved. Even so, many people in the ninja world still think that this price is too low for the value of his corpse. Huh? The bounty of this bastard is higher again. Kakuzu came here mainly to kill people for money, and by the way, he took the latest bounty book issued by the Gold Exchange Office. At first glance, he saw Akihara Kagura who was at the top of the list, and he was obsessed with the fact that he had lost to Akihara Kagura in the past. The price of 700 million taels is really exciting. To be honest, Kakuzu really has some thoughts that he shouldn't have. Kakuzu didn't really expect to have a chance to kill Akihara Kagura, but Akihara Kagura's name was too prominent on the list of the Gold Exchange. Because no one in the ninja world thinks they can kill him. After checking the body sent by Kakuzu, the staff of the Gold Exchange counted the money for Kakuzu and explained, if Mr. Kakuzu can bring Akihara Kagura's body, maybe the price can be increased tenfold. Kakuzu frowned. Even after a few years, Kakuzu didn't think he had the ability to get rid of Akihara Kagura. That guy's wood-release ninjutsu is too terrifying. Then kill him. Fei Duan stood by and waved his nose to get rid of the stench. He said with an unhappy face, I heard that guy is called the new generation of ninja god, but the real god is the god I believe in. Idiot. Kakuzu glanced at Fei Duan and couldn't help but cursed, saying coldly, that bastard is more terrifying than any enemy you have ever met. He can kill you with just a palm. Kakuzu will never forget that when they fought a few years ago, his earth resentment you was crushed to death by Akihara Kagura's wooden man technique one by one. If they met Akihara Kagura, the wooden man technique could slap Fei Duan to the ground with a slap, and he couldn't even get up. This is the money for you. The staff of the Gold Exchange counted the bounty and handed it to Kakuzu. Kakuzu reached out to take it, but did not put the money in the box. Instead, he counted it again, as if he was afraid that the amount of money was wrong. I'm talking to you, you guy. Hiden looked at Kakuzu angrily, his face full of dissatisfaction. Why do you always care so much about money every day? It's the most useless thing and will pollute your soul. Only money is trustworthy. Kakuzu responded coldly, and after counting the money by himself, he took Hiden away from here. They pushed open a secret door to leave. This gold exchange is hidden in a stinking garbage dump. I'm so annoyed. Hiden muttered unhappily, waving the stench that kept coming from his nostrils, while carrying his sickle and striding to leave immediately. Idiot Kakuzu was also a little unhappy looking at Hiden. But Kakuzu couldn't kill Hiden, and Hiden couldn't kill Kakuzu either. The two were called the Immortal Duo by the Akatsuki organization because they claimed that they could not be killed. It was for this reason that Kakuzu's teammates were fixed. Because in the past, Kakuzu liked to kill his teammates very much and exchange their bodies for money directly. Now his teammate Hiden is the only man who can avoid death. However, the relationship between the two was not very harmonious. Hiden, this bastard, only had the god he believed in his mind, and he always relied on his immortality, which conflicted with his concept of money. When Kakuzu was working hard to make money, this bastard spent the money he earned while cursing and saying nonsense like money was useless. This idiot Kakuzu was an old man and was too lazy to bother with Hiden, this idiot. The next stop is the Land of Fire. Kakuzu thought about the order that Pine had Zetsu convey while flipping through the bounty book in his hand. Let me see if I can harvest some bounties on the way. You really love money. Hiden snorted coldly and picked his ears. Kakuzu, are you really not going to consider hunting down the blasphemer named Akihara Kagura with me? If people die, you can't make money. Just as Kakuzu was flipping through the book in his hand and hurried on the road with Hiden, a sound of applause suddenly appeared in their ears. Well said. A voice floated down from the sky, gently clapping their hands towards them. An old man in the family is like a treasure. Mr. Kakuzu has a rich life experience. Who are you? Fidouin looked at the young man falling from the sky with a face full of arrogance. When Kakuzu saw the figure of the person coming, a drop of cold sweat immediately appeared on his brow. The first thought was that the reward of 700 million taels or 7 billion taels offered by the gold exchange had come, and the second thought was whether he should abandon Fidouin and run away. Hey, Kakuzu, what's wrong with you? Fidouin frowned and looked at Kakuzu, who had always been lawless for money, in surprise. Do you two know each other? Your old friend. Of course. The person who came actually nodded seriously and looked at Kakuzu very sincerely. Mr. Kakuzu and I are old friends. I have always admired Mr. Kakuzu's theory of money supremacy. My favorite person in the entire Akatsuki organization is Mr. Kakuzu. Many people in the ninja world think that money is useless. That's because these people have never been bound by money. If it were the former pharmacist Nono, she would risk her life to be a spy for a little money, because a little more money could allow an orphan to have a full meal. Akihara Kagura Kakuzu solemnly revealed the identity of the visitor and immediately notified Hiden to evacuate. Don't let him touch your body, find a chance to escape immediately. He is Akihara Kagura. Hiden looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him, with some crazy excitement on his face. Why should I run away? The money you want is here, and the person I want to kill is here too. Before he finished speaking, Hiden rushed towards Akihara Kagura waving his sickle. This idiot is really unreliable. Kakuzu tightly grasped the box full of money in his hand, and wanted to retreat directly. He didn't want to accompany Hiden to die. Even if Kakuzu knew Hiden's ability, he didn't think that Hiden, a mentally ill idiot, could win in a situation with a huge difference in strength. Wood style, woodman technique. Akihara Kagura directly gave birth to a tall wooden man, who slapped Hiden into the ground with a slap, and he couldn't get him out even if he tried to dig him out. Kakuzu flew and retreated directly. For Kakuzu, he had long been accustomed to selling out his teammates, and selling Hiden at this time would not make him feel guilty. It's not good to just abandon your companions like this, right? Akihara Kagura's figure turned into golden light and appeared in front of Kakuzu. She raised her hand and punched Kakuzu's chin, knocking Kakuzu back directly. This guy. Kakuzu's eyes almost popped out. Don't worry. Akihara Kagura raised her palm, and a vine drilled out from the ground, directly tied Kakuzu's body, and absorbed the chakra in his body. I just happened to pass by. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Kakuzu by chance. Akihara Kagura, what do you want to do? Kakuzu could only watch himself being tied to the tree, feeling the chakra in his body being constantly drawn away by Akihara Kagura. You bastard. Feiduin tried to dig his body out of the ground. He jumped up and swung his sickle towards Akihara Kagura. Too noisy. Akihara Kagura raised his palm. A black stick appeared in his hand. The black stick suddenly flew out of his palm and nailed Feiduin's chest, directly nailing Feiduin to the ground again. However, this fatal injury was just a drizzle for Feiduin. Feiduin stretched out his hand to pull out the black stick on his chest, while cursing at Akihara Kagura. It hurts so much, I'm going to break you into pieces. Bang! 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 4 black sticks were thrown out of Akihara Kagura's hands again. This time, the 4 black sticks were directly nailed to Feiduin's limbs, making Feiduin unable to move anymore. He could only lie on the ground and curse without stopping. Let me go quickly. God will protect me, I will not die. You bastard, do you think you can kill me? Kakuzu frowned, thinking about the current situation. Even if this guy Hiden will not die, he can't pose a threat to Akihara Kagura, and he can't even cause some trouble. Perhaps the only thing Hiden can do is to pollute Akihara Kagura's ears, unless Hiden can obtain Akihara Kagura's blood and use his weird ability on Akihara Kagura, but the two of them may not be able to hurt Akihara Kagura. You are thinking about how to let him get my blood, right? Akihara Kagura looked at Kakuzu, as if he had guessed what Kakuzu was thinking. How could it be? Kakuzu looked at Akihara Kagura in disbelief. This guy actually knew his thoughts? This guy knew the secret of that idiot Hiden. But this seems normal. My subordinates have already found out who that noisy guy is. Akihara Kagura glanced at Hiden, who was nailed to the ground in the distance, and said slowly, speaking of which, the main purpose of my coming here is also for him. Akihara Kagura deliberately searched for the purpose of the immortal duo on the way to the land of lightning, just to search for Hiden's whereabouts. On the one hand, Hiden's immortality is quite useful. Akihara Kagura has been collecting suitable candidates for the 6-paths puppet of the Samsara Eye. The most important of the 6-paths puppet is the Hell puppet. As long as the Hell puppet is alive, no matter how the other puppets are damaged in the battle, they can still rely on the resurrection ability of the Hell puppet to restore the bodies of other puppets. It's obvious. Hiden is an extremely suitable candidate. Hiden was born in a small sect that believed in an unknown evil god in the ninja world. They used Hiden to perform a sacrificial ceremony. From then on, Hiden had an immortal body. No matter what means were used, Hiden could not be killed. In addition, Fidouin also gained the ability to curse others. As long as he gets a drop of enemy blood, he can use the curse to remotely kill the enemy, and even the enemy's attack on Fidouin is equivalent to attacking himself. No one can kill him, but he can kill anyone. Perhaps it is because of this that Fidouin's brain has become less flexible. When he encounters an enemy, he will rush over recklessly, and he can't tell the strength of the enemy in us at all. As long as he can get the enemy's blood, he can win instantly. This method is very insidious. Many ninjas who are stronger than Fidouin are inevitably fooled. Let's do business first. Akihiro Kagura's figure instantly appeared beside Fidouin, and first used the soul imprisonment technique to directly prevent Fidouin's soul from leaving the body. As for how to use living people to make 6 puppets, Akihiro Kagura already has a skilled method. The soul imprisonment technique imprisons the soul from leaving the body, and then makes the human body into a puppet. Even if the person dies in the process of making the puppet, the soul will be sealed in the puppet. Hey, hey, hey. What are you going to do to me? Let me go. It hurts, you bastard. Fidouin was still cursing, but his body was unable to resist. He could only watch as black rods were inserted into his body. My body. Fidouin's pupils suddenly dilated, and he felt that his body was losing control little by little. What are you trying to do with my body? I'm helping you gain more powerful abilities. After Akihiro Kagura stuffed Fidouin's body with black rods, she raised her palm and left another curse mark on Fidouin's body. From today on, you are Hell's Path Hidden. Akihiro Kagura raised her finger, controlled Hidden's body to stand up, and tried to make Hidden's body more active. Before you can really use this name, let's experiment first to see if the abilities you had in your previous life are still there. What the hell is going on? Fidouin raised his sickle involuntarily and walked towards Kokuzu step by step. Wait, what are you trying to control me to do? Is there anyone more suitable for the experiment than the immortal Kokuzu? Akihiro Kagura looked at Kokuzu, who was tied to the tree by him, and explained softly, your ability is to kill people. I don't want to kill innocent people. The first update. Now it's Shuren Road, Scorpion, Animal Road, Hanzo, substitute for main Jetsu Azuki, Heaven Road, Shisu, Hell's Path, Hidden. Chapter 260 Sarutobi Hirozen saves Sarutobi Asuma. You idiot, calm down. Kokuzu felt uneasy, hoping that Hidden could regain control of himself. Kokuzu looked at Hidden, who was getting closer and closer, and saw that there were many strange black spots on Hidden's body. His companion was a little stiff when he walked towards him. I can't control myself. Hidden's body was shaking with fear. The next moment, Hidden raised the sickle in his hand and swung it directly at Kokuzu's body. A ball of blood flew out of Kokuzu's body, and blood drops instantly fell on Hidden's face. Blood. Blood. Hidden's appearance suddenly became crazy. He subconsciously took Kokuzu's blood and was about to draw a curse circle under his feet. You idiot. Kokuzu had seen Hidden's ability a long time ago, and wanted to scold Hidden, who was driven crazy by the blood, to wake him up, but it was of no avail. He could only watch Hidden finish drawing the curse circle. This idiot. Kokuzu spat out a ground resentment from his mouth a second before Hidden completed the curse array, hoping to save his life. Ho, you're dead. Hidden completed the curse array, with a morbid smile on his face, and lay contentedly in the middle of the array on the ground. Now there is no need for Hidden to do anything, because there are countless black sticks inserted in his body, and the curse array will feed back Hidden's physical condition to the opponent in real time. In other words, as long as Hidden takes blood and completes the curse array, according to Hidden's physical condition, the opponent will definitely die. The moment the array was completed, countless blood flew out of Kokuzu's body. Kokuzu's head drooped weakly, as if he had lost his vitality, leaving only a dark ground resentment rubbing against him, as if thinking about when to get in. Alright. Akihiro Kagura walked over, stretched out her hands and picked up Hidden's body. It seems that your abilities in life have been well maintained, and you can still use them. Don't let me get up. Hidden stubbornly insisted on lying on the ground, trying desperately to struggle. I can't get up. I want to lie here and pray to God. Leaving here is disrespectful to God. Okay. Akihiro Kagura didn't intend to pay too much attention to this mentally ill puppet, because Hidden was just a means to resurrect other puppets. Mr. Kokuzu, you can rest assured to be resurrected. Akihiro Kagura looked at Kokuzu's body and the earthly ghost, and took the initiative to persuade them to surrender. I won't kill you. I wonder if you are interested in getting an extra salary. The earthly ghost immediately drilled into Kokuzu's body. Kokuzu immediately raised his head again, and a hint of green appeared in his eyes again. Akihara Kagura, what do you want me to do? Of course, I want you to do a part-time job. Akihara Kagura took the initiative to extend her palm and help Kakuzu treat his physical injuries in a friendly manner. The bonus of Akatsuki should not be very good, right? Kachijin Shuuriki, the bonus is 5 million ryo. Kakuzu did not keep their salary secret, but just said in a cold voice, if you want me to help you do something, then offer a suitable price. What about the usual mission reward? Akihara Kagura could not afford this bonus, so she planned to make a detour from the side. 30% to 70%. Kakuzu was still very satisfied with his mission share ratio. The mission reward of Akatsuki was very generous, but other rebel ninjas did not care much about money. Basically, they could not get their mission rewards, and they all relied on Akatsuki to pay them directly. Why is it only 70%? Akihara Kagura frowned. 70% is from the organization. Kakuzu could not help but frown as well. Isn't this kneeling to beg for food? Akihara Kagura subconsciously added. Kakuzu glanced at Akihara Kagura strangely. It seems that this Akihara Kagura does not quite understand the rules of Akatsuki. If other people in Akatsuki want to get this 70% minus 30% split, they have to look at Konan's face. Of course. Others don't care and don't need to take this money. Because Akatsuki will reimburse the consumption of weapons such as ninja tools. Even Scorpion, who once went through hardships with Nagato and Konan, doesn't care about money at all. Konan always approves as much budget as Scorpion asks for. However, Konan will naturally not approve any budget for someone like Kakuzu who loves money by nature, because if Kakuzu is asked for money, Kakuzu's budget alone can empty the money of Akatsuki. Kakuzu looked at Akihara Kagura, who had no loyalty to the Akatsuki organization, and only had loyalty to money in his heart. If you want me to help you do something, if there is a job commission in the future, I can help you if I give you 30% of the reward, if the task reward is given to me 40%, even if the job commission conflicts with the Akatsuki organization, I can help you. Okay. Akihara Kagura nodded and glanced at Hiden next to him. Hiden, collect Mr. Kakuzu's blood, he dares to betray our agreement in the future. If only Hiden goes back, it will inevitably make others suspect Hiden, and Hiden must cover the black stick on his body, so a witness is needed. And the person who will generate income for the Akatsuki organization in the future is Kakuzu. Akihara Kagura wants to recruit the Akatsuki organization to become her subordinates in the future, and she doesn't want to damage her future combat power in vain at this time. By the way, let me tell you. Akihara Kagura simply confessed her identity to Kakuzu at this time. I am also a member of the Akatsuki organization. I hope you won't be too surprised to see me in the future. Kakuzu's eyes suddenly showed a touch of surprise. The reason I recruited you today, Akihara Kagura looked at Kakuzu and said softly, it's because I want to take over Akatsuki and become the leader of Akatsuki in the future. Mr. Kakuzu, do you understand what I mean? It doesn't matter to me who is the leader of Akatsuki. Kakuzu was very open-minded about this kind of thing and spoke directly from his heart. As long as I can make more money in the future, I can also support you to become the leader of Akatsuki. I won't let you down. Akihara Kagura stretched out her palm. That's even better. Kakuzu stretched out his hand and held Akihara Kagura's palm. The deal was reached, and Kakuzu and Hiden's trip to the Land of Fire was much safer, because Akihara Kagura could instruct the root ninja under his command to block their intelligence. Akihara Kagura remembered their itinerary and took the initiative to ask, do the nobles and daimyo of the Land of Fire have bounties in the gold exchange office? Of course. The Akatsuki organization has assassinated countless nobles over the years. For other ninjas, assassinating nobles would cause hostility from a country, but Akatsuki would do anything to collect money, so they naturally didn't care about the so-called hostility. You can clean up these people at will. Akihara Kagura stretched out his palm and left a curse mark on Kakuzu's body. If Konoha ninjas besiege you, I will send root ninjas to help you deal with these troubles. You will not encounter any troubles in the hands of the root as you will in my hands. I know. Kakuzu is smarter than Hiden. This ninja who has lived for more than 90 years knows the weight of this sentence very well. A powerful figure in Konoha's upper echelons is willing to protect their actions in the Land of Fire, which means that the risk of their actions in the Land of Fire is greatly reduced. Especially since this guy is the new generation of the God of Ninjas. Even the leader of Akatsuki has been defeated by him. Kakuzu felt that his future was quite bright. When he heard about Akihara Kagura's plan to go to the Land of Lightning, He told him the intelligence about the land of lightning. If you are going to the land of lightning, you'd better be careful. We just got rid of the two-tailed Jinchuriki. It might not be peaceful there. Thank you. Akihara Kagura nodded and thanked him, and then asked, by the way, do you have any evidence that the Hidden Cloud Village is colluding with the Akatsuki organization? Kokuzu thought that Akihara Kagura was lying with his eyes open. They both extracted the tailed beast from the body of the wooden man who had extracted the two-tailed Jinchuriki. How could they be colluding with the Hidden Cloud Village? Forget it, I'll look for it myself. Akihara Kagura waved her hand, motioning them to leave. The group parted ways here. Kokuzu took Hidden to the land of fire. Under the protection of the Konoha Hokage, they went to collect information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and killed a few nobles to save money. Akihara Kagura continued to go to the Hidden Cloud Village. Knowing that the Akatsuki organization and the Hidden Cloud Village were already in a state of hatred, he searched for information about the collusion between the Akatsuki organization and the Hidden Cloud Village. Akihara Kagura looked at the figures of Kokuzu and Hidden leaving, raised his finger, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 4 Hokages, go tell Tsunade that I have found some information about the Akatsuki organization. 2 members of the Akatsuki organization are going to be active in the Land of Fire. It is difficult for Akihara Kagura to trust Kokuzu based on verbal agreements. It is better to let Kokuzu and Hidden fall into his hands first, and then let Pain or Uchiha Obito take them back from him. It is more appropriate to brush his own tasks. Anyway, Kokuzu already knows that it is no problem for him to fall into the hands of the root ninja. At the same time, other places in the ninja world are not very peaceful. Akatsuki moved quickly. After the one-tail Shukaku and the two-tail were extracted, the three-tail, which had just been resurrected in the Land of Water, was immediately put on the agenda. After Scorpion and Deidara returned to the Akatsuki base to report, they immediately rushed to the Land of Water to capture the three-tail, which had just been resurrected. Obviously, this battle was very easy. The Red Sand Scorpion's Higurashi revealed a gun barrel, and it opened fire and directly blew up the three-tail. It took less than 5 minutes to capture the three-tail. As for the other people in Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame went to capture the four-tailed Jinchuriki. Pain was personally responsible for capturing the five-tailed Jinchuriki and the six-tailed Jinchuriki. Uchiha Obito went to capture the seven-tailed Jinchuriki. In just 10 days, the entire ninja world was in turmoil because of the actions of the Akatsuki organization. In Konoha village, Akihara Kagura had just left Konoha not long ago, and some people in Konoha village were panicking. Because of the bad news that kept coming from the Land of Fire, 2 members of the Akatsuki organization were active in the Land of Fire and killed several nobles in succession. The daimyo urgently issued an imperial edict to eliminate them. Fortunately, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, learned in advance that the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization would be active in the Land of Fire, and immediately sent 20 squads to search for the identities of the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, fearing that the 2 members would continue to cause greater disasters in the Land of Fire. The strongest team, led by the Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, led by the Chunin's Nara Shikamaru, Gangzi Tetsu and Kamatsuki Izumo, finally intercepted the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization at the gold exchange. However, the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization were still carelessly exchanging the bodies of the nobles for money at the gold exchange, and they didn't seem to be afraid of them at all. There is no route. Kokuzu glanced at Asuma and others who surrounded them, and his eyes flashed slightly. It seems that killing them doesn't matter. That guy named Asuma is worth 35 million. Okay. Fiden raised his sickle neatly. They don't take people seriously at all. Nara Shikamaru frowned and raised his hand to gather shadows to control his opponent, so that his teacher Sarutobi Asuma could quickly deal with Kokuzu and others. However, the earth grudge in Kokuzu's body came out directly. During this period of free time, Kokuzu also replenished his heart. The 4 earth grudges acted at the same time and directly defeated Asuma's team. Just as Kokuzu controlled his own earth grudge and released 5 techniques at the same time, he wanted to directly eliminate this daring team here. Fire style, head hardship. Wind style, suppression. Water style, water curtain tent. Lightning style, pseudo-darkness. Earth style, earth and stone dragon. The 5 styles of ninjutsu directly gushed towards Sarutobi Asuma's team. Whether it was Sarutobi Asuma or Nara Shikamaru, there was a touch of despair on their faces. The next moment, a short old man appeared in front of them. There were still some cracks on the old man's face, But he quickly performed the multiple shadow clone technique, directly splitting into 4 clones, and releasing the 5 styles ninjutsu together with the original body. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind style, Cyclone. Water style, Water Shockwave. Lightning style, Thunder. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. 2 different 5 styles ninjutsu collided with each other in an instant. Kakuzu realized the gap between himself and his opponent, and was a little shocked. He looked at the old man's appearance, and his pupils widened involuntarily. Wait, that's the third Hokage. Narashikamaru shouted out the identity of the visitor with joy on his face. Sarutobi Asuma looked at the old man who suddenly appeared to save their team with a stunned face, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground in shock. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, also the father of Sarutobi Asuma. Even Asuma Sarutobi had never thought that his deceased father Hiruzen Sarutobi would appear at the most critical moment to save his life. Asuma, are you okay? The reincarnated third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi looked back at his son, then turned around and said something that was not quite in line with his identity, and loudly ordered the root ninjas who had followed him, catch these 2 people and send them to the root. Second update. I've said it before, the process may not be very good, but the result should not be bad. I feel that the third Hokage would be satisfied with his sacrifice if he knew the truth, so I'll make up for it in the future. Chapter 261 The person who appeared in the Raikage's office. Asuma Sarutobi heaved a sigh of relief. This time, Asuma Sarutobi brought his favorite disciple Narashikamaru to carry out the mission, which was a test for this disciple. Asuma Sarutobi just didn't expect that the members of the Akatsuki organization were so powerful, and even that guy named Kakuzu almost defeated them single-handedly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the village sent reinforcements to support. Asuma Sarutobi's heart was finally no longer hanging. At that moment, he was ready to sacrifice himself. The only pity was that his girlfriend Yuhi Kurenai was pregnant, and he might never see the birth of his child in the future. Unexpectedly, his father who had long died would appear among the reinforcements and even save him. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect it. This time, he actually saved his youngest son Asuma Sarutobi. The little guy Akihara Kagura didn't let other Hokage lead the team, but let himself and the first-generation Hokage lead the rescue. Maybe he anticipated this situation? Let's retreat first. Kakuzu immediately called Hiden and planned to run away. Although Akihara Kagura told them in advance that the route was full of his people, Kakuzu could not believe that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was also Akihara Kagura's man. However, when Hashirama Senju appeared in front of Kakuzu, Kakuzu's heart was completely in despair. This nightmare from 60 years ago appeared again. See you again, Kakuzu. Hashirama Senju is very enthusiastic in front of people from his own era. The last time we met, we didn't have the chance to have a good chat. The last time was when Orochimaru was in the Atagakure village. I really don't want to see a monster from the same era. Kakuzu didn't want to see Hashirama Senju at all, and he didn't want to chat with Hashirama Senju at all. He was very worried that he would fall into Konoha's hands. No matter how high Akihara Kagura's status and position in Konoha was, claiming that the route was his territory, could he be stronger than the resurrected first and third Hokage? Unfortunately, Kakuzu could not resist. Wood release, Tree World Advent. One by one, vines and tree roots emerged from the ground. These vines and tree roots instantly tied up Kakuzu in the 4 earth grudges, and even the nearby Hiden was not spared. Hashirama Senju used only one technique to capture Kakuzu and Hiden, and took the root ninjas with him back to the root, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with Sarutobi Asuma and his group of Konoha ninjas. What's going on? Asuma Sarutobi looked at his father and asked, did someone in the village use the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect you? Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Asuma Sarutobi. He saw his son's attitude of standing in front of Narashikamaru when Kakuzu attacked. He sighed and said, Asuma, can you finally understand the meaning of Konoha's existence? Asuma Sarutobi lowered his head, picked up his dropped cigarette, and put it in his mouth again. He was still not used to his father's teachings. Are you going to nag again? The resurrection of you in the first Hokage should be a secret of the village, right? Go back quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and chuckled. He was actually more relaxed than his son, because he also understood Akihara Kagura's attitude in this incident. Then I'll go back first, and teach the future of the village well. Got it. Asuma Sarutobi muttered impatiently. Perhaps because it was so rare to see his father, Or perhaps because he didn't know when the next time would be, Asuma Sarutobi added for some reason. By the way, Hong and I have a child, and I plan to name the child Mirei Sarutobi. I know about this. Sarutobi Hirozen had been staying at the root, so he was naturally well informed. He said earnestly, "You must work hard to learn to be a good father. Don't become like me and let your children be disappointed in you." No. Asuma Sarutobi shook his head, his eyes fixed on his father, and took a deep puff of cigarette. A child will not be disappointed in his father. Things that he will not understand when he is a child, he will understand when he grows up. Sarutobi Hirozen did not seem to expect that his son would give him an answer. He laughed and shook his head. Then I'll go first. Asuma Sarutobi watched his father's figure go away. Nara Shikamaru touched his chin and thought like his father, if the first Hokage and the third Hokage are resurrected, perhaps the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage have also been resurrected. This is a big deal. Because the appearance of successive Hokage is a big deal for Konoha's political situation. Maybe his teacher Sarutobi Asuma has not thought of this, but Nara Shikamaru has already thought of it. He also thought about how much the resurrection of successive Hokage has enhanced Konoha's power. However, Nara Shikamaru did not ignore another thing. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hirozen took the members of Akatsuki to the root, which means that these resurrected Hokage should stay in the root in the village. No wonder the authority of the root has been continuously strengthened, and even suppressed the Anbu directly under the Hokage. While Nara Shikamaru was still thinking, Sarutobi Asuma put his hand on his disciple's shoulder, chuckled and praised his disciple. "Shikamaru, although you performed well this time, you have to continue to receive special training when you go back." "Yes." Nara Shikamaru nodded with a heavy heart. On the other side, inside the root base, Kakuzu and Hidden had just been taken into the root base. A red-haired female ninja wearing glasses waved her hand and led them into the depths of the root base. Even if you are caught by Konoha's ninjas, you still don't have to worry about your safety. Lady Kagura will rescue you, but you need to stay in the root base temporarily to prevent the people in the village from spreading rumors that are unfavorable to Lady Kagura. How do you know about us and Akihara Kagura? Kakuzu looked at the red-haired female ninja in surprise. You have a curse mark left by Lady Kagura on your body. The red-haired female ninja saw through the curse mark on Kakuzu's body and even revealed Kakuzu's secret. You have 5 chakra gathering points on your body. In addition to your heart, are the other places also your heart? Kakuzu's eyes suddenly widened. This little guy's perception is so sharp. Just looking at him, he saw through his secret. The root will protect you. Karin looked at Kakuzu and Hidden and said, don't leave the root during this period. When Lord Kagura comes back, we will find a way to send you away. That's great. Kakuzu nodded and agreed. But Karin hesitated for a while when she said this, and said, there is a guy in the root who has been trying to get information about Uchiha Itachi. Maybe he will come to ask you about Uchiha Itachi. That guy said. Hiden impatiently combed his hair, raised his head and muttered, we can tell the information about Uchiha Itachi. In Konoha village. The arrest of the 2 Akatsuki members still did not hide from the ears of some insiders. At least Uchiha Sasuke of the root must have known about it. He immediately ended his training and returned to the root, wanting to find out about Uchiha Itachi from these 2 people. Karin, I want to interrogate them. Uchiha Sasuke put forward his own request, and said in a deep voice, the people of Akatsuki must know about Uchiha Itachi. I want to interrogate the information about him from those 2 people. Okay. After Karin nodded, she reminded, however, they are guests of Lady Kagura. Lady Kagura may need them for something after she comes back, so you must not use violence against them. I know. Uchiha Sasuke nodded quickly, looked at Karin in front of him, snorted coldly and said, Humph, I'm not a fool. I violated the rules of the root. How can I compete with you for the position of the future leader of the root? You idiot. Karin rubbed her eyebrows. The entire root knew that Uchiha Sasuke and herself were competing for the position of the future leader of the root. It was not surprising that many Uchiha supported Uchiha Sasuke, because Uchiha Sasuke represented their avengers. However, Karin was not without advantages. Shiandao Shisu stood on her side, which also affected many Uchiha. However, the current root leader Akihara Kagura is still very young. On the other side, the land of lightning, the hidden cloud village. The 4th Reikage was the first to learn about the news that the village's 2-tailed Jinchuriki, Yukiro, had disappeared after fighting with members of the Akatsuki organization. He was immediately furious and summoned the village's ninjas to search for Yukido's whereabouts to prevent the village's tailed beasts from being lost. Just at this time, the 4th Raikage received a message. Konoha village's Hokage assistant Akihara Kagura came to the Land of Lightning and rushed towards the direction of the Hidden Cloud village. It seemed that he was coming with bad intentions. What is Konoha's Hokage assistant doing here? The 4th Raikage didn't quite understand Akihara Kagura's intentions. He would rather Konoha's 5th Hokage Tsunade visit. At least he still had some friendship with Tsunade. Do you want to find a chance to keep him? The 4th Raikage has been collecting secret techniques and bloodline limits from various ninja villages in the ninja world. He is naturally very jealous of the wood-release bloodline limit on Akihara Kagura. In addition, most people in the ninja world know that Akihara Kagura is an experimental product. Theoretically, as long as you get Akihara Kagura's body, you can get the secret of wood-release bloodline limit. That is the power of the god of ninja. Once you have wood release, you can achieve an hegemony. Konoha village has always regarded the 2 major ninja villages of Sands Village and Mist Village as their vassals. The combined power of the alliance suppresses the Cloud Village and the Rock Village. Isn't it because of the wood release power on Akihara Kagura? But this is exactly the problem. Akihara Kagura has always shown 2 amazing combat power. Since he appeared in the ninja world, he has never failed once. There have even been many battles against a major ninja village on his own. But in the end he also won a great victory. Just when the 4th Raikage was trying to use his not-so-good strategy to plot whether he could take advantage of the fact that Akihara Kagura was alone and find a way to capture Akihara Kagura or get his body, someone made a decision for him. Raikage's office. The 4th Raikage walked in with a group of people. The Raikage called his right-hand man who was good at strategy, opened the door of his office, and discussed about Akihara Kagura. The Hokage assistant of Konoha came to the Land of Lightning alone, and the wood-release bloodline Gen K of that wood-release kid. Crack, crack, there was a sound of eating apples in the Raikage's office. A strange figure appeared in the office, sitting on the sofa that the 4th Raikage liked to sit on the most, biting an apple in his mouth. When he saw a group of Kumagakure high-level people coming in, he was not afraid, and even asked for other fruits. The apples in your Land of Lightning are not crisp enough, can you give me some pears? The 3rd update. It's late again today. I'm recommending a new book by Group 9 boss Baoziju. Uchiha, starting from imprisoning to Burma. In the 44th year of Konoha, a king of Lanning appeared in Konoha. Anyone who has strong emotions towards Uchiha Kingshi will be bound by him. As long as they are stimulated by him, they will lose their abilities and gradually become Kingshu's nutrients. The first person Uchiha Kingshu wants to capture is the Senju Tobirama in his body. Chapter 262, The Fall of the Hidden Cloud Village. When did this guy come in? The Kumagakure high-ranking officials widened their eyes. A stranger sneaked into the Raikage's office in the heavily guarded Kumagakure. It would have been fine if he had stolen the apples in the office, but he was also picky about the fruits in the office. He was even discovered by them, and he dared to act so nonchalantly? Who is this guy? Daru, the guard of the 4th Raikage, had some sweat on his forehead. Please introduce yourself. The man put down the apple core in his hand and leaned back on the sofa with his head raised. I am the wood-release bloodline ninja you were looking for, Akihara Kagura. I just heard you discussing my business. Akihara Kagura looked at the group of Kumagakure high-ranking officials, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. You people from the Kumagakure village are still so despicable. When you see something in other villages, you think of taking it away by insidious means. What did you say? The 4th Raikage clenched his fist. Isn't that so? Akihara Kagura looked at the 4th Raikage and told the truth. You wanted to seize the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan of Konoha? You wanted to seize the Byakugan of Konoha? And now you want to seize the wood-release bloodline. You want to take away everything that Konoha has. These things that happened are all facts. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village once wanted to seize Uzumaki Kushina from the Uzumaki clan in order to see through the secret of the Jinchuriki, but were stopped by Minato Namikaze. Later, the Hidden Cloud Village wanted to abduct Hinata Hyuga from the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Its evil intentions are self-evident. In the end, it was stopped by the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, but was bitten back by the Hidden Cloud Village. In addition to this, there have also been incidents in the ninja world such as the Zuinitan people being robbed of secret techniques by the Hidden Cloud Village. The Hidden Cloud Village is quite greedy. Many people in the ninja world are confused by the appearance of the Hidden Cloud Village, thinking that the Hidden Cloud Village is a group of people who are rough and honest, but in fact, they are not lacking in robber thinking. I'm a little curious. Akihiro Kagura held his head and asked in a very humiliating way, are those who founded the Hidden Cloud Village all a bunch of robbers and scum? What did you say, you bastard? A burst of strong chakra suddenly appeared on the body of the fourth Reikage, and he instantly entered the lightning chakra mode. Lightning flashed all over his body, and his body rushed towards Akihiro Kagura like a blue lightning. Lightning abuse level. The Reikage's arm suddenly raised, and a powerful hand knife chopped towards Akihiro Kagura's body, just to smash this bastard who spoke without thinking. You are so angry. Did I say something wrong? Akihiro Kagura raised his arm, and the chakra in his body suddenly burst out. His arm blocked the hand knife of the fourth Reikage, and said softly, I heard with my own ears that you wanted to seize my wood-release bloodline. It seems that the descendants of the robber scum must not be good things. After failing to rob others' things, they will pretend to be wronged and take their own robber style for granted. Ah! The lightning chakra of the fourth Reikage burst out again, and high-intensity electric currents accompanied by chakra airflows flew around his body. In the ninja world, has anyone dared to talk to him like this? Even former enemies dared not to anger a Kage like this. Although what this bastard Akihiro Kagura said was actually the truth, how dare he insult a Kage with such words? How dare he humiliate the Hidden Cloud Village like this? This bastard. The other high-ranking officials of the Hidden Cloud Village also became a little irritable. I'm anxious. Akihiro Kagura's words made the fourth Reikage furious again, making the Reikage seem to have lost his mind, and he raised his other arm and smashed over. Bang! Akihiro Kagura kicked the fourth Reikage in the chest, kicking the Reikage into the crowd, and instantly smashed a group of Kumagakure Jonin. Reikage-sama. A group of Kumagakure Jonin hurriedly got up and tried to help the fourth Reikage up. Kill him. The fourth Reikage turned over and got up, and rushed towards Akihiro Kagura again. The speed of this Reikage was extremely terrifying under the blessing of the lightning chakra mode, and his speed was even faster than that of Minato Namake's. Many perceptive ninjas in the ninja world could not keep up with his speed. However, a golden light was even faster. Akihiro Kagura and the fourth Reikage collided instantly. Boom! A shock wave of shock erupted from the area where they collided, sweeping across the entire Reikage's office. The wide French window in the Reikage's office suddenly burst and shattered, and countless glass fragments fell from the air. Crack, crack, crack. The ground was constantly cracking. How is this possible? Daru watched Akihiro Kagura and the fourth Reikage evenly matched, and looked at this scene in disbelief. That guy can actually fight against the Reikage-sama physically. Not only that. Even more terrifying than the fourth Reikage. Akihiro Kagura's speed is faster than the fourth Reikage's. Just as the fourth Reikage raised his fist and rushed forward, Akihiro Kagura's figure instantly disappeared in front of his eyes. This scene made the fourth Reikage feel particularly familiar. Flying Thunder God, the fourth Reikage remembered the opponent he had met when he was young, the fourth Hokage Minato Namake's, but he quickly reacted again, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. No, faster than that guy. The next moment, Akihiro Kagura appeared beside him, raised his arm and stretched it across the neck of the fourth Reikage, and suddenly threw the fourth Reikage to the ground. Boom! A big hole appeared in the entire Reikage office. The fourth Reikage was thrown directly down by Akihiro Kagura. The other Jonins of the Hidden Cloud Village could no longer sit idly by. They felt that their Lord Reikage might not be the enemy's opponent in this battle, and quickly stepped forward to support. Wood release, tree world advent. Vines and tree roots drilled out from the ground. Daru pulled out his ninja sword, and the ninja sword directly cut off a vine with the sound of electricity, but more vines swarmed towards him, and the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village were slowly tied up by the vines. A towering tree appeared on the top of the Reikage building of the entire Hidden Cloud Village. Vines spread down from the giant tree, rushing to every corner of the Hidden Cloud Village. They also grew on the trees in the Hidden Cloud Village, tying up the passing Hidden Cloud ninjas and tying them directly to the trees, absorbing their chakra quickly. In the blink of an eye, the entire Hidden Cloud Village built on a high mountain turned into a forest. Cloud Thunder Gorge. This canyon near the Hidden Cloud Village is home to the 8-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, Killer Bee. Because the 2-Tails Jinchuriki disappeared after encountering members of the Akatsuki organization, the fourth Reikage required the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee to stay in the Cloud Thunder Gorge to practice, so as not to be besieged and captured by the Akatsuki organization. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee's personality is quite free and easy, and he has always been very friendly with the 8 tails sealed in his body. This Jinchuriki and his tailed beast can truly achieve a relationship of mutual understanding and trust. No. Strictly speaking, Killer Bee's personality should be called eccentric. This 8 tails Jinchuriki is quite lively and has always liked rap songs. He even speaks in a rhyming rap tone and even holds some rap concerts. However, the people who go to the concerts are basically his close disciples. Fill in the lyrics first. After practicing for a while, Killer Bee seemed to have some musical inspiration. He took out the small notebook he had on his body and carefully filled in his lyrics. B. The 8 tails in Killer Bee's body immediately called out to his host and reminded him in a deep voice, "Something is wrong." I suddenly sensed a terrifying chakra. Horrible. Killer Bee raised his arm and made an exaggerated gesture. Let me think about how to show a terrifying action when I hold a concert in the future. Idiot. The 8 tails scolded him hurriedly and said in a deep voice, "This chakra aura is more terrifying than the first generation Hokage Senju Hoshirama that I have encountered before." Teacher B. A hurried voice came over. A blonde female ninja leaped towards Killer Bee and reported loudly, "Something big happened in the village, let's go and have a look." This was Samu, Killer Bee's disciple. Because Samu had always been responsible for the communication between Killer Bee and the Hidden Cloud Village, she and her teammates returned to the Hidden Cloud Village and saw that the entire village had turned into a primeval forest. The remaining 2 teammates volunteered to investigate what was going on, but they were caught by vines extending from the forest and tied to a tree. Only Samu escaped. Of course. The first person Samu thought of was her teacher. What happened? Killer Bee looked at his disciple with some curiosity, thinking about the biggest trouble for him. Brother is angry again? I won't go. I won't go even if I die. You go and have a look. Samu's eyes were a little desperate. When Killer Bee and Samu arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village, they saw that the Hidden Cloud Village, which once stood on a high mountain, was now covered by forest trees. He began to sweat from fear because the 8 tails in his body was also telling him the situation. This is would release. The 8 tails was in the sealed space in Killer Bee's body, and it was even more panicked than Killer Bee. The wood release of Hoshirama Senju, the terrifying enemy I sensed is inside this primeval forest, reminded the 8 tails of its past memories, and a fear that had been buried deep in its heart emerged again. It had been captured by Hoshirama Senju using wood release without any ability to fight back, and it had no ability to resist at all. Even though all these years, the successive Raikages had suppressed the 8 tails, in the heart of the 8 tails, there was still a huge gap between it and Hoshirama Senju. The long-standing fear gradually revived Goen. Killer Bee's palm floated, and sharp blades were pulled out of the scabbard, and suddenly octopus tentacles emerged from behind his body. This was the power that the 8 tails lent him. Sharp blades were entangled by the octopus tentacles. Killer Bee rushed directly into the forest. Even though he knew that there were dangers and terrifying enemies hidden in the forest, he could not hesitate here. Vines rushed towards Killer Bee. Killer Bee controlled the ninja sword to cut off the vines one by one. His swordsmanship was sharp and superb in front of anyone. Just use the tailed beast Jade. The 8 tails provided a way to clear the forest. Not very possible. Killer Bee's eyes moved left and right. He saw the cloud ninjas tied up in the forest and rejected the 8 tails' proposal. Because there are still companions from the cloud village here. However, Killer Bee's swordsmanship could not resist for too long. Boom! The cloud forest trembled. A huge bull-headed octopus appeared in the forest. Killer Bee could only enter the tailed beast state. This huge bull-headed octopus rushed around. A wooden dragon rushed out of the forest and directly entangled the bull-headed octopus, instantly absorbing the chakra from the bull-headed octopus. Inside the Raikage building. This Raikage building has been penetrated by a towering tree. Akihara Kagura stood under the tree, feeling the chakra absorbed in his body. He looked at the 4th Raikage who was tied to the tree in front of him, and still asked questions as usual. Tell me, when did the Hidden Cloud Village collude with the Akatsuki organization? Where are the secret techniques that the Hidden Cloud Village has robbed over the years? We don't bother to collude with those rats. The 4th Raikage had no strength in his body, but he was still furious. You bastard, dare to invade the Hidden Cloud Village, I will never let you go. Lord Raikage Daru's head drooped slightly. Because the Raikage building is high above the Hidden Cloud Village, it can be seen from here that the entire Hidden Cloud Village has been surrounded by wood release. The high-level combat forces of the Hidden Cloud Village, are unable to resist. let alone other ninjas in the village? To be more rational, the entire Hidden Cloud village has fallen. It was captured by the enemy without any resistance at all. This is the darkest moment for the Hidden Cloud village, even more terrifying than when the third Reikage was killed in the war, or when the untamed Eight Tails ran rampant in the village. Lord Akihara Kagura, the fourth Reikage's secretary Mabu, looked at Akihara Kagura and asked, "Lord Kagura, do you want to destroy the Hidden Cloud village?" The Reikage's secretary Mabu is the most rational and calm person in the Hidden Cloud village, and she is also the mediator when the relationship between the Reikage and his subordinates is tense. She wants to ask the enemy about the situation at this time, and at least find a reason for the Hidden Cloud village to continue to exist. "Mabu, the Hidden Cloud ninja will not surrender." The fourth Reikage snorted and scolded his secretary. "Lord Reikage, calm down." Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and a vine completely blocked the mouth of the fourth Reikage, so that the Reikage would not interfere with his harvest. He looked at Mabu Ai, "Hand over the evidence of your collusion with Akatsuki first." "Sorry." Mabu Ai shook his head and explained softly, "Sir Kagura, the Hidden Cloud village has never had any contact with Akatsuki." "This is possible." Akihara Kagura tapped his arm with his fingers. Mabu Ai sighed helplessly. "This is really not possible." First update. Let's go eat first. Chapter 263. Jiraiya, your disciples are so troublesome. Mabu is very smart. The news that Akatsuki attacked the Sands village has long spread throughout the ninja world. Konoha village is the superior ally of the Sands village. Akihara Kagura must have come to the Cloud village to seek information about Akatsuki in order to seek justice for the Sands village. After learning about the active members of Akatsuki in the Land of Lightning, Mabu looked at Akihara Kagura with some sincerity and humility in his eyes. Mr. Kagura has the power to single-handedly break through a ninja village. If you want to do something, you don't need evidence, right? Just suspicion should be enough. Akihara Kagura glanced at Mabu in surprise. The secretary of the fourth Reikage was really smart. She even had logic that was enough to convince Akihara Kagura. She whispered, "Since Lord Kagura wants to get some evidence from the Hidden Cloud village, it proves that Lord Kagura doesn't actually believe that our Hidden Cloud village is colluding with the Akatsuki organization, and has never doubted that the Hidden Cloud village would collude with the Akatsuki organization. You are very smart." Akihara Kagura praised Mabu Ai softly, but suddenly said, "But I sneaked into the Hidden Cloud village to gather intelligence. Wouldn't it be bad to come back empty-handed?" All the senior members of the Hidden Cloud village rolled their eyes. "Do you, the ninjas of Konoha village, have any misunderstandings about the task of gathering intelligence? Directly capturing the enemy's village, you call this infiltrating to gather intelligence? In fact, like Lord Kagura, we also want to get intelligence about Akatsuki." Mabu's expression gradually became serious, and he explained earnestly, "Because two members of Akatsuki appeared in the Land of Lightning and attacked the two-tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud village, we are also investigating the situation about Akatsuki." Mabu, a Hidden Cloud Jonin hurriedly stopped Mabu and said loudly, "This is top-secret information in the village. We can't, there is no need to conceal this information now, right?" Daru, the right-hand man of the fourth Reikage, felt that this Jonin was a little confused about the situation, and took the initiative to defend Mabu. The existence of the two-tails Jinchuriki is to ensure the safety of the village, but now the village has been captured, and the two-tails Jinchuriki has not appeared. There is no need to continue to conceal this information. All information is to protect the interests of the village. Daru glanced at the Hidden Cloud village that had turned into a forest, shook his head and said, "What's the use of keeping information when the village is in danger?" After Daru finished speaking, he looked at Akihara Kagura again. "Sir of Konoha, in a sense, Konoha and the Hidden Cloud village are facing the same enemy. The Hidden Cloud village and Konoha have joined forces to search for intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. That doesn't seem to work." Akihara Kagura raised a finger and shook it gently. "My first purpose in coming to the Hidden Cloud village is to find out the intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. The second purpose is to retaliate against the Hidden Cloud village for once attempting to seize Konoha's bloodline limit." "Oh, right. In addition to past evidence, I also caught someone in the act." Akihara Kagura stretched out his hand and fell on the apple core. An apple tree slowly grew on his chakra infusion, and the tree even bore a tree full of apples. Akihara Kagura plucked a harmless apple, took a bite, and continued, "While I was eating an apple here just now, you seemed to be still discussing how to seize my would-release bloodline. Should I give you some time to continue the discussion? A drop of cold sweat flowed down Daru's forehead, and he explained in a deep voice, but this is because Lord Kagura entered the land of lightning. We are afraid of your power and have to regard you as an enemy who may invade the hidden cloud village. You have a point. Akihara Kagura raised her palms, untied the palms of Daru and Mabu, and plucked 2 more apples from the tree and threw them to the 2 rational hidden cloud ninjas. Daru looked at the apple in his hand, but he was in no mood to eat it. Even Mabu next to him looked at the apple she got with cold sweat on her face, not to mention eating the apple, even though she could smell the sweetness of the apple. Then tell me, Akihara Kagura bit an apple and asked sincerely, I have invaded the hidden cloud village. How should I deal with this matter so that you won't blame me? Daru and Mabu's foreheads were sweating, and they tried hard to think about how to answer. According to their ideas, it would be best for you to apologize and commit suicide. However, Akihara Kagura did not seem to be such a pedantic person, otherwise, this guy would not have directly conquered the hidden cloud village in a hostile way. What do you think, Lord Kagura? Daru frowned slightly. How about this, just think of me as a guest. Akihara Kagura patted the apple tree she had grown. This apple tree is my gift to you. Thank you. Mabu immediately realized the vitality of the hidden cloud village. But Akihara Kagura looked at them and continued, you should collect all the secret techniques of the hidden cloud village as an apology for what the hidden cloud village has done in Konoha. Daru and Mabu dare not make the decision. However, they seemed to have no way to refuse Akihara Kagura. Negotiations can only be conducted under equal conditions for both parties, and they are not qualified to negotiate now. Oh, by the way, I also want others to bring souvenirs when I come here. I must also bring some local specialties to Lady Tsunade when I go back. When Akihara Kagura said this, he looked at the 4th Raikage next to him. Just take away the Raikage of your hidden cloud village, so that Lady Tsunade will not think that I have done nothing. After all, I have superiors above me. Daru and Mabu dare not make the decision. Fuck, the 4th Raikage's mouth was blocked by vines, and he looked at Akihara Kagura with anger on his face. Once he untied the restraints, I am afraid that he would fight to the death with Akihara Kagura. Of course, you don't have to agree. Akihara Kagura reached out and dropped the apple in his hand, and continued slowly, I will just take the bodies of all the hidden cloud ninjas back as gifts, and by the way, let the Yamanaka clan slowly search your bodies for the memories I need. You bastard, the 4th Raikage desperately squeezed out a sentence from his throat. I've always heard that the Raikage is hereditary from father to son. Akihara Kagura's words made the 4th Raikage's face suddenly ugly. Will the 4th Raikage take the hidden cloud village to be buried with you for your honor, or will you go back with me and become a specialty I brought back from the land of lightning? The 4th Raikage gritted his teeth. If possible, the 4th Raikage would certainly not hesitate to die. Even the 4th Raikage believed that his subordinates would be willing to die with him. However, from now on, the name of the hidden cloud village will disappear from the ninja world. Mabu. The 4th Raikage glanced at Mabu, and angrily said through his teeth, go and get the things from the forbidden technique room for this bastard. While I'm away from the hidden cloud village, you assist Daru and keep that idiot where he should be. Lord Raikage. A group of hidden cloud senior ninjas looked at the 4th Raikage with moved faces. A boss is willing to endure humiliation for the sake of his subordinates' survival, especially when they all know that this boss has always been tough and has always been a person who would rather die than surrender. Akihara Kagura collected the scrolls of ninjutsu and secret techniques of the hidden cloud village, which can be used to supplement the database of the route, and can also take out several lightning ninjutsu and throw them to Uchiha Sasuke, so that the subordinate will understand that as long as he works hard and obeys orders, he will get carrots. Among them, the most suitable one for Uchiha Sasuke must be the lightning chakra mode, mastered by the 4th Raikage. Uchiha Sasuke has long been eager to have a big fight with his brother Uchiha Itachi. This kind of revenge cannot be stopped forever, because all the ninjas in the route want to take revenge on Uchiha Itachi, the genocide. Coincidentally, Akihara Kagura also wants to secretly control the Akatsuki organization in the future, and take the opportunity to clean up the people in the Akatsuki organization who will never obey his orders, such as Uchiha Itachi. For example, Hashigaki Kisame. In order to capture the tailed beasts, the members of each team of the Akatsuki organization chose to go out, which also gave Akihara Kagura an opportunity to defeat them one by one without being noticed. Iwagakure village. Outside a desolate wilderness, Hoshigaki Kisame holds the Samehoda sword and fights the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Laozi. Because the four-tailed Jinchuriki Laozi and the third Tsuchika Jinoki have repeatedly clashed, Laozi simply left the Iwagakure village and traveled in the ninja world as a wandering monk. As a matter of course, this kind of Jinchuriki acting alone has always been the favorite target of the Akatsuki organization. They will not be afraid of Laozi even if he is strong. Hoshigaki Kisame is known as the tailless tailed beast. He wields the Samehuda sword and repeatedly cuts Laozi's body, absorbing the chakra in Laozi's body. It was raining in this battlefield, which had a blessing on Hoshigaki Kisame's combat power, but there was still a burning flame on the ground, which was caused by the four-tailed Jinchuriki Laozi. Lovato Laozi closed his palms and was about to release his own Lovato. Water style, water Samiden Jutsu. Hoshigaki Kisame immediately closed his hands and made a seal. Without even waiting for Laozi to perform Lovato, he released a water shark in advance to extinguish the Lovato on Laozi's body. Hoshigaki Kisame waved the Samehuda in his hand and stabbed Laozi's body with a knife, completely making the four-tailed Jinchuriki lose his combat effectiveness. It's really not easy. Hoshigaki Kisame lifted up Laozi's body with the Samehuda sword in his hand, and directly lifted up the Samehuda sword, allowing Laozi's body to fall on Samehuda from the air. In this way, Laozi can be taken away from the battlefield, and Samehuda can continue to absorb Laozi's chakra to prevent Laozi from continuing to resist. After Hoshigaki Kisame did all this, he walked to Uchiha Itachi, who was in the rain. He didn't seem to mind at all that Uchiha Itachi did nothing, but just smiled and showed a mouthful of shark teeth. Mr. Itachi, getting wet in the rain will make your condition worse. Let's go. Uchiha Itachi ignored Hoshigaki Kisame's kindness, but just stood up on his own and left here with Hoshigaki Kisame. What happened? Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, chuckled and continued to ask, Mr. Itachi, are you worried about your brother? I heard that the kid named Uchiha Sasuke killed Orochimaru, and his strength may not be much worse than Mr. Itachi. Maybe he is better than me. Uchiha Itachi recalled the techniques that Uchiha Sasuke used. If before the decisive battle, Uchiha Itachi was still thinking about how to lose to Uchiha Sasuke without leaving any trace, so as not to be discovered by Uchiha Sasuke. However, after seeing Uchiha Sasuke's fighting power, Uchiha Itachi must first ensure that he will not be suddenly killed by Uchiha Sasuke during the battle, so that Uchiha Sasuke will not be aware of the information he wants to tell him. The most important thing is not to let Uchiha Sasuke know the truth. Once Uchiha Sasuke knows the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan, he will definitely have a conflict with Konoha, but his brother will definitely not be a match for Akihara Kagura. Speaking of which, Uchiha Itachi avoided the question about Uchiha Sasuke and asked about another thing he was concerned about. If Akatsuki wants to get the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it will definitely not be able to bypass Akihara Kagura. I have some doubts about how Akatsuki can catch the Nine Tails. That's not a problem we should worry about. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled and didn't care about these things. He just focused on carrying out the tasks assigned to him by Uchiha Obito and Pain. Uchiha Itachi didn't think Pain could do this, because Pain once mentioned that he also lost to Akihara Kagura. If his estimate is correct, when Pain lost to Akihara Kagura should not be more than 13 years old. Akihara Kagura's strength must have become stronger and stronger over the years. He has seen Akihara Kagura's terrifying talent with his own eyes. Maybe Akihara Kagura can still suppress Pain. In Konoha village, Jiraiya is also thinking about this problem. The entire ninja world was in a state of panic because of the actions of the Akatsuki organization. However, Jiraiya knew a lot about the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization, and he had no sense of crisis about the troubles brought by the Akatsuki organization. He had personally witnessed that Akihara Kagura defeated the Akatsuki organization by himself, and he also knew that his two disciples were the real leaders of the Akatsuki organization. I want to meet Nagato. Jiraiya dragged Tsunade all the things about the Akatsuki organization, Nagato and Konan, and seriously put forward his own ideas. I will go to the Rain Country again, find the base of the Akatsuki organization, and stop Nagato and Konan from continuing. Is the leader of the Akatsuki organization also your disciple? Tsunade raised her head and looked at Jiraiya, sighed, took out a piece of information and threw it to Jiraiya. Before you stop them, do you want to stop your other disciple first? What's wrong? Jiraiya took the information curiously. Tsunade rubbed her eyebrows with her fingers, and said in a deep voice, Akihara Kagura captured the Hidden Cloud village alone, captured the 4th Raikage, and is on the way back to Konoha with the 4th Raikage second update. Everyone go to bed early. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Our way. From today on, the initiative of the world is in our hands. As we all know, Jiraiya is also an excellent teacher. In terms of the level of teaching disciples, Jiraiya is definitely top-notch. At least the disciples he taught are more likely to get into trouble than other people's disciples. Now Jiraiya feels that he has a headache, a very big headache. Nagato and Konan's Akatsuki organization is wantonly capturing tailed beasts in the ninja world, as if there is a super conspiracy in our Akatsuki organization. Akihara Kagura is also adding fuel to the fire in the ninja world, as if our Konoha can launch a new round of ninja world war at any time. Don't worry. You can ask Kakashi and the old man about this. Jiraiya can only help Tsunade solve the problem at hand first, and thinks that it is not a big problem for Akihara Kagura to bring back the fourth Raikage. Kakashi and the old man know that Kagura captured the Mizukage and that Tsuchikage, and you can learn from their experience. Tsunade could only sigh helplessly. Sure enough, just as Jiraiya expected, neither Hatake Kakashi nor the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was particularly surprised that Akihara Kagura had captured the fourth Raikage. They even took the initiative to propose detailed solutions, from how to appease the fourth Raikage to how to make the fourth Raikage sign a humiliating treaty. Just be careful and don't let Danzo know. When the reincarnated third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, his heart suddenly jumped, realizing that his old friend Shimura Danzo had died 2 or 3 years ago, and that his body was Danzo's body. I know. Tsunade still believed that Danzo was still alive. Many people in Konoha believed that Shimura Danzo was still alive, but was under house arrest in the root and completely retired. Even the 2 retired advisory elders wanted him to reminisce, but they didn't want to come out to meet him. Perhaps they were regretting the fact that they had killed the third Hokage. According to the suggestions provided by Hatake Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade led the Anbu to meet outside Konoha village in advance. Unfortunately, she could not block the news of the root like Sarutobi Hiruzen, because the person who captured the fourth Raikage was the current leader of the root. This meeting was a bit novel for Tsunade. Because the last time she met with the fourth Raikage took away the secret technique of Zuinyuan's Hong, and a group of Kumagakure ninjas were hunted down by Zuinyuan's Hong. Even one of the Kumagakure ninjas was hit by the secret technique and was about to die. Thanks to Shizune beside Tsunade, she saved him. Unexpectedly, when they met again, she was the fifth Hokage of Konoha, and the fourth Raikage was already a prisoner. Long time no see, Mr. Raikage. When Tsunade saw the fourth Raikage, she greeted him very friendly. Tsunade the fourth Raikage still had some anger on his face. Even if the fourth Raikage chose to surrender for the sake of Kumagakure village, he would not be willing to bow to Konoha directly, even if he died. However, Akihara Kagura was not interested in listening to their reminiscences. He said hello and returned to the root base. He still had a lot of things to do during the days he was away. In the office, Akihara Kagura closed the door. White Zetsuagi's body drilled out directly from the ground and mentioned the first thing at the moment. You called back the 4 Hokage last time, so that Obito could escape safely and the plan of the Akatsuki organization could be implemented. Obito was very satisfied with this. System prompt: recall the 4 Hokage to return to Konoha to stop them from continuing to hunt down Uchiha Obito, the 76th time. The mission has been completed and Uchiha Obito's combat experience will be rewarded. Akihara Kagura frowned. The mines in Uchiha Obito have been dug out. In the past 2 or 3 years, Akihara Kagura has completely emptied Uchiha Obito's abilities by using the 4 Hokage's pursuit of Uchiha Obito. This also means one thing. Uchiha Obito, the boss who has always looked down on him, is no longer of much use. Obito also asked you to send Hiden and Kokuzu back. White Zetsui glanced at Akihara Kagura's face and felt that he was a little unhappy. He immediately interrupted himself and asked softly, "Young man, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine." Akihara Kagura shook his head slowly. Although White Zetsui conveyed Uchiha Obito's order, the part-time job system on his body had not issued any tasks, which meant that the system also hoped that Akihara Kagura would change jobs. However, Uchiha Obito obviously never thought of this. Then let me talk about the second thing. White Zetsu continued to mention the order that Uchiha Obito conveyed to Akihara Kagura. Obito also wants Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi to start the duel as soon as possible. Okay. Akihara Kagura nodded again, waved his hand and said, I will deal with this matter as soon as possible. By the way, Oi, go tell them that I can revive Uchiha Madara in his prime. Is it okay? Yes. Akihara Kagura supported her forward and whispered, but I still need a powerful sacrifice. I hope they can help me provide a White Zetsu with strong vitality. Okay. White Zetsu quickly drilled into the ground. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. The first person to come to see Akihara Kagura was not Karin, but Uchiha Sasuke, who had been waiting for news from Akihara Kagura. He wanted to get Akihara Kagura's permission to take revenge. Uchiha Sasuke made his request in a deep voice, I want to kill Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito and complete the revenge of the Uchiha clan. Okay. Akihara Kagura agreed, took out a ninjutsu scroll and threw it directly to Uchiha Sasuke. During the time I was away, I heard that you performed well. This is what I gained from going to the Hidden Cloud Village. You and Kakashi practiced this technique together. This is. Uchiha Sasuke opened the scroll. This is the secret technique of the Hidden Cloud Village, the Lightning Chakra mode. In the entire Konoha, only Uchiha Sasuke and Hatake Kakashi are suitable for practicing the secret technique, because they are the two most proficient in the Lightning Chakra mode. There is no doubt that the Lightning Chakra mode will definitely greatly enhance their combat power. Akihara Kagura held onto his table and put forward his own conditions, learn this technique first, and then complete your revenge. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke nodded gently. Since joining the route, Uchiha Sasuke has always felt that his road to revenge has been smooth sailing, and even his life has been completely on the right track. Many people think that their lives are on the right track. Even Uchiha Obito, who is no longer hunted by the four Hokage, thinks that he is on the right track, and the Moon Eye plan has begun to proceed in an orderly manner. 1 tail, 2 tail, 3 tail, 4 tail, 5 tail, 6 tail, 7 tail. 7-tailed beasts were captured by the Akatsuki organization one after another, leaving only the last 8-tail and 9-tail. The 8-tail has a little problem. Although the Hidden Cloud Village was captured by Akihara Kagura, and even the 4th Raikage was captured, it is still a bit stressful to attack the Hidden Cloud Village with the combat power of the Akatsuki organization. For this reason, the Akatsuki organization must concentrate its combat power. Akatsuki organization base. Uchiha Obito still has some regrets, regretting that he did not make full use of Akihara Kagura. HMPH, if we had known that Akihara Kagura had captured the Hidden Cloud Village, we should have let him take the opportunity to bring out the 8-tails Jinchuriki and hand it over to us. It doesn't matter, now there are only 2-tailed beasts left. Black Zetsu was also sighing at the success of the plan, with a smile on half of his face. As long as we gather the last 2-tailed beasts, we can revive Madara and open the Eye of the Moon. In order to ensure that Kagura will not make any mistakes when capturing the 9-tails, the 8-tails will be captured by the Akatsuki organization. HMPH, I hope the plan goes well. Uchiha Obito frowned, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Konoha still has 4 reincarnated Hokage. Even if that kid Akihara Kagura stands on our side and can help us capture the 9-tails Jinchuriki, the plan may still encounter some unexpected changes. Black Zetsu sneered sinisterly and reminded Uchiha Obito, I have already made all the preparations. The last time Wei came to report the information from Kagura, Kagura was able to revive Madara in his prime. As long as Madara is resurrected, no one can be his opponent. Even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, can't be his opponent. Everything is under control. Now as long as the members of the Akatsuki organization gather together, attack the Hidden Cloud Village, capture the 8-tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and let Akihara Kagura secretly resurrect Uchiha Madara. Then make a big fuss in Konoha. Uchiha Madara and Akihara Kagura will fight the 4 reincarnated Hokage together. Nagato and Uchiha Obito will capture the 9-tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, and after completely resurrecting the 10-tails, they will control Nagato to use the Samsara Eye to resurrect Uchiha Madara. That time will be the moment to truly complete the Moon Eye plan. At that time, everyone will know the truth of the ninja world. Black Zetsu thought about the plan he had made, and the smile on his face became more and more ferocious. He had already asked White Zetsu and Oi to inform Kagura to secretly reincarnate Uchiha Madara in his prime. As for the resurrected sacrifice, isn't White Zetsu and Oi the sacrifice? Konoha Village. Root Base. White Zetsuari brought back the corpse of Uchiha Madara, with a gloomy look in his eyes, because he received the order that he must be a sacrifice. Goodbye, young man. White Zetsuari sighed quietly and said what Zetsu told him. The original body asked me to be the sacrifice for the resurrection of Madara-sama. Who asked you to be a sacrifice? Then make it a sacrifice. Akihara Kagura responded without even raising her head, as if she had never thought about sacrificing Ori, which made White Zetsuari feel like crying. Young man. White Zetsuari didn't quite understand this feeling, and it didn't have the physiological functions of humans, so it could only ask without any shame, do you know what it feels like to cry? You won't need to understand in the future. Akihara Kagura raised his head, glanced at the corpse brought by White Zetsuari, and took out a sealing scroll. Okay, from today on, as long as Madara's corpse is in our hands, the initiative of this world is in our hands. The third update recommends a book Dragon Clan, Retired Death God, Go to Work to Slay Dragons. Recommendation: this is a story about a worker who combines the power of Death God, Hollow, Haujioku, and Dragon Clan, and becomes a boss from today, exploiting others to work for him. Chapter 265, The history of the ninja world is recorded on this tree bark, and only wood-released chakra can read it. As long as they have the body of Uchiha Madara, the future direction of the ninja world will fall completely into the hands of Akihara Kagura. Because Black Zetsu needs Uchiha Madara to be resurrected to start the real Moon Eye plan, the true face of this plan cannot be grasped by Uchiha Obito and Nagato. Only Uchiha Madara can control the entire ninja world. However, after Black Zetsu handed over Uchiha Madara's body to Akihara Kagura, the initiative to start the Moon Eye plan also fell into the hands of Akihara Kagura. If Akihara Kagura is unwilling to hand over Uchiha Madara's body, even Black Zetsu has no way to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Of course, Black Zetsu believes that Akihara Kagura will definitely resurrect Uchiha Madara through the impure world resurrection. However, this time, Black Zetsu made a mistake. Black Zetsu has been waiting for the news that Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. Black Zetsu can communicate with Uchiha Madara remotely. As long as Uchiha Madara is resurrected, he will definitely contact his own will, but this remote communication has never appeared. In order to find out why Uchiha Madara has not been resurrected, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu rush to the root base together, wanting to know why Akihara Kagura has not quietly resurrected Uchiha Madara. Akihara Kagura naturally gave an answer that made their scalps numb. I want to use Uchiha Madara's body for research. The answer given by Akihara Kagura made Black Zetsu panic. No, you guy, what kind of research are you doing at this time? At the critical moment of the Moon Eye project, what kind of research are you doing at this time? Black Zetsu can only remind Akihara Kagura, hoping that Akihara Kagura can be more rational. The Moon Eye project is about to succeed, and we can't lack Madara's power. This time is the closest to success. Uchiha Madara has not been resurrected, so what's the point of the Ten Tails being resurrected? It will definitely be targeted by the Six Path Sage who has been monitoring the ninja world because of the resurrection of the Ten Tails. No hurry. Akihara Kagura looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu and rejected Black Zetsu's proposal. I studied Uchiha Madara's corpse and got a surprising thing. The Rinnegan is the endpoint of the Sharingan's evolution. I want to study how to have the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu fell silent. I can tell you. This monster who has always claimed to be the will of Uchiha Madara had to reveal a secret of the Uchiha clan in this identity. The prerequisite for opening the Rinnegan is to at least let the Mangekyo Sharingan evolve into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Akihara Kagura seemed very curious about the name. That's right, Black Zetsu nodded and took the initiative to tell him one of the methods. Excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan will cause Uchiha to go blind, but the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can obtain Eternal Eye power. The necessary condition for obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is that an Uchiha has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan and then transplanted a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan from a blood relative. Black Zetsu even gave an example of Uchiha Sasuke from the root. For example, Uchiha Sasuke has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as he transplanted Uchiha Itachi's eyes, he could open the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the same is true. I need to verify it first. Akihara Kagura tapped the table with her fingers and mentioned the matter casually. Uchiha Sasuke has always wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi. Let the brothers kill each other. Black Zetsu did not object to this matter and took the initiative to propose it. Itachi Uchiha has always wanted to kill his brother. Take his brother's eyes and let Sasuke Uchiha open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Let them kill each other and verify the truth of what we said. Whether Itachi Uchiha or Sasuke Uchiha opens the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it is possible that there will be another pair of Samsara eyes in the future. This can also serve as a backup for the Moon Eye project. I hope what you said is true. Akihara Kagura narrowed her eyes and showed a curious look. I hope this time, it will also open my eyes. Of course. Black Zetsu did not dare to refuse Akihara Kagura's opinion. By the way, Akihara Kagura looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, and suddenly asked again, I want to kill Obito Uchiha and Nagato and complete the Moon Eye project myself. What do you think? Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were shocked at the same time. What's wrong with these guys in the ninja world? Uchiha Obito has been secretly trying to take the lead in the Moon Eye project, and Akihara Kagura also wants to lead the Moon Eye? Akihara Kagura looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu and sincerely proposed, only I can lead the Moon Eye project to success. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu didn't quite believe it. However, they couldn't tell the truth. With Akihara Kagura's strength alone, before the Ten Tails was completely resurrected, he could really decide whether the Moon Eye project would succeed, but if they handed the Moon Eye project to Akihara Kagura, they felt that Akihara Kagura was a little unreliable. Forget it. Akihara Kagura shook her head and tapped her desk lightly with her fingers. Let's discuss this matter later. Let's prepare for the duel between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Okay. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu nodded. However, after they left, Akihara Kagura showed a mysterious smile, which made White Zetsu and Ari beside her a little confused. Young man, what's wrong with you? White Zetsu Ari looked at Akihara Kagura with some curiosity. Akihara Kagura sighed faintly and asked a question. What do you think? In the future, can a person who is abandoned by his friends and relatives believe that another person is his companion? Well, let the other person be abandoned by his friends and relatives. White Zetsu was stunned for a while, and followed Akihara Kagura's idea. That makes sense. Akihara Kagura praised White Zetsu. Just as Akihara Kagura and White Zetsu were still discussing here, Karin came to submit documents and sent a message. Jiraiya left Konoha. Jiraiya still insisted on going to the Land of Rain to investigate the whereabouts of Nagato and Konan. The tall man wanted to stop his disciple from making mistakes. If Akihara Kagura were to evaluate, did this teacher not see how strong the Samsara was last time, and this time he planned to test it himself? Akihara Kagura rubbed his forehead. Jiraiya had already known the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization before, so how could he still think that he could solve the troubles of the Akatsuki organization? Do you really think you can stop Nagato and Konan? Forget it. In that case then speed up the process and start planning. Akihara Kagura began to instruct Karin and mentioned her own arrangements. You and Uchiha Sasuke will lead all the root ninjas to hunt down Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Our way, go and cooperate with Karin and tell Black Zetsu and Obito about this, so that the fight between Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi will attract their attention. Yes. Karin nodded. Young man, what about you? White Zetsu didn't quite understand and asked, at this time, aren't you going to watch a good show of Uchiha brothers killing each other? I have more important things to do. Akihara Kagura shook her head and did not answer White Zetsu's question. Let everyone focus on this brotherly duel. When they watch a good show, they will realize that the ninja world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Change? Karin suddenly felt uneasy. The entire root base soon received Akihara Kagura's order. All the surviving Uchiha clan members cheered and rejoiced. After many years, they could finally take revenge on Uchiha Itachi. Root training ground. Uchiha Sasuke was still practicing the lightning chakra mode here with Hatake Kakashi when he received an order from the root, asking him to lead the root ninjas to search for Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts and hunt down Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, who almost destroyed the Uchiha clan. Finally, we can kill that guy. A ball of chakra appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's body, and lightning flashed on the chakra. It was the state of entering the lightning chakra mode. Uchiha Sasuke thought of the man he wanted to kill day and night, and punched the wooden stake with hatred. The wooden stake instantly broke into countless pieces of wood under his fist. I'll go with you. Hatake Kakashi sighed. Although Uchiha Sasuke was going to hunt down Uchiha Itachi, he would obviously not let Uchiha Obito go. Hatake Kakashi planned to act with the people of the root. This kind of thing could not be hidden from Tsunade. Tsunade sent Jiraiya away with some anxiety, and then heard Hatake Kakashi's report and application. The large-scale deployment of the root would definitely cause turmoil. However, For Jiraiya, this was a good thing. Because the actions of Uchiha Sasuke and the root would definitely attract the attention of the members of the Akatsuki organization, so Jiraiya, who went to the Rain country to find the Akatsuki organization base, might be safer. Team 7, go together. Tsunade ordered Hatake Kakashi to lead Team 7 to act, while estimating the power the Konoha could mobilize. I will send Team 3, Team 8 and Team 10 together, and we must not let Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito escape. Root Base. The most secret place in the entire Root Base. It is undoubtedly the laboratory of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. Akihiro Kagura opened the door of the laboratory and saw Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, who were still busy inside. The two were a little surprised when they saw Akihiro Kagura. While Orochimaru was recording the experimental data, he teased Akihiro Kagura, "Kagura-kun, you have never come here to visit me since I came to Konoha. Is there something important?" "Lord Orochimaru." Akihiro Kagura still treated Orochimaru with respect and asked him a question with interest. "Are you interested in going back to the base of Akatsuki?" "There's nothing to worry about there." Orochimaru shook his head and had no interest in the base of Akatsuki. "Anyway, the people of Akatsuki are not your opponents. You can get rid of Akatsuki and bring back all the secrets hidden there, so that I can have more excellent experimental materials. Teacher Jiraiya is gone." Akihiro Kagura mentioned the name and continued slowly. "I heard that Teacher Jiraiya plans to stop the actions of Akatsuki alone, and wants to persuade senior brother Nagato and senior sister Konan to stop the plan to capture the tailed beasts." The pen in Orochimaru's hand paused for a moment, then he started recording data again, with an evil smile on his face. He really doesn't know how to live or die. A disciple who wants to walk his own path just needs the teacher's life to prove that he is not on the wrong path. "Then do you want to go?" Akihiro Kagura asked again. "I'm not interested in the affairs of the Akatsuki organization." After Orochimaru repeated it, his face became a little ugly again. "You and Kabuto Yakushi dug out the corpses of the strong men in the ninja world. Even if I go, what can I do? I am no match for that brat Nagato." "I will go too." Akihiro Kagura's words immediately made Orochimaru full of confidence. "Although I am not interested in Akatsuki organization," Orochimaru raised his head and glanced at Akihiro Kagura, and continued with a smile. "I have always been interested in the secrets hidden in Akatsuki organization's Samsara Eye and Outer Path Demon statue." Akihiro Kagura looked at Orochimaru and smiled, and nodded slowly. "The secrets hidden in Akatsuki organization are more than Lord Orochimaru imagined. It is better for Lord Orochimaru to take the lead so as to avoid accidents to Master Jiraiya." "You are not bad to Jiraiya." Orochimaru smiled lightly and took off his white coat directly. "Kagura, aren't you worried that after I leave, all the secrets of you and the root will be leaked? Any secret here will subvert your image in the ninja world. It doesn't matter." Akihiro Kagura smiled back and spread out his palms. "When the real big event comes, everything here is insignificant." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and strode out of the laboratory. Only Akihiro Kagura and Kabuto Yakushi were left in the entire laboratory. "Do you need me to go?" Kabuto Yakushi looked at Kagura Akihiro curiously. "Protect the dean." Kagura Akihiro gave Kabuto Yakushi a task, took out a piece of bark from his pocket and threw it to him directly. "If you hear that I have become an enemy of the entire ninja world, give this bark to the 5th Hokage." "Huh?" Kabuto Yakushi looked at Kagura Akihiro in surprise, reached out to take the piece of bark in Kagura Akihiro's hand, but didn't care about the source of the bark. "Kagura, why did you become a rebel ninja? What happened?" "Something's going to happen soon." Kagura Akihiro pointed to the piece of bark and reminded softly, "The history of the ninja world is recorded on it, and the contents can only be read with wood-release chakra. Don't say that I gave it to you, just say that I hid it in an orphanage when I was a child." The first update. The opening drama is finally about to begin. Chapter 266. Akihiro Kagura has always been a spy planted by Akatsuki in Konoha. Outside the Konoha village, a dozen Konoha ninjas wearing cloaks gathered here. The kids from Team 3, Team 7, Team 8, and Team 10 have grown up. They are leaving Konoha to search for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Since Team 8's Jonin Captain Kurenai is pregnant, Tsunade has transferred a Jonin named Tenzo from the Anbu to temporarily serve as the Jonin captain of Team 8. Are we the only ones? Team 10's Jonin captain Asuma Saratobi is still worried about the Akatsuki's combat power. With a cigarette in his mouth, "This time we may have to go through a tough battle, don't worry." Team 7's Jonin captain Kakashi Hatake looked towards the village, waved his hand and said, We mainly act in cooperation with others. Sarutobi Asuma turned his head. A group of root ninjas wearing elite combat uniforms and animal masks on their faces walked out of the Konoha village collectively, led by Karin and a masked black-haired young man. People from the root Might Guy, the captain of the third team's Jonin, came over in surprise. Is this a collective root movement? Asuma Sarutobi looked at the group of root ninjas coming out, and after a quick glance, he felt something was not right. There are at least 20 teams, right? Are they almost the same number as the Anbu? It should have been almost the same, right? Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but glance at his teacher, feeling that this teacher still hadn't figured out the situation after what happened last time. There are 4 reincarnated Hokage in the root, and isn't it normal for them to have subordinates who are almost the same as the Anbu? Uzumaki Naruto recognized Uchiha Sasuke at a glance, and raised his hand to say hello, but stopped on his own because the identities of the root ninjas were kept secret. Just follow us. Uchiha Sasuke, wearing a cat-faced mask, looked at Hatake Kakashi and said, "The root has some intelligence about the Akatsuki organization. Once I find out the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, I will send someone to inform you." Okay. Hatake Kakashi did not refute. There were more than 100 people in these 4 squads and the root ninjas alone. They quickly left Konoha village and, through the intelligence that Karin and White Zetsuai communicated from time to time, ran in a fan-shaped formation towards a stronghold left behind by the Uchiha clan. According to the decision made by Uchiha Sasuke and the surviving clan members, Uchiha Sasuke planned to launch a war of revenge against Uchiha Itachi in the place where the clan used to be, so that Uchiha Itachi would understand how many mistakes he had made. The root will spread news about you in the ninja world. Karin pushed her glasses and agreed to Uchiha Sasuke's request. If nothing unexpected happens, Uchiha Itachi should keep the appointment, and Uchiha Obito should also show up. Such a large-scale operation, coupled with the information passed on by White Zetsu and Wei, naturally could not be concealed from Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, and they immediately realized that something was wrong. Uchiha Sasuke is from Akihara Kagura. White Zetsu's original body told the news it got from Wei. Uchiha Sasuke has always wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi, and it just so happened that the 5 Hokage of Konoha wanted to take this opportunity to find out the intelligence of Akatsuki, so there was this large-scale action. The duel between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke is also in our interest. Black Zetsu said in a hoarse and sinister voice, no matter who of the 2 brothers is the final winner, we can all get a pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. But, there are too many people. Uchiha Obito felt a little uneasy, thinking that he might encounter some trouble if he forcibly stopped it. With hundreds of Konoha ninjas dispatched collectively, Uchiha Itachi will undoubtedly lose, although that guy may never have thought of winning. That's not a problem. The original body of White Zetsu shook his head and mentioned another piece of news passed on by White Zetsuari. Akihara Kagura told us that the people of the root will completely obey his orders. For anything, we just need to convey the orders to Karin through Oi. The information Karin passed on to us is that Uchiha Sasuke wants to make an appointment with Uchiha Itachi in a warehouse that was once a stronghold of the Uchiha clan. Is that so? Uchiha Obito also remembered that place and nodded and said, that place is quite suitable for us to hide and observe. By the way, where is that kid Akihara Kagura? Uchiha Obito asked about the whereabouts of Akihara Kagura. Still in Konoha, right? White Zetsu shook his head again and continued, for Kagura, this is just an experiment. He wants to see how much power the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan can unleash for the winner of the duel between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. HMPH, let's arrange a duel between Itachi and Sasuke first. Uchiha Obito sneered and continued, if Uchiha Sasuke can open the Mangekyou Sharingan in this battle, I will tell Uchiha Sasuke the truth about the night of the genocide and lure him to become our helper in capturing the tailed beast. After all, the Hidden Cloud Village is powerful, and it is not easy to capture the 8 tails. Uchiha Obito felt a little regretful when he thought of this. For the final plan to capture the 9 tails, we can't let Akihara Kagura reveal his identity and go out to help. Let Uchiha Itachi go to the appointment. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, after this duel, we will take the winner to capture the 8 tails. The Land of Rain. The base of the Akatsuki organization. A group of members of the Akatsuki organization were still waiting for the order to capture the 8 tails, because this time it was very likely that they would act collectively. As a result, they did not wait for the order to capture the 8 tails, but instead waited for the news that Uchiha Sasuke and Konoha Ninja were searching for Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke was inviting Uchiha Itachi to fight. It's time. Uchiha Itachi did not intend to resist his fate. Since the night of the genocide, he has been thinking about when he would die and how he should die at the hands of his younger brother. Now Sasuke is strong enough. Even if Uchiha Itachi uses all his strength, he may not be able to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, and the probability of failure is even higher. The only thing that the younger brother lacks is a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan, and the most secret part of the Uchiha clan, how to get the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan that will not go blind. Mr. Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and chuckled, saying, I heard that Uchiha Sasuke brought a lot of people with him. Yet, Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly, not caring about it. If he wanted, he could also use his Mangekyou Sharingan, a technique Amaterasu, to open up a separate fighting area. I'm going to keep an appointment. Uchiha Itachi tidied up his black robe with auspicious clouds. The place chosen by Uchiha Sasuke's younger brother was quite suitable. For Uchiha Itachi, it was also a good place to be buried. Hoshigaki Kisame followed behind Uchiha Itachi, and it didn't seem to mention what he wanted to do. Perhaps he was still monitoring Uchiha Itachi under the order of Uchiha Obito. In the huge Akatsuki base, the Akatsuki organization only had 4 members: Scorpion, Deidara, Pain and Konan. It would be a bit troublesome for this lineup to attack the hidden cloud village. It seemed that they couldn't do anything. The only thing they could do was to wait quietly for news. The plan is finally almost completed. Pain looked at the outer path statue behind him. 7 of its eyes were already open, and his original body, Nagato, was already able to easily use the power of the outer path statue. Yes, Konan still had some concerns about Nagato's health on her face, and nodded worriedly, I hope everything will go well, but your body. It doesn't matter. Pain shook his head, with only their plan in mind. As long as we fulfill Yahiko's last wish, we will change the entire ninja world. Pain understood what Konan meant, and mentioned their past enemies who had reconciled. Remember what Hanzo of the Salamander mentioned? Death will not be the end of my life. Hanzo and Konan frowned, and also persuaded with Hanzo of the Salamander's words, I'm still looking forward to you inheriting the Hidden Rain village. Pain remembered his promise to Hanzo of the Salamander, and suddenly fell silent. He thought about his own physical condition and the plan he was executing, and continued to himself, if the ninja world is completely peaceful from now on, anyone can inherit the Hidden Rain village. Konan's expression dimmed slightly. Outside the Akatsuki base, Scorpion and Deidara sat outside watching the rain. There were only 2 of them left as ordinary members in the entire Akatsuki base. Deidara looked up at the rain in the sky, muttering and complaining, when can we attack the Hidden Cloud village? I have specially stored a lot of artworks. Go back and rest. The Red Sand Scorpion was about to control the Hidden Ember to go back. Wait, Deidara suddenly called the Red Sand Scorpion and said loudly, Scorpion, someone is back, go and see someone is back. The Red Sand Scorpion looked in the direction that Deidara pointed. In the rain, the figures of Kokuzu and Hidden came into view. These 2 members captured by Konoha actually came back at this time. The Red Sand Scorpion's eyes patrolled back and forth between Kokuzu and Hidden, and his eyes fell on Hidden. The 6 puppets have a way to communicate with each other. That guy Hidden also noticed the Red Sand Scorpion's gaze, and he muttered to himself. Obviously, with Hidden's brain, he had never thought that there were people like him in the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, this person seems to be an old member of Akatsuki, the most trusted scorpion of the Red Sand by Pine. He is also a puppet of Akihara Kagura like himself. Hey, Kokuzu, Hidden Deidara never hides his curiosity, and never cares about the dignity of others. I heard that you were captured by Konoha. It's really embarrassing for Akatsuki, but how did you escape? You bastard. Hidden immediately showed a vicious look, stretched out his hand to pull up the sickle behind him, and was about to have a big fight with Deidara. Okay. Kokuzu called Hidden with a word, and said in a cold voice, Hidden, we have more important things to ask Konan. This is not what the 2 of them are going to do. This is what Akihara Kagura told them when they returned to Akatsuki. Although Kokuzu didn't know why Akihara Kagura asked them to question Konan and Pine about an important matter, Akihara Kagura was hiding not far from the Akatsuki base and would soon rush to the Akatsuki base. Just as Kokuzu, Hidden, Deidara and Scorpion were clamoring to go in, a frog hopped behind them and entered the Akatsuki base. In the frog's belly, Jiraiya stroked his chin, frowning tightly. Why did Kokuzu and Hiden return to Akatsuki? Aren't they imprisoned in the root? Although Jiraiya was very curious about this question, he was lucky to have Kokuzu and Hiden lead the way so that Jiraiya could find the Akatsuki base. Forget it. Let's ask this question back in Konoha. The most important thing now is to sneak into the Akatsuki base, find Konan and Nagato, and stop them from continuing the Akatsuki plan to collect the tailed beasts. When the frog jumped into the Akatsuki base, a small white snake followed the frog and slowly crawled into the Akatsuki base. When the small white snake crawled into the Akatsuki base, the figure of Akihara Kagura emerged from the shadows, slowly sank into the shadows, and quietly sneaked into the Akatsuki base. Inside the Akatsuki base, Konan was not surprised to learn that Kokuzu and Hiden had returned. Because Akihara Kagura is their spy, she will definitely send back Kokuzu and Hiden, 2 members of Akatsuki. However, Kokuzu suddenly asked Konan and Pain a question. That guy named Akihara Kagura also claims to be a member of Akatsuki. Is this true? Before the leader of Akatsuki spoke, Deidara couldn't stand it anymore. What a joke. How could that guy be a member of Akatsuki? In the frog's belly. Jiraiya, who overheard the news, was shocked. In the little white snake's body. Orochimaru, who overheard the news, sneered. Everyone present looked at Konan and Pain, wanting to know the answer from them, especially Deidara, who puffed his mouth and looked very angry. Yes. When Pain heard Kokuzu mention that Akihara Kagura had admitted her identity, he simply admitted it directly, without caring how much trouble this news would cause. About 10 years ago, Akihara Kagura joined the Akatsuki organization and became a spy that the Akatsuki organization had been planting in Konoha. Everyone present felt a little scalp tingling. A spy for the Akatsuki organization? Akihara Kagura is a spy planted in Konoha by the Akatsuki organization? How could that kind of person become a spy? Akihara Kagura has been secretly passing us important information. Pain looked at the Akatsuki members present and explained seriously, in order to capture the most dangerous Nine Tails, we have never exposed Akihara Kagura's identity. Second update. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 267, Teacher Jiraiya, how do you resist the Sage of Six Paths? Akatsuki base. A frog hiding in the corner was shivering. Jiraiya, who was hiding in the frog's belly using the toad hiding technique, was shaking constantly. The tall man felt as if he was struck by lightning. His disciple Akihara Kagura had been colluding with Akatsuki. Jiraiya remembered when he brought Akihara Kagura to meet Nagato and Konan. At that time, Akihara Kagura had proposed to join Akatsuki. He thought it was a joke. But it turned out to be true. If I had known that Akihara Kagura had an extreme personality, it wouldn't be strange for her to collude with Akatsuki. Nagato, Konan and Akihara Kagura, 3 troublesome disciples, colluded together. Jiraiya thought about it and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he came to the base of Akatsuki. The fact that Akihara Kagura was a spy for Akatsuki had never been exposed, and even the members of Akatsuki didn't know. If this news had not spread, when Akatsuki captures the Nine Tails in the future, with the secret help of Akihara Kagura, I don't know how much trouble Konoha will suffer. Compared with Jiraiya, some people in Akatsuki can't stand it even more. Deidara covered his head with one arm and shook his head desperately. He couldn't accept that Akihara Kagura, whom he had always hated, was actually a member of the same organization. How can that bastard be a member of Akatsuki? Deidara yelled with displeasure on his face. The victim hated Akihara Kagura, the perpetrator, very much. I joined Akatsuki just to be able to kill that guy. Scorpion cast a sympathetic look at Deidara. If Deidara knew that his companion who had been with him day and night was a puppet of Akihara Kagura, and even that Akihara Kagura could always know Deidara's every word and deed through him, wouldn't Deidara be so angry that he would explode on the spot? Calm down, Deidara. Scorpion sighed and comforted his psychologically fragile teammate. The fact is, no one wants to do that. At least if Akihara Kagura is your man, you can challenge him anytime now. I'm no match for him now. Deidara's head drooped down. A group of people from Akatsuki organization were all frowning. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru who were hiding in the corner felt a little suffocated. Is Deidara an idiot? Since he is no match for Akihara Kagura, why is he still raising opinions here? Will Akatsuki kick Akihara Kagura out just because of your opposition? Who in the entire ninja world would be willing to give up Akihara Kagura? Even if Jiraiya knew that Akihara Kagura had joined the Akatsuki organization, This man's first thought was not how to kill his disciple, but to find a way to change his disciple's mind. Okay. Konan stood up and said in a deep voice, Deidara, Sasori, Hidden, Kokuzu, we will answer the question about Akihara Kagura in the future. I heard that Konoha has sent a large number of people to search for information about Uchiha Itachi. In order to avoid a secret attack by Konoha ninjas, you should go to the border between the Rain Country and the Fire Country first to monitor whether there are any enemies. Pain and I have something important to discuss. Are you worried that Konoha will send people to hunt us down? Pain frowned, and he actually felt that this was possible. After all, the Akatsuki organization has caused such a big storm in the ninja world. The 4 Hokage who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation of Konoha are said to have been out of control for a long time, and they might really come to hunt them down. Then let's go. Scorpion of the Red Sand turned around and left the Akatsuki base first. Scorpion Dan, wait for me. Deidara hurriedly followed. Kokuzu and Hidden looked at each other and immediately turned away. Konan. Pain looked at Konan in surprise. He probably understood what Konan meant. Why did you send them away? Is there something wrong? Someone sneaked into the base. Konan raised her finger. Her brow fell on the place where the frog was hiding. The wall of the Akatsuki base slowly cracked, and traces of origami appeared. This is the god's paper art. Compared to the past, Konan's ability has improved. The Akatsuki base is still full of Konan's origami. When Jiraiya used the toad hide technique to sneak in, he still didn't notice that the frog he was hiding in was squatting on a piece of origami. Teacher Jiraiya. Pain's eyes fell on the frog, and his expression became a little ugly. You still haven't learned the lesson from 10 years ago. Jiraiya was still hiding in the frog's belly. The frog even jumped a few times, and it didn't seem to be controlled by humans at all. However, all the behavior of this frog after sneaking in fell into Xiagnan's eyes. In any case, this frog could not be an ordinary small animal. Even if it is an ordinary frog, it has eavesdropped on too many secrets. For safety, it must be eliminated. Pieces of origami gathered into a paper spear in Xiagnan's palm. She raised her hand and threw the paper spear in her hand directly at the frog. The frog opened its mouth in fear. A large palm stretched out directly from the frog's mouth, raised its hand to grab the paper spear thrown by Xiagnan, and a sigh appeared in the space. Xiagnan, you used to be the most loving person, but I didn't expect you to become so cruel now. While speaking, Jiraiya's figure slowly emerged from the frog. He looked at Pain and Xiagnan, intending to have a good chat with his 2 disciples. Due to the meeting 10 years ago, Jiraiya already knew that Nagato was behind Pain. That guy Kagura. Jiraiya frowned, thinking of the encounter 10 years ago. At that time, he met 2 disciples. He originally planned to have a good chat with them and find out their purpose with Akatsuki. But it seemed that something went wrong at that time. At that time, Jiraiya didn't know what Akatsuki's purpose was, but he knew that his disciple Akihara Kagura was more extreme than Akatsuki. Coupled with the news that Orochimaru defected from Akatsuki, Jiraiya didn't have the mood to continue to explore the truth of Akatsuki. After all, no matter how extreme Akatsuki's purpose was, could it be more extreme than what Akihara Kagura wanted to do? Over the years, Akihara Kagura has been corrected, or he thought that Akihara Kagura had been corrected, but he actually colluded with Akatsuki secretly. It seems that we can't let Jiraiya leave today. Pain's reincarnation eyes stared at Jiraiya and said calmly, in order to prevent the secret that Kagura is a member of Akatsuki from being leaked, we have to keep the teacher here. When did this happen? Jiraiya wanted to be a wise man. Akihara Kagura holds an important position in Konoha, is extremely powerful, and holds many secrets of Konoha, even competing with the 5th Hokage Tsunade. The 1st Hokage who defected assisted Shimura Danzo in betraying Konoha, but the harm caused by the 2nd Hokage who assisted Akihara Kagura in betraying Konoha was far less than that caused by the 2nd Hokage who assisted Akihara Kagura in betraying Konoha. Moreover, is there something wrong with the position of the root leader? The 1st root leader colluded with Orochimaru, and the 2nd root leader colluded with Akatsuki? 10 years ago, or maybe even earlier, Pain simply stopped hiding the truth from his teacher. He has never been a good liar. Uchiha Obito recommended him to join Akatsuki, and when we met in front of Yohiko's grave 10 years ago, Kagura had already joined Akatsuki. Even when we had a conflict before, Kagura deliberately held back and let us go. All of this was done under the nose of Jiraiya teacher earlier than that time. Jiraiya's face became even uglier. If it was 10 years ago, Jiraiya still had some expectations in his heart. However, if the time was earlier, or even if there was collusion with Uchiha Obito, this matter would have been completely out of Jiraiya's control. No wonder the successive Hokage who went to hunt down Uchiha Obito always failed. According to the information provided by Tsunade, the successive Hokage who went to hunt down Uchiha Obito and track down the Akatsuki organization never made any progress. Occasionally, there would be things in the village that required the 5 Hokage to deal with together, and they could not just hunt down the rebel ninjas. 10 years ago, we made a joint agreement. Pain looked at Jiraiya and continued softly. Akatsuki supported Akihara Kagura to become Hokage, and Akihara Kagura supported Akatsuki to capture the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Wait a minute, Jiraiya hurriedly stopped Pain and frowned in surprise. Why does this kind of thing feel familiar? Pain and Konan hesitated, as if they also felt a little familiar. How come this looks a bit like a replica of Danzo Shimura and Hanzo Salamander? There aren't many sunny days in the rain country in a year, so there's nothing new here. In order to seize the position of Hokage, Shimura Danzo colluded with Hanzo of the Salamander to subvert the Akatsuki organization. In order to seize the position of Hokage, Akihara Kagura colluded with the Akatsuki organization to subvert the ninja world? The leaders of the root are really more outrageous and stronger than the previous generation? But teacher Jiraiya back then should thank Kagura. Pain looked at Jiraiya and shook his head, and said softly, "We wanted to kill you, but Kagura stopped us because he needed teacher Jiraiya's support to become Hokage. Do we still have to thank him?" Jiraiya patted his head. He didn't think it was a blessing. Instead, he was somewhat grateful for the arrangement made by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen before his death. He sighed and said, "The old man didn't let him become Hokage, which was really a wise move fortunately. Fortunately, I chose Tsunade. Otherwise, I really don't know what would happen. Forget it, let's not talk about him for now." Jiraiya interrupted the topic about Akihara Kagura on his own, planning to return to Konoha to discuss Akihara Kagura with Tsunade. Let's talk about the Akatsuki organization first. The Akatsuki organization has been collecting tailed beasts in the ninja world. What is the purpose? A terrifying war weapon. Pain did not deny his plan, and took the initiative to say, as long as all the tailed beasts in the ninja world are collected, a war weapon that can deter the ninja world can be created. This weapon is enough to kill everyone in a city with one blow, and it can easily destroy a big country. At that time, peace will come. Anyone who wants to start a war will feel the pain of war. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people will be killed. Human beings will understand the horror of war and fear the cruelty brought by war. From then on, there will be a peace deterrent in the ninja world, and people will not dare to go to war because of the deterrence of war weapons. This idea is too extreme. Jiraiya frowned and wanted to veto this disciple's bizarre idea. In order to avoid the pain of war, kill hundreds of millions of people first to threaten not to start a war. Our plan is already very mild. Pain shook his head and gave a real-life example. Comparatively speaking, what Kagura once proposed, killing everyone in the ninja world and regularly clearing out the population, would make it easier for the ninja world to be shrouded in despair, right? Jiraiya had no way to refute it. Compared to the plans proposed by Akihara Kagura, Akatsuki's plan was too gentle and had a bit more humane touch than Akihara Kagura's plan. No. Jiraiya immediately kicked the idea out of his mind and said quickly, no matter whether the damage level of your plan to the ninja world is 100 or 50, it is a huge harm to the ninja world. This so-called plan is not advisable. This is not true peace. Jiraiya looked at Pain and continued in a deep voice, Nagato, this is just a compromise based on deterrence, but a false peace based on the rule of power. Humans are weak and ignorant. Pain shook his head again, as if he had no hope of correcting Jiraiya's thoughts. God will use scars and pain to encourage them to grow and think. The so-called falsehood and compromise ultimately come from God's guidance. Teacher Jiraiya. After all, you are just a weak mortal and cannot understand the thinking of God. Only powerful beings like Kagura and I will know that this is correct. The weak think that our plan is too terrible. Pain stared at Jiraiya, who was full of anger, and continued to use the example of Akihara Kagura joining the Akatsuki organization to illustrate. On the contrary, the real strong will choose to agree to join. Jiraiya actually felt that he had no way to refute. The tall, white-haired man sighed, and a little sadness arose in his heart. I really don't know what my disciples are doing secretly behind their teacher's back, but there is no doubt that you are definitely on the wrong path. Jiraiya looked at Pain and continued to persuade him seriously. You and Akihara Kagura all agreed to do the same thing, which does not mean that this thing is right. Then, Teacher Jiraiya. Pain looked at Jiraiya, and his expression gradually became cold. How can you think you are right? How can you stop us? Whether for me or for Kagura, everyone in this world is weak. Have you forgotten? Teacher Jiraiya, I have inherited the sage's eyes given by God, and Kagura has the sage's body that is unique in this world. The sage's body and the sage's eyes symbolize the six-path sage who founded the ninja clan in ancient times and brought peace to the ninja world. When the sage's eyes and the sage's body are combined. Pain looked at Jiraiya as if he was looking at a weekend. Teacher Jiraiya, how can you resist the sage of six paths? This is to make up for yesterday's update. I fell asleep last night. Chapter 268, Six Paths of Pain, Nagato's Trap. Huh? Jiraiya was about to forget about his teacher. Akihara Kagura possessed the body of a sage, and Nagato possessed the eyes of a sage. Both of them could claim to be the successors of the six-path sage, but they united to overthrow the ninja world. There is no doubt that these two disciples now possess the strongest power in the ninja world. Nagato. Jiraiya shook his head, not agreeing with Pain's statement. You only possess the power of the six-path sage, but you don't understand the spirit of the six-path sage. The ninja clan he founded in ancient times was an era where everyone could understand each other. The era of ninjas has long changed. Pain shook his head and continued in a cold voice, Teacher Jiraiya, the ninjas of this era cannot understand each other. The only thing they can empathize with is pain. You cannot keep up with the tide of the new era, and you will eventually be completely forgotten by the times here. Are you going to kill me? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Teacher Jiraiya. Pain seemed to have some regrets, and whispered, after all, we are not people on the same path. I will kill you here to prove that we are on the right path. When Pain's words slowly fell, figures walked out from the depths of the Akatsuki base. These people were all wearing black robes with auspicious clouds. They looked very different, and had different hairstyles on their heads, but they all had the same hair color and the same pupils in their eyes. Samsara eyes. These people, without exception, all had Samsara eyes. Heavenly way. Animal way. Human way. Hungry ghost way. Ashura way. Hell way. Pain six ways. I am here to participate. Pain six ways. These people all have the same name, Pain. If other people saw this scene, they might be scared, but Jiraiya knew the truth behind Pain 10 years ago. He already knew that these people in front of him were puppets controlled by Nagato. There are 6 puppets in total. Jiraiya's eyes scanned the 6 orange-haired figures. After he looked at the appearance of the 6 people, his face suddenly changed. Wait, something's wrong. I've seen all these people. Jiraiya's heart beat a little faster. He looked at the 6 pins again. Every time he saw a person, he would remember the time when he had seen these people. These puppets were all people he had met before they were alive. Except for Yuhiko, the other pins were people he met during his journey. After these people died, their bodies were actually obtained by Nagato and made into puppets of the Rinnegan. The intersection of fate? Jiraiya thought of the Great Toad Sage strangely in his heart. No. Jiraiya's heart began to struggle violently. He thought of the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage and was also thinking about how he should choose, this time, while Kagura is not in the Akatsuki organization, Nagato must be solved first. Once he and Kagura really join forces to fight, no one in the ninja world can be their opponent. However, if you want to solve Nagato first, you must first solve the trouble of Pain's 6 paths. Konan, you go first. Tendo Pain saw Jiraiya's fighting spirit and signaled Konan to leave here first. I'll take care of your original body. Konan's body immediately turned into pieces of origami and flew deep into the Akatsuki base. Every time Nagato used Pain's 6 paths, she was a little worried about Nagato's body. Teacher Jiraiya Tendo Pain stretched out his palm and suddenly raised it towards Jiraiya. Now, we are the only ones here, Waxiang Shianayan. A gravitational force suddenly appeared from Tendo Pain's hand. Jiraiya's eyes condensed, and his body flew involuntarily towards the direction of Tendo Pain. A black stick appeared in the hand of Shura Pain, and he was about to penetrate Jiraiya's body with one blow. Rasengan. Jiraiya raised his hand and released a group of Rasengan, accelerating with the attraction of gravity. He also wanted to deal with the Shura Road that suddenly appeared in front of him with one blow. Jiraiya grabbed the black stick of Shura Road with one hand, and pressed the Rasengan on Shura Road Pain with the other hand. Summoning technique. Animal Road Pain instantly performed the summoning technique. Shura Road Pain, who was about to be hit by Jiraiya's Rasengan, disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Animal Road Pain. However, this also exposed Tendo Pain to Jiraiya's attack. Hungry Ghost Road Pain jumped up and blocked Tendo Pain directly. He reached out and grabbed the Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand, and instantly absorbed the chakra of the Rasengan. The 6 paths of pain are all controlled by one will. The puppeteer of the 6 paths is actually one person, and the combat cooperation between the 6 puppets is very tacit. One can communicate with spirits, one can absorb chakra. Jiraiya immediately found the abilities of Animal Path Pain and Hungry Ghost Path Pain, and his eyes also fell on the Shura Path Pain. Before, that's a puppeteer I met before, he should be good at attacking. No, there is Jiraiya's eyes also fell on the strongest Tendo Pain. He once saw Tendo Pain being blown up by Akihara Kagura. The puppet Ichihiko was made of is good at using repulsion and gravity to attack, and even has other weird and powerful techniques such as the Chibaku Tensei that Jiraiya had seen before. To be honest, just Tendo Pain alone made Jiraiya feel a little unsure. In that case, Jiraiya's eyes fell on Hell Path Pain and Human Path Pain, who had been standing quietly in the back. There are only 2 puppets left whose abilities are unknown. Just as Jiraiya was thinking deeply, the Hungry Ghost Path puppet suddenly dodged, and Heaven Path Pain raised his hand and released a powerful repulsive force towards Jiraiya. Shinra Tensei. Jiraiya's body flew backwards, rolling and crashing directly into a rock wall, and spitting out blood from his mouth. The power can't be so weak. Jiraiya had personally witnessed Heaven Path Pain and Akihara Kagura using the power of Shinra Tensei in the battle, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you worried that this base will be destroyed by the battle? Whoosh! 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 Heaven Path Pain took Shura Path Pain and Hungry Ghost Path Pain and flew directly towards Jiraiya, and the 3 pains attacked Jiraiya at the same time. A black stick flashed in Heaven Path Pain's hand. A sharp blade emerged from Shura Path Pain's arm. Jiraiya quickly dodged, and the rock wall behind him was destroyed by Shirato Pain in an instant, and gravel and dust flew everywhere. Shirato Pain didn't care, waving the sharp blade on his arm, constantly slashing at Jiraiya's body, not caring whether Jiraiya could fight back. Ninjutsu, Summoning Technique. Jiraiya raised his hand and released the summoning technique. An iron arm toad appeared in the original place, and the iron arm toad stretched out his arms and directly blocked one of Shirato's attacks. Bypass them and deal with Nagato directly. Jiraiya took this opportunity and rolled over to rush into the Akatsuki organization base. This idea was actually a little inhumane, because Jiraiya knew that Nagato's injuries could not move. Compared with the 6 paths of pain, perhaps the immobile Nagato is easier to deal with. However, Nagato may have seen through Jiraiya's mind. Tendo Pain waved a black stick in his hand to block his way, and other pains also blocked his other ways. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Jiraiya opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of flames, trying to avoid a path. Hungry Ghost Path Pain directly blocked the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, raised his palm and directly absorbed the ninjutsu released by Jiraiya. Random Lion Hair Technique. The white hair on Jiraiya's head grew wildly, sweeping towards the body of Hungry Ghost Path Pain, as if he wanted to control them with this move. A wide sharp blade emerged from the body of Shura Path Pain, and this sharp blade seemed to be like a pair of scissors, directly cutting Jiraiya's stretched hair into pieces. I should have been prepared earlier. In order to avoid the attack of Shura Path, Jiraiya could only helplessly jump onto a rock wall. Looking at the 6 pains in the base gradually surrounding him, a drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. The trouble is that now he can't summon a stronger toad to fight together. This base may not be able to accommodate the size of the big toads like Gamabunta. The most suitable toads for cooperation are undoubtedly the 2 toads of Fukasaku and Shima. These 2 sages can also cooperate with him to use the sage mode. However, Fukasaku and Shima are too powerful. It will take some time for Jiraiya to summon them. If it is possible, Jiraiya really envy Akihara Kagura's psychic ability at this time. He can summon all the toads in Myaboku Mountain at any time, even the big toad sage is no exception. Unfortunately, that disciple is also an enemy. The most troublesome thing now is that the environment here is not suitable. Because the base in this cave seems extremely empty, 6 pains are also here to block all the roads, leaving Jiraiya with insufficient time to have tactical mediation. No, I can find a way to create an environment suitable for mediation. Jiraiya patted his forehead, quickly raised his palm and made a seal again. Ninjutsu, Summoning Technique. Sorry, Iwajuku Big Toad. The whole cave instantly turned red. This is the body of the largest Iwajuku toad in Myaboku Mountain. It is so big that it cannot be summoned by humans. Jiraiya can only summon a part of the intestines of Iwajuku toad. The 6 pains present were instantly separated by the intestines of Iwajuku toad, and even Jiraiya's figure disappeared in front of their eyes. But there is no rush. Animal Path Pine quickly put his hands together to form a seal. The 6 paths of pine were quickly summoned together. Jiraiya took this opportunity to quickly run along the intestinal tract of Iwajuku toad, hoping to find a way out before the 6 paths of pine broke through the intestines of Iwajuku toad. Crash! Sure, Path Pine swung the sharp blade in his hand and slashed it on the stomach wall of the stomach, but it was completely useless. There was only a ball of mucus on the blade. Shinra Tensei. Heaven Path Pine raised his palm. A ball of repulsive force suddenly erupted from around his body, and the entire stomach and intestines expanded in an instant, but like a balloon, it still had stubborn toughness. Is the repulsive force not strong enough? Tendo Pain frowned slightly, quietly waiting for the calling time of Shinra Tensei. The other pains gathered together and chased Jiraiya along the gastrointestinal passage directly, because there was only one way through the gastrointestinal passage. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain finally waited for the cooling time. A powerful repulsive force instantly broke out in the gastrointestinal passage of the Rocky Toad. Bang! The intestinal wall of the Rocky Toad finally broke. However, the strange thing was that these stomachs and intestines actually stayed in place, and did not disappear after being severely injured like other summoned beasts. Obviously, this little damage to the stomach and intestines did not seem to be a big deal. Huh? Tendo Pain frowned. In the gastrointestinal passage, Jiraiya ran quickly along the passage. According to his memory, he could find the location of Nagato by sneaking into the deepest part of the Akatsuki organization base. What a lucky guy. Jiraiya even looked back. Several pains followed behind, and they had caught up. Jiraiya looked at the pains who were chasing him, but he didn't see any trace of Tendo Pain among them. He relaxed a little, and even controlled the intestinal wall of the toad to move, blocking the pains who were chasing him. Deep inside the Akatsuki base, Nagato frowned and sighed. This time, the battlefield he chose was not very suitable. In order to prevent Akatsuki from changing its base, Tendo Pain could not exert his full strength, which actually gave Jiraiya the opportunity to escape from Pine's 6 paths. What's wrong, Nagato? Konan looked at Nagato worriedly. Nothing. Open the door and send me out. Nagato shook his head, looked outside the door, and said softly, Teacher Jiraiya broke free from the encirclement of Pine's 6 paths and rushed towards the depths of the base. How is this possible? Konan didn't think their teacher had the ability to break through Pine. I chose the wrong battlefield, so that Shyandao could not exert his full strength. Nagato shook his head and continued, Don't worry, no matter what, the ending of this story will not be unexpected. It's just right that he wants to sneak into the deep of the base, so that he can't escape anyway. Deep in the base of Akatsuki, a huge outer path demon statue stands inside. Jiraiya quietly slipped out of the stomach of the big toad of Iwajuku. Staring at the outer path demon statue, he could clearly feel the terrifying chakra breath inside. Let's go and deal with Nagato first. Jiraiya had a vague illusion. Pine and Nagato are the same person, but their personalities seem to be split. Maybe he can't convince Pine, but there is an illusion that he can convince Nagato. No, this is an illusion. Nagato can't be convinced. No matter what, Nagato is the source of chaos in the ninja world, and he must be dealt with first. Now Pine's 6 paths has been temporarily trapped in the stomach wall of the big toad of Iwajuku, and he must quickly find Nagato's location. Jiraiya walked into the deepest part of the Akatsuki base step by step. Jiraiya saw a room with lights on. The door of this room was already open. A skinny man in a wheelchair was waiting for him. Nagato. Jiraiya's pace gradually slowed down, and his voice became steady again. Now all your puppets have been trapped by me. If you are willing to give up that nonsense plan and release all the tailed beasts captured by the Akatsuki organization. Teacher Jiraiya. Nagato shook his head and interrupted him. God cannot be trapped. The 6 paths of pain were trapped in the stomach wall by you. It was just your own illusion. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. Nagato closed his palms, and the red hair hanging in front of his eyes blocked his eyes. As the main body of the Samsara I can use all the abilities of the 6 paths of pain. It's not that you trapped my puppets, but that you were attracted here by me. Ninjutsu Summoning Technique. As Nagato spread his palms, one by one, orange-haired figures were summoned directly in front of him. The 6 Pains raised their heads and looked at Jiraiya. The eyes of the Samsara were dull in their eye sockets, but this scene was particularly frightening. The next moment, Tendo and Shirato rushed towards Jiraiya. The other Pains followed behind them to keep a close eye on all of Jiraiya's actions. Not good. When Jiraiya saw the figures of Pains appearing one by one, he felt that his soul was surging, and his figure began to fly backwards involuntarily. This is not an opportunity to deal with Nagato, but a trap set by Nagato to lure him into the depths of the Akatsuki base. Snap! Jiraiya's arm was instantly cut open with a long wound. Shirato kicked Jiraiya, and the 6 paths of Pains surrounded him. On the oil lamp deep in the Akatsuki base, a small white snake coiled on the lamp holder of the oil lamp, quietly watching Jiraiya being chased by 6 Pains, and even twitched its tail out of boredom. His first update. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi was still on his way to an appointment. Chapter 269 Akihara Kagura's Conspiracy, or Orochimaru's Speculation. The battle became more and more intense. Jiraiya felt that he was surrounded by danger. The 6 paths of pain completely blocked all his routes. Every counterattack or breakout of Jiraiya would be easily resolved by the 6 paths of pain. The common vision of the 6 paths of pain left them with no blind spots. It was even difficult for Jiraiya to solve the pain. Death was approaching him step by step. Jiraiya kicked Shirato, and a long cut was directly cut on his leg by the sharp blade of Shirato. Blood immediately flew out of his thigh. "Are you going to die here?" Jiraiya panted, his eyes constantly wandering on the 6 paths of pain. However, these 6 puppets were like emotionless killing machines, staring at him coldly and ruthlessly, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. Ninjutsu would be absorbed by the Hungry Ghost Path, and physical skills would be blocked by Shirato and Heaven Path. Even if he finally broke through the encirclement, he would be sucked back by Heaven Path with the gravitational force of the 10,000 Things, Heavenly Attraction. Bang! Shirato stretched out his arms. Shells shot towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya jumped onto the rock wall, but was eventually injured by a shell. His body was blown away and he was half squatting on the ground with all his strength. That's it. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He had to think about the fact that this reckless action would kill him. He had to find a way to pass on some important information before he died. Whether it was the information about Pain's 6 paths in Nagato, or the collusion between Akihara Kagura and the Akatsuki organization, they had to be passed on to the people of Konoha. But who could I entrust it to? It was also impossible to let those huge toads appear here. Once other small toads appeared, they might be killed by Pain's 6 paths. What should I do? What should I do to pass on the information? No, this won't work. I must find a way. There must be another way. Jiraiya's brain spun rapidly. His mind became a little blank, and a figure appeared in his mind. That was the last disciple he accepted in his life, Uzumaki Naruto. The Great Toad Sage once said that he would accept a child of destiny who would lead the transformation of the ninja world. It was not Minato Namikaze who sacrificed himself for Konoha, nor was it Chihiko who was killed. It was also not Nagato, Konan, and Akihara Kagura. The only person left was Uzumaki Naruto. That stubborn child would definitely change the fate of the ninja world, as predicted by the Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya suddenly felt relieved. Maybe it would be good for him to die here. In fact, there was no need to pass on too much information. The previous Hokage had been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. It was said that Minato had been teaching Naruto, and he had probably taught Naruto to practice the Sage Mode or something. And if the previous Hokage were in Konoha, the power of the 4 Hokage might not be able to defeat Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura is just a wood-release experiment, and it is impossible for him to be a match for the first Hokage. In fact, it seems that there is no need for him to think too much or do anything. Since he has already determined the child of destiny before he dies, he only needs to believe the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage and quietly accept the fate of his own death. Speaking of death, Jiraiya thought of his former best friend. He had heard about the death of Orochimaru a long time ago, but he had never felt this way before. Speaking of which, what was Orochimaru like when he died? I didn't expect that I would follow in his footsteps so soon. Teacher Jiraiya, goodbye. Tendo Pain would not care about Jiraiya's sigh before his death, and suddenly raised the black stick in his hand. The other Pains stretched out their black sticks at the same time. 6 pains jumped up, raised the black sticks in their hands and were about to insert them into his body. Jiraiya would never survive this blow. Be careful. Konan shouted in a low voice, and she looked up suddenly. A small white snake suddenly appeared on the cliff. The little white snake suddenly grew bigger and turned into a giant white python. It rushed down vertically from the rock wall, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Jiraiya's body. The moment the long snake swallowed Jiraiya, it turned into countless densely packed little white snakes and fled in all directions. Under the witness of a group of peons, it sneaked into every corner of the Akatsuki base. It was obvious. The purpose of this snake was to save people. The attacks of the 6 peons failed at the same time. The look of the 10 peons suddenly changed. The 6 peons took action at the same time, quickly chasing and killing the little white snakes that escaped from the Akatsuki base. What's going on? Nagato bit his teeth tightly, looking at the fleeing little white snakes with an uneasy face. Teacher Jiraiya's summoning beast is a toad. Why would a snake come to save him? Could it be Orochimaru? Xiaoyan immediately thought of the unfriendly Orochimaru. Then why did he come to save Jiraiya-sensei? After Nagato asked this question, he couldn't think of an answer, but urged anxiously, now is not the time to discuss these things, we must quickly find out the location of Jiraiya-sensei, and we must not let him escape. Once Jiraiya escapes, Akihara Kagura's identity will definitely be exposed. At that time, the Akatsuki organization will have a hard battle to capture the Nine Tails. Don't worry, Konan quickly comforted Nagato and whispered, all the stone walls of this base are my origami, I can find his location. Konan's palms flipped quickly. The rock walls and the ground of the Akatsuki base instantly turned into countless pieces of origami. Some of the little white snakes that were originally swimming on the rock wall were directly wrapped in origami and suffocated to death. These little white snakes may have realized that something was wrong. The size of some of the little white snakes suddenly increased, and they directly turned into giant white pythons, crawling towards the cave entrance of the base. Some origami slowly turned into paper airplanes, flying around the Akatsuki base. Whenever these paper airplanes saw a swimming white python, they would quickly stick to the body of the white python and blow it into 2 pieces. Obviously, these origami were all hidden detonating talismans. However, even so, these white pythons sometimes turned into little white snakes, and sometimes turned into giant pythons again, almost endlessly scrambling to escape. This little white snake has never lost in terms of escaping. We can't let them escape. Nagato's palm quickly formed a hand seal, and his body slowly floated up under the action of gravity, moving step by step towards the outside of the Akatsuki base. Nagato stood directly at the entrance of the base, closed his palms directly, and suddenly looked up at the sky. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. The rain in the sky was heavier. These rains all contained Nagato's chakra. Any drop of rain that fell where it shouldn't fall would be noticed by Nagato. However, this technique was a bit redundant after all. Because the moment a white giant python escaped from the Akatsuki base, it directly opened its mouth and spit out Jiraiya. The air of Maiboku Mountain could not stay in the snake's belly for too long. If he continued to stay there, his body might suffocate and be digested to death. Cough cough cough. Jiraiya coughed with some retching. Nagato saw Jiraiya's figure appear, and he was finally relieved. He raised his hand and summoned the 6 paths of pain, intending to surround and kill Jiraiya again. However, Jiraiya's words stopped the 6 paths of pain. Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked at the white python and said with a grim expression, didn't you die at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke? It's just a show. The white snake python opened its bloody mouth again and spit out a long-haired man, who was Orochimaru, who had been hiding. If I were still alive, I would be hunted down by successive Hokage sooner or later, and I just escaped under the pretext of being killed by Uchiha Sasuke. I saved your life with good intentions. Orochimaru shook his head, looked at Jiraiya, who still had an ugly expression, and chuckled, haha, Jiraiya, if it weren't for me, you would have been killed just now. At least you should express a little gratitude to me, right? By the way, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya in front of him, and continued with a smile, I just watched a very interesting show, and also learned some very interesting secrets. I didn't expect that Konoha's Hokage assistant was colluding with Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya's expression was a little ugly. There was no more embarrassing moment for Jiraiya than this moment. Akihara Kagura had always been Jiraiya's pride, but he didn't expect that it was revealed that she was colluding with Akatsuki. This news was even heard by Orochimaru. It was really embarrassing and humiliating. However, this was not the time to care about face. Jiraiya was not a person who cared about face. He hurriedly said, Orochimaru, help me take this news back to Tsunade. Do you still want to escape? Tendo Pain stood in front of Nagato, looking at Jiraiya and Orochimaru with a cold face. No matter what, you can't escape from here today. In fact, I already knew about the news that Akihara Kagura was colluding with Akatsuki. Orochimaru chuckled, but did not look at Tendo Pain. Instead, he still looked at his old friend, Jiraiya. Do you need me to tell you something more interesting? What is it? Jiraiya frowned. Akihara Kagura Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya in front of him, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. In fact, at the beginning, I was the spy planted in Konoha, but unfortunately the little guy became stronger and stronger and got out of my control. Jiraiya's face suddenly became gloomy as if water was about to drip. No wonder 10 years ago, when Akihara Kagura and himself attacked the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru was still watching the excitement on the side. At that time, he was in collusion with Akihara Kagura. How many things has his disciple concealed? Orochimaru chuckled, looked at Jiraiya, then looked at Tendo Pain and said, 10 years ago, when Jiraiya was chasing me, I ordered him to leak the information about Akatsuki in order to divert Jiraiya's attention, and traced it back to Akatsuki. I know. Tendo Pain frowned and continued impatiently, in order to divert the attention of Jiraiya and Konoha, Kagura also conspired with us to leak your whereabouts to Jiraiya. Orochimaru's smile suddenly became ugly. Pooh cough cough cough. Jiraiya felt that he shouldn't laugh at this time. Because his disciples have been colluding with so many enemies of Konoha, but when he saw Orochimaru being defeated, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Akihara Kagura. Orochimaru clenched his teeth and his voice suddenly became louder. Akihara Kagura, come out and tell me quickly, how much have you hidden from me? Is Kagura here too? Jiraiya immediately looked around uneasily. He told me that you came to Akatsuki to scout. Orochimaru looked around and suddenly felt uneasy. Wait, where is that guy hiding? Why hasn't he shown up as we agreed? What exactly does he want to do? What's going on? Where is that bastard Akihara Kagura? Did that bastard say that he would come too? What exactly does that bastard want to do? If he wanted Jiraiya to die here, why would he let me save Jiraiya? He couldn't want both himself and Jiraiya to die here, right? What on earth is that guy thinking? Orochimaru's heart sank suddenly. He remembered that he had been deceived by Akihara Kagura and felt that he seemed to have fallen into a trap. Kagura is not here. Nagato was very confident in his Rain Tiger Freedom technique. Because the Rain Tiger Freedom technique can find any hiding enemy, no one can escape the rain in this area. He has sensed that there is no one around. There are only Jiraiya and Orochimaru here. Orochimaru's arms couldn't help but tremble. That bastard deceived himself again? Tendo Pain looked at Orochimaru and continued calmly, Orochimaru, if Kagura doesn't want me to kill Jiraiya, just tell me. Tendo Pain's expression gradually became indifferent, and a black stick began to condense in his hand. Or do you want to use these words to alienate my trust in him? Do you want me to let you and Jiraiya go? Don't even think about it. No matter what, you will die here today. Orochimaru was so angry that he was shaking all over. Not because of Tendo Pain's words, but because he was deceived. That bastard went to the laboratory under the root and told him that Jiraiya went to the Akatsuki organization to scout intelligence and might die there. When he said that he couldn't defeat Nagato, he promised him that he would show up. Now, what on earth does that bastard want to do? Orochimaru, don't think too much. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, who seemed a little angry, and repeatedly comforted his old friend. He looked at the enemy in front of him and continued to ask, thank you for saving me. By the way, Orochimaru, how long have we not fought side by side? I don't know, I don't have much interest in fighting. Orochimaru took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He only knew that he must have been fooled by Akihara Kagura. Anyway, things have come to this point. Maybe that bastard Akihara Kagura wants to catch him and Jiraiya in one fell swoop? Or wait, Orochimaru's eyes fell on Nagato's Samsara eye, and he remembered Nagato's speculation about the sage's eye and the sage's body, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. Some of the words Nagato said reminded him that the sage's eye and the sage's body are both the power of the Six Paths Sage. The owner of the sage's eye may not be able to have the sage's body, but the owner of the sage's body may not be unable to obtain the sage's eye. After all, replacing the eyes is just a small operation. Orochimaru's heart sank lower and lower, and he couldn't help but have a guess. That bastard, wouldn't he let him and Jiraiya consume Nagato's power, and then he would suddenly appear to harvest Nagato's Seijai? Otherwise, why would he let him come to Akatsuki to save Jiraiya? It must be like this. It must be like this. When Orochimaru thought of this, his arms trembled even more. Orochimaru has already thought of the ending of him and Jiraiya. When they have consumed enough of Nagato's chakra, and even died in the battle with Nagato and Pain's 6 paths, that bastard Akihara Kagura will definitely show up to attack Nagato. Nagato is still here nagging about his covenant with Akihara Kagura, but Orochimaru doesn't believe that Akihara Kagura will abide by any covenant because Orochimaru himself is a victim of the covenant. Hey, Orochimaru, what are you thinking about? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru's uncertain expression, then looked at the rain in the sky, and smiled with nostalgia on his face. Are you thinking about our most dangerous battle? It seemed that time was also in the Rain Country, when we fought against Hanzo of the salamander idiot. Orochimaru turned around and cursed Jiraiya, with a hint of anger in his eyes. If I had killed the 3 little devils from the Rain Country, this wouldn't have happened now. My life might have died here because of you, an idiot. But at that time, Jiraiya frowned and wanted to argue. Jiraiya. Orochimaru interrupted Jiraiya, looking at his stunned old friend with anger on his face, and said, "This battle must be a conspiracy of your disciple. If the battle situation is unfavorable in a while, I will run away immediately." Jiraiya suddenly fell silent. He looked at Orochimaru's angry face and nodded slowly. "Okay, I will cover you." Second update. It's been a long time since the 3 ninjas of Konoha fought side by side. It's a pity that Tsunade can't get along with them. Chapter 270 Konoha Sannin. Orochimaru felt a little warm in his heart. Even though he and Jiraiya had already become 2 different people and had to fight side by side like in the past, Jiraiya was still willing to protect him with his life. Just when Orochimaru was moved, Jiraiya's words made Orochimaru feel moved again. "By the way, you cover me for 5 minutes first." Orochimaru wanted to curse. Is this bastard talking human language? He is worthy of being the teacher who taught Akihara Kagura, but he said the same nonsense. With the strength of Pain's 6 paths attack, how can he cover him for 5 minutes? In these 5 minutes, I must not be attacked. Jiraiya didn't care about Orochimaru's thoughts. At this time, he trusted Orochimaru very much and directly stated his purpose. "I need 5 minutes to enter the Sage mode." Okay. Orochimaru swallowed the curse he wanted to say and put forward his own request. "Before that, summon a summoned beast to assist me." Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Jiraiya was finally able to release his summoned beast unscrupulously outside, and directly summoned a huge toad. One of the toad's claws held a fork and the other claw held a shield. Gameken Jiraiya was a little disappointed, but not too disappointed. Because Gameken was also one of the senior executives of Myaboku Mountain and the brother of Gamabunta. He had a better temper than Gamabunta, and it happened that he would not be particularly opposed to fighting side by side with Orochimaru. Jiraiya couldn't waste time, and hurriedly said, "Gameken, you come to assist Orochimaru in the battle. Follow Orochimaru's orders. I need 5 minutes to absorb natural energy and summon the 2 sages Fukasaku and Shima." Okay. Gameken nodded, but honestly expressed his concern. "I will listen to him, but will this man let the snakes in the Raichi cave eat me?" Orochimaru's face turned black. "No." Jiraiya suddenly closed his palms and said in a deep voice, "It's up to you now. Don't let Nagato and his puppets break my state within 5 minutes." "Got it," Orochimaru snorted impatiently. 5 minutes. Tendo Pain raised his palms and said coldly, 5 minutes is enough for me to kill you countless times. Tensei Tenjin. The bodies of Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Gameken were involuntarily sucked over. However, Gameken did not hesitate, and directly raised the fork in his hand, raised his hand and forked it on Jiraiya's waist, and directly forked Jiraiya to the ground, preventing Jiraiya from flying towards Tendo Pain, and also preventing himself from flying over. Jiraiya's eyes widened involuntarily. Gameken's method is really simple and crude. But it must be said that this method is the best choice. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain frowned and raised his hand to release a repulsive impact. However, Gameken raised his shield neatly and blocked Jiraiya and Orochimaru, so that Jiraiya's body would not be blown away by the repulsive force. His body could not resist and was suddenly blown away. He didn't even care that he was hit by the repulsive impact and vomited blood from his mouth. What an honest guy. Orochimaru's body also flew backwards, but when he was in the air, He hurriedly released the great snake-style substitution technique, opened his mouth and shed a layer of skin directly. Orochimaru's lower body suddenly turned into a snake tail, and he rushed towards the direction of Tendo Pain. When he raised his hand, countless long snakes appeared. 10,000 snakes. This guy. Tendo Pain's ability entered the cooling period. Pain directly removed his wrist, and a string of missiles appeared on his arm. These missiles flew directly towards the snake group, and blew the front group of snakes into pieces. Summoning technique. Animal Pain put his hands together to summon. A huge Yatagarasa flew out directly and rushed towards the snake group. It laid eggs in its belly, and the eggs exploded the moment they landed. The 10,000 snakes were quickly destroyed by this Yatagarasu. Just at this time, the cooling time of Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei finally came to an end. He raised his palm again and released a strong repulsive force, Shinra Tensei. However, Orochimaru anticipated the enemy first and put his hands together to summon in advance. Summoning technique, Triple Rashomon. 3 Rashomons emerged directly from the ground and appeared in front of Orochimaru. These 3 Rashomon seemed to have descended from hell, and they looked like human faces with their mouths wide open, constantly weakening the repulsive force coming from Tendo Pain. Each Rashomon will weaken Tendo Pain's repulsive force. The first Rashomon was destroyed by Tendo Pain's repulsive force, and the second Rashomon weakened the repulsive force's attack, and even Pain's repulsive force couldn't break through the attack of the third Rashomon. Tendo Pain narrowed his eyes in surprise. Your repulsive force has a cooling time, right? A smile appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and his body was as flexible as a snake. He suddenly bypassed Pain's 6 paths and moved towards Nagato. Obviously, Orochimaru wanted to go straight to Nagato, who was controlling the puppet. Summoning technique. Nagato summoned a huge chameleon, which carried Nagato's body and disappeared from Orochimaru's sight. Disappeared. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. The huge Yatagarasu in the sky swooped down directly towards Orochimaru's body, and its mouth opened, ready to pick up Orochimaru's snake. Summoning technique. Orochimaru raised his hand and formed a seal, releasing a long brown snake. This brown snake ignored life and death and was directly captured by the Yatagarasu's claws instead of Orochimaru. Summoning technique. The animal path summoned a huge bull again. The bull raised its head and roared, then rushed towards Orochimaru, and the ground was shaking under its hoofs. Bang! Gamek jumped to the side of Orochimaru, waving the shield in his hand and knocked the bull out. Not bad, Orochimaru chuckled. The big toads in Myaboku Mountain are all arrogant, but Gamek in front of him is still an honest man, which is rare for Orochimaru to dislike. Summoning technique. The animal path stretched out his hand and slapped the ground. A hellhound appeared from the smoke and flew towards Orochimaru and Gamek. This place is about to become a battlefield for summoning beasts. Summoning technique. Orochimaru's eyes condensed slightly, and he raised his hand to release a particularly huge python. The size of this python is so huge that it makes people feel uneasy. Just looking at its size, it is even bigger than the mountain next to it. Is it a mandarin snake? Gamek looked over with some curiosity. It's the second-generation mandarin snake. Orochimaru smiled lightly and looked at the huge second-generation mandarin snake casually and swallowed the hellhound into his stomach. Since the man snake was sacrificed by Akihara Kagura, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakashi used the blood cells extracted from the man snake to cultivate the second-generation man snake. After all, summoned beasts are an important part of the strength of ninjas. The second-generation man snake is larger and more powerful than the first-generation man snake, and its personality is also more obedient and docile than the first-generation man snake. Moreover, the second-generation man snake is not the arrogant group of people in Ryuchidong. When the second-generation man snake appeared, the situation on the entire battlefield was immediately reversed, and all the summoned beasts present were no match for it. After the second-generation man snake killed the hellhound, it quickly entangled itself around the bullfighting that was fighting with Gamek, directly entangled the bullfighting's body, and opened its mouth to swallow the bullfighting. The Yatagarasa flew down from the sky, wanting to drop a string of bombs on the second-generation man snake, but the second-generation man snake soared directly into the sky, grabbed the Yatagarasa's body in one bite, and swallowed a bird into its stomach. This second-generation snake is like a king among the summoned beasts. A group of summoned beasts cultivated by the special ability of the Samsara Eye are no match for it, and it cleaned them up in no time. Is the summoning technique of the Samsara Eye limited to this level? Orochimaru sneered, not caring much about the level of summoned beasts cultivated by the animal path Pain. He raised his finger and controlled the second-generation snake to rush towards Pain's 6 paths. The second-generation snake swam over quickly, opened his mouth with a gentle look, and spit out a group of purple poisonous mist in the direction of Pain's 6 paths. Shinra Tensei. Shiandao Pain was fearless, raised his hand and released an extremely huge repulsive force, directly blowing the second-generation snake away, but the second-generation snake was directly entangled on the mountain, and forcibly resisted the attack of the summoned beast. The whole battlefield became a little anxious. Orochimaru has developed countless methods in the past few years. He does not have the ability to defeat Pain's 6 paths, but he has an extremely flexible body and strong vitality. In addition, he has various powerful snake summoning beasts. It is not difficult for Orochimaru to delay for 5 minutes. He may even be able to suppress his opponent by relying on the strength of the second-generation snake. The battle situation took a turn for the worse. Pain's 6 paths was entangled by the second-generation snake. Orochimaru and Gaming stood on the head of the second-generation snake, quietly waiting for Jiraiya to complete the Sage Mode. An invisible chameleon was on top of his head. Nagato had been sitting here, relying on the chameleon's flexible movement and invisibility to ensure that he would not be affected by the battlefield. Konan also stood beside him to watch over him. When Xiaonan saw the second generation of snakes wreaking havoc, she couldn't sit still and took the initiative to say, "Nagato, let me deal with it. It's just for a while." Nagato shook his head and continued to say, "Pine's 6 paths can deal with it, as long as the Shinra Tensei of Heavenly Path Pine allocates more chakra. To be honest, it's really a bit tricky. Because the second generation of snakes is too big, its soul is also extremely tough. Even the human way needs to spend a lot of time to extract its soul, and it can't even find a suitable opportunity. The only animal way that should restrain the second generation of snakes, the summoned beasts, are directly swallowed by the second generation, and they are restrained by it. Now they can only rely on Heavenly Path Pine to perform a powerful Shinra Tensei. Don't use that technique." Xiaonan knew very well that Nagato could also control Heavenly Path Pine to use a terrifying Shinra Tensei that gathered all Pine's chakra, which could definitely solve the second generation of snakes. But that technique would make Nagato's body overwhelmed. "Let me go." Konan's body turned into pieces of origami, and she found a reason to persuade Nagato softly, "Your chakra has to be saved at the most critical moment. I don't know what powerful technique Jiraiya is still condensing." Nagato could only nod slowly. The next moment, countless origami flew towards the second generation of Mandarin snakes. Konan's body formed a half-body in midair, and a pair of origami wings spread out behind her, staring at the rampant second generation of Mandarin snakes. Pieces of origami were attached to the body of the second generation of Mandarin snakes, and each piece of origami turned into a detonating talisman and exploded instantly, exploding a series of bleeding wounds on the body of the second generation of Mandarin snakes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The second generation of Mandarin snakes hissed in pain. If it continues like this, it will be killed by countless detonating talismans. However, the second generation of Mandarin snakes is obedient by nature. It will only obey the orders of Orochimaru, allowing Konan's detonating talisman to bombard it, and it will also protect Jiraiya with all its strength. But the time has finally come. Just when the second generation Manza, who had been bombarded by Konan with detonating tags, was about to collapse, Jiraiya finally completed his Sage Mode. "Gaming, thank you very much, you can go back now." A relaxed smile flashed across Jiraiya's mouth, and his face gradually showed the frog-like transformation of Sage Mode. "For Kasuku and Shima, Sage will be here soon." "Okay." Gaming nodded, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. The next moment, Jiraiya's body suddenly burst out with a strong chakra, and his body instantly entered Sage Mode, and 2 short toads appeared on his shoulders. Fukasuku Sage and Shima Sage of Myaboku Mountain. Because Jiraiya couldn't enter Sage Mode by himself, he could only ask the 2 sages for help, and by the way, the 2 sages could also extend the time he could maintain Sage Mode. "Little Jiraiya, you must practice well." When Shima Sage appeared, he couldn't help but complain about Jiraiya. "You can't always rely on us, what if one day we are gone?" "Okay, don't say so much." The first time Fukasuku Sage appeared, his eyes fell on the huge second-generation Mandarin snake in front of him, and he was immediately shocked. "Is this Mandarin snake?" "No, Mandarin snakes are not so big." Has a species like the Iwasukuni giant toad appeared in the Raichi cave? Is the enemy Orochimaru? Shima Sage saw Orochimaru. No, Orochimaru is our companion. Jiraiya shook his head and spoke softly for his old friend. If it weren't for Orochimaru, maybe I would have died here today. Don't forget what we said. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya's sage mode, frowned, and reminded him in a cold voice, if I can't escape, you must cover me to leave even if you die here. Okay, Jiraiya's sage mode gave him confidence. With the help of his old companion Orochimaru, and the two sages Fukasaku and Shima, Jiraiya didn't think they would lose. Jiraiya smiled, and took off his clogs. His soul seemed to have turned into toad-like toes, and he stretched out his hands with strong grip. If the two of us lose to a junior, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? But we are the three ninjas of Konoha. Let me make up for yesterday. I fell asleep at night these 2 days. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Jiraiya's Tactics. The former frog team gathers together. Tsunade is not here. Orochimaru reminded Jiraiya calmly. Did Jiraiya ignore his injuries? Although the two of them thought they were strong, Tsunade was an important part of the three ninjas of Konoha. Only when Tsunade was there could they form the fighting state of the three ninjas. It doesn't matter. Jiraiya grinned, his eyes swept over the 6 paths of pain present one by one, and his voice quietly lowered. Hey, Orochimaru, let me tell you a secret. When I came here, I made a bet with Tsunade. If I can go back alive. You made a bet with her. Orochimaru interrupted Jiraiya. His face was unusually ugly. Tsunade has never had good luck. You can go back alive. Am I going to die here? And Jiraiya didn't need to say anything more. Orochimaru knew what kind of bet Jiraiya made with Tsunade. This bastard really deserves to die. Think positively. Jiraiya raised a finger and shook his head, whispering, maybe we can survive? You come and continue to cover me. Idiot, hurry up and get rid of your disciple first. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya, then looked at Konan flying in the air and the detonating tags that kept flying. If you keep going like this, my second generation of Mandarin will be blown to death. Jiraiya, my summoning beast is dead. You will be buried with it. Got it, got it. Jiraiya raised his finger and looked in the direction of Konan, Senran Fukasaku, Senran Shima. It's time to go. But it seems like there's something. Senran Fukasaku frowned and wanted to look at an empty space. Get rid of Konan first. Jiraiya hurriedly interrupted Senran Fukasaku's words. Got it. Senran Shima's mouth suddenly opened, spit out a long tongue, and directly tied up Konan's body. Konan's body immediately turned into pieces of origami and flew. Charge. Jiraiya took the lead and jumped off the body of the second Manza, shouting loudly, Orochimaru, use wind escape to continue to cover me. Senjutsu, fire dragon flame bullet. Jiraiya directly opened his mouth and spurted out a ball of flame. This idiot Orochimaru could only helplessly raise his fingers and quickly formed a hand seal. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Fire borrows the power of the wind. A ball of fire dragon spread along the route of the wind escape, towards the direction of Pain's 6 paths. Hungry Ghost Path Pain quickly stood up and stretched out his hand to absorb this ninjutsu. However, when the fire dragon flame bullet was absorbed, Jiraiya's figure was hidden behind the flames. With the cover of the flames, other Pains did not even see his figure. Jiraiya directly reached out and grabbed Hungry Ghost Path Pain's body, pressed one hand on the face of the Hungry Ghost Path, pressed the puppet to the ground, and broke his neck. Water style, water wall. Orochimaru appeared behind Jiraiya and released a water wall in front of the two of them, as if he was doing something useless. Shinra Tensei. However, just the second after Orochimaru formed a seal and cast a spell, Tendo Pain raised his hand and released a repulsive force, trying to defeat Jiraiya. The water wall released by Orochimaru in advance was instantly turned into a ball of water waves by the repulsive force, and the two were still directly blown away by this repulsive force. Orochimaru may have been used to it, and instantly turned into a long snake. The long snake opened its mouth and spit out Orochimaru again while flying backwards. Jiraiya crossed his arms in front of his chest, and was instantly pushed away by this repulsive force. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Even the sages beside him, Fukasaku and Shima, felt the trouble of this repulsive force. Is this the power of the Samsara Eye? Fukasaku looked at Tendo Pain in horror. That repulsive force, Shima frowned. It has both attack and defense. Jiraiya had expected this. He wiped the corner of his mouth and gave more detailed information, but the ability to release repulsive force cannot be used continuously. Each time it takes some time, and this cannot be confirmed yet. We just got rid of the puppet that can absorb ninjutsu. It seems to be called Hungry Ghost Path. The greatest use of the animal path puppet that is good at summoning spirits has disappeared. His summoning beasts have been solved by Orochimaru's summoning beasts, but his combat effectiveness is still good. It's useless to talk so much nonsense. Orochimaru snorted coldly and interrupted Jiraiya's words. If we can't solve this guy in front of us, it's useless to solve the other pains. Charge. Jiraiya raised his palm and said loudly, the puppet that can absorb ninjutsu has been solved by us, and we can use powerful ninjutsu. Fukasaku Sage, Shima Sage, use Gomen at the same time. Okay. The two toads sitting on Jiraiya's shoulders nodded quickly. Sage technique, Gomen. Jiraiya opened his mouth and spat out more a ball of chakra condensed kerosene. At the same time as the kerosene in Jiraiya's mouth flew out, Shima Sage opened his mouth and spat out more a ball of flames, and Fukasaku Sage opened his mouth and spat out a hurricane. The three techniques of wind, fire, and oil instantly overlapped together, forming a wave of flames, which rolled and swept directly towards the other peons. Now we can either find out other information. Jiraiya stared at Gomen's waves of fire, his eyes swept around, and he said loudly, Nagato, if you have no other means to rescue these peons, you must use the summoning technique to summon them away, right? Now I want to find out your true form. Little Jiraiya, I have already. Fukasaku Sage seemed to want to say something. Fukasaku Sage, don't worry. Jiraiya hurriedly interrupted Fukasaku Sage's words. His eyes glanced obscurely at Orochimaru next to him, gently raised the corners of his mouth, and blinked his eyes. Orochimaru also grinned, as if he had seen Jiraiya's secret signal, hiding under Gomen's waves of fire. His body instantly turned into countless small snakes and dissipated. Is it a fairy technique? Tendo Pain narrowed his eyes. Gomen's flame surged over like waves. Most of the information about several pains was discovered by Jiraiya. At this time, Shinra Tensei was also cooling down, and it seemed that there was no means to resist this rolling wave of fire. At this time, Pain seemed to be pushed to the limit by this move. As Jiraiya said, if Pain's six paths had no other means, he would either let several pains be burned by Gomen's waves of fire, or expose the position of the body that had been invisible, and let the body Nagato summon several puppets directly away. Summoning technique. The animal path finally came into play again at this critical moment. A huge hull crab directly blocked the many pains, opened its mouth and spit out countless bubbles, instantly blocking the sweeping waves of fire. This is the water style, bubble wave, which is particularly effective against oil and fire. Although the hull crab's bubble wave could not completely extinguish Gomen, it was still able to block the raging fire. However, the hull crab was like being roasted, and its body gradually became charred. However, the little time it gained was enough for Tendo Pain to take action. It almost exposed its true position. Tendo Pain stared at Jiraiya and continued coldly, I already knew that Jiraiya was good at kerosene. How could he not leave a spell against you? Now it's my turn. Just use Tendo to deal with you. Tendo Pain realized the troubles of his teacher. Once he got the information, he might suffer heavy losses if he was a little careless. He decided not to continue to entangle. Tendo Pain's palms closed instantly, and several peons around him immediately fell to the ground. All the peons' chakras were gathered on the strongest Tendo. Xiaonan, who was flying in the sky, frowned and could only turn into countless origami and dissipate. She didn't want to delay Tendo Pain's spell here. Then come on. Jiraiya smiled, as if he was not afraid of Tendo Pain's attack at all. He even wished that Tendo Pain's power was stronger. Goodbye, Jiraiya teacher. Tendo Pain stretched out his palm, determined to use his strongest attack, Shinra Tensei, to get rid of Jiraiya, who entered the sage mode. After the other pains were informed of a lot of information, they would continue to entangle with Jiraiya with this method alone. He did not think that he could have more combat experience than his teacher. In this case, then use pure power to crush. Just as a terrifying chakra appeared in Tendo Pain's body, and he was about to release a powerful enough technique to completely kill Jiraiya, Tendo Pain's face suddenly changed. Not good, the real body. Tendo Pain turned around and looked in one direction. There was an invisible chameleon there, carrying Nagato's body to avoid being discovered. As a result, a huge Kusanagi sword suddenly appeared and directly split the chameleon in two. Orochimaru. Tendo Pain suddenly understood something. This is Jiraiya's tactic. This teacher had found the invisible chameleon at some point, and had been attracting the attention of the Six Paths of Pain, but he secretly informed Orochimaru of the information about the chameleon, and asked Orochimaru to sneak attack the real Nagato. The perception ability of Sage Mode is quite powerful. Jiraiya looked at Tendo Pain, and finally felt that he had grasped the possibility of victory. After I entered Sage Mode, Sage Fukasaku helped find the invisible summoning beast, found its location, and also found Nagato's location. On the other side, with the invisible chameleon being killed, Nagato's body was instantly exposed. He fell directly from the body of the chameleon, looking a little embarrassed. Nagato. Konan's painful voice came from the sky, and countless origami flew towards Nagato. Konan, I'm fine. Nagato's palms closed quickly, and he raised his hand and sent Orochimaru flying with a Shinra Tensei, who wanted to attack him. Even if you find my true body, what can you do? As the true body of the Rinnegan, I can use all the abilities of the Six Paths of Pain. Spiritual Summoning Technique. Nagato directly summoned Tendo Pain to his side. The origami in the sky also fell between Nagato and Tendo Pain, and the origami folded together in an instant, turning into the appearance of Konan. Yohiko, Nagato, Konan. Jiraiya looked at the three figures gathered together, and there was a trance in his eyes. The three people were obviously separated by yin and yang, and even Yohiko's body had been made into a puppet of Tendo Pain, but they seemed to still stubbornly gather together. The three members of the frog team. The memories of the past appeared in front of Jiraiya. Konan's eyes were also a little nostalgic. She glanced at Tendo Pain and Nagato beside her, and she felt a sense of familiarity that she had not felt for a long time. Ever since Nagato turned Yohiko's corpse into Tendo Pain, he has been hiding behind the scenes and has almost never appeared in front of others. This companion with the Rinnegan has been trying to make Tendo Pain a puppet of another person, and has been trying to maintain their past, so that Konan even thought that Yohiko was still alive, and that the three of them were still alive. It was not just Konan who felt this way. Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya had an illusion. After Orochimaru and Jiraiya met, they looked at the three people standing together and snorted coldly. I almost thought that the orange-haired boy was still alive. This feeling is quite strange. The three of the three Konoha Sannin are all alive, but only Orochimaru and Jiraiya are here. One of those little guys is dead, but they are all gathered together. Yohiko is the pillar. Jiraiya sighed, but then slowly shook his head and said, but no matter how Nagato tries to keep the three of them together, it can't change the fact that Yohiko is dead. All this is just an illusion he maintains. Teacher Jiraiya. Tendo Pain walked towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Nagato's body also floated up and followed behind Tendo Pain. Konan's legs turned into countless origami, and paper wings grew behind her, and she flew beside Nagato. Let's end everything in the past here. Tendo Pain raised his finger and made a gesture of opposition. Since you insist on attacking my body and making it appear, let us disciples send you and your companions on the road together. Jiraiya took a deep breath, slowly raised his finger, looked at the three familiar figures opposite, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The frog team has finally gathered together. Are they going to challenge their teacher again? Jiraiya, I'm leaving first. Orochimaru's body stepped back a few steps, as if he was going to leave here directly, and chuckled and said, the ability of that little devil with the Rinnegan is too weird. I have helped you as much as possible. I will not participate in the next battle. After this tactic of attacking Pain in name but attacking Nagato violently was resolved by Nagato, Orochimaru no longer had any idea of fighting. Moreover, Orochimaru's chakra was almost consumed in this battle, and he couldn't have someone to help replenish his fairy chakra like Jiraiya. I see. Jiraiya nodded, not objecting to Orochimaru's idea of escaping. He knew that this former best friend had already tried his best to help him a lot, and he had done his utmost. However, Jiraiya seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly called out to Orochimaru, wait, Orochimaru, do me one more favor before you leave. Don't go too far. Orochimaru glared at him coldly. First update. Bonds. Chapter 272, Brother Chanman, I need your immortal eyes. Please tell Tsunade for me. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, not caring about the dissatisfaction in Orochimaru's words, and still had a calm smile on his face. This time, she finally won the bet. I see. Orochimaru nodded. For Orochimaru, the S-level rebel ninja who was resurrected from the dead, sneaking into Konoha to meet Tsunade was a dangerous thing, but he still chose to take the risk to meet Tsunade. Thank you. Jiraiya's smile suddenly became brighter, and he added another request. By the way, I know you must have heard all the information. Remember to help me tell her all the information, including Pain's information and Kagura. Jiraiya, don't push it too far. Orochimaru showed a sinister smile on his face. Orochimaru was still not sure whether Akihara Kagura's plan was the same as he expected, but Akihara Kagura had not appeared yet. Jiraiya had entered the Sage mode, and the two sages of Myaboku Mountain had strong perception abilities, but they did not find any trace of Akihara Kagura. Maybe Akihara Kagura was really not there? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya deeply. If he and Jiraiya really died here, it would not be in his own interest. Orochimaru thought that he had done enough for his old friend Jiraiya. In front of Nagato and Tendo Pain, Orochimaru did not think that he and Jiraiya could defeat each other, nor did he think that he could take Jiraiya away from their pursuit. The next second, Tendo Pain suddenly rushed towards Jiraiya. A mechanical arm grew out from behind Nagato, and the arm turned into a glowing laser weapon in an instant, and light quickly condensed on the weapon. Obviously cooperating with his own puppet, it seemed as if he cooperated with Yahiko many years ago, covering Yahiko's attack. Konoha's figure was also flying in the air, just like fighting with a teacher many years ago, and one by one, the detonating talisman paper turned into paper airplanes and flew in the direction of Jiraiya. All of this seemed to have returned to many years ago. However, this scene was very different from many years ago. The last time they fought, they were still in the roles of teacher and student. The three little guys from Akatsuki were still a little immature when fighting Jiraiya, and they didn't even have a hint of killing intent. This time, they were murderous in every move, as if they wanted to keep their teacher here forever. Little guy's Jiraiya smiled, and his body suddenly fell to the ground. It's far from enough to just use these crude means to start the game. Fairy technique, 1,000 needles. Jiraiya's thick hair instantly hardened, and countless hairs turned into thousands of long needles, shooting towards the direction of the trio. The 1,000 needles instantly pierced through Konoha's detonating talisman paper, nailing them to the ground, and the explosions of the detonating talismans continued. This is not over yet. The densely packed 1,000 needles are about to pierce through Tendo Pain's body. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Nagato quickly stopped his attack, raised his hand and formed a summoning hand seal. A panda fell from the sky and landed in front of Tendo Pain, blocking the attack of the hair needle 1,000 books. Tendo Pain's body stepped on the panda and jumped up, waving the black stick in his hand and stabbing Jiraiya. His face was cold and ruthless. Senjutsu, super large Rasengan. Jiraiya raised his hand and condensed a huge Rasengan, and was about to directly solve Tendo Pain in front of him first, but Tendo Pain's body instantly moved away, revealing Nagato behind him. Hungry Ghost Path. Nagato raised his palm and directly absorbed the chakra in the super large Rasengan. If it was natural energy, these absorptions would cause problems for Nagato's body. However, it was all refined Senjutsu chakra, which shocked Nagato's spirit. Sure Path. A mechanical arm grew out of Nagato's back again, and the arm directly cracked to reveal a string of missiles, which flew towards Jiraiya. Get out of the way. Jiraiya and Orochimaru jumped to the left and right at the same time. Boom. A series of explosions came one after another. 10 cents 10 yen. Nagato raised his palm directly towards Orochimaru. A gravitational force instantly sucked Orochimaru's body over. He had to get rid of Orochimaru, who was most likely to escape, first. Even Shinra Tensei could not kill Orochimaru. Want to kill me first? Orochimaru smiled lightly and suddenly opened his mouth. Taking advantage of the opportunity of being approached by gravity, he opened his mouth and spit out a Kusanagi sword towards Nagato. Nagato frowned slightly, and the mechanical arm behind him changed again. A strange mechanical hand appeared, directly locked the Kusanagi sword and dragged Orochimaru over. Two mechanical arms appeared again. One arm grabbed Orochimaru's neck, and the other arm grabbed Orochimaru's arm, and actually captured Orochimaru directly. Human Road. Nagato raised his palm and clasped it on Orochimaru's chest. The ability of the human path, which had never been demonstrated in front of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, finally appeared in front of them. The human path can extract the soul from a person's body. No. Orochimaru suddenly felt that his soul was about to leave his body. This feeling was vaguely familiar. Orochimaru even remembered why it was familiar. This was the feeling when he was fighting with his teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen used the Shikigami Fujin to capture his soul. This won't work. If his body is damaged, there may be hope of recovery. If his soul is extracted by Nagato, then he must be close to death. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's eyes immediately looked at Jiraiya. When Jiraiya was fighting with Tendo Pain, he also noticed Orochimaru's situation. He could only hope for the sage Fukasaku beside him. Hurry up and save Orochimaru. I can't leave here. Only Orochimaru can escape. Okay, sage Fukasaku opened his mouth and blew a gust of wind towards Nagato, saving Orochimaru from Nagato's hands. However, he saw that Orochimaru ran away the moment he landed. Little Jiraiya sage Fukasaku saw the horror of Nagato with his own eyes, and saw that Nagato easily captured Orochimaru and even almost killed him. He felt that this battle would be extremely tragic, and the eyes of the sage could not help but reveal a touch of sympathy. Don't be idle. Kid's father Sage Shima cooperated with Jiraiya in the battle while interfering with Konan's attack on the side. It was a very busy time. Konan, go after Orochimaru. Tendo Pain glanced at Orochimaru in the distance and ordered in a cold voice. I know. The wings behind Konan spread out, and he rushed towards the direction where Orochimaru was fleeing at high speed. Orochimaru, don't even think about escaping. Random line hair. Jiraiya's palm suddenly closed, and his white hair suddenly stretched out, binding Konan's body straight, stopping Konan from chasing Orochimaru. Water style, water slash. Fukasaku Sage shot out a high-pressure water knife without a second thought, which instantly split Konan's body into two, and Konan's body immediately turned into pieces of origami and flew. Shianan. Nagato also stretched out his palm towards the fleeing Orochimaru. A gravitational force suddenly struck, and Orochimaru's escaping body flew back involuntarily. This was the terrifying part of Nagato, and no one could escape from him. Senjutsu, Great Flame Bomb. Jiraiya opened his mouth and spit out more ball of flames towards Nagato, forcing Nagato to give up using gravity to chase Orochimaru back. He could only do this. Can we use illusion to stop them? Jiraiya immediately began to instruct the two sages, saying in a deep voice, this is a matter of great importance, even related to the survival of the ninja world. We must let Orochimaru bring back the information. I understand. Sage Fukasaku nodded solemnly. Do we really have to use that technique? Sage Shima seemed a little helpless, but he finally nodded. Sage technique, frog croaking. The two toads sitting on Jiraiya's shoulders suddenly opened their mouths and spit out waves of strange melodies. This is a unique illusion of Maiboku Mountain, magic, toad singing. They will spit out these strange music to make the opponent fall into an auditory illusion. The only trouble is that this illusion takes a certain amount of time to take effect. In combat, it may not be possible to do all this in time. Shinra Tensei. Nagato frowned slightly and raised his palm towards Jiraiya. Sage technique, earth-flowing wall. Jiraiya only hoped to release a solid defensive wall in time. With the blessing of the chakra of the immortal technique, this earth escape technique, which was already famous for its defense, became even more terrifying. 2 rows of walls appeared in front of Jiraiya in an instant. However, a repulsive force that was stronger than when the heavenly path pine performed it suddenly expanded, and the ground was lifted up bit by this repulsive force. The wall that Jiraiya had just laid down was instantly pushed down by this repulsive force. Countless rubbles fell on Jiraiya and the two immortals, interrupting their illusions. Even this blow directly broke Jiraiya's immortal mode state. Cough cough cough. Jiraiya felt that his internal organs were shaken. The two immortals felt very uncomfortable and even spit out blood. We must stop them. Jiraiya closed his palms and stood up again. He knew that he might not have the strength to fight again, but he still stubbornly wanted to fulfill his promise. We must cover Orochimaru and let Orochimaru escape. However, Jiraiya's chakra had been exhausted. Because there was no help from the two immortals, his chakra was finally exhausted. Teacher Jiraiya, you should not have the strength to continue to resist now. Tendo Pain could sense that Jiraiya's chakra was exhausted, and his voice became arrogant again. The most difficult thing in this world is to make one person understand another person's thoughts. You have always insisted that the ninja world may be able to build a world where everyone understands each other. Nagato, that is the right way. Jiraiya spat out blood and still stubbornly refuted. But that is the most difficult thing in the world. Comparatively, using absolute power to force others to surrender and accept peace is the right choice for the ninja world. What mortals need to do is to accept their fate. Tendo Pain slowly walked in front of Jiraiya, raised his palm, and a black stick condensed in his hand. Even if you let Orochimaru escape, it will not change anything. The combined power of the sage's eye and the sage's body is something that no one can resist. Goodbye, Teacher Jiraiya. After that, Tendo Pain raised the black stick in his hand. The black stick suddenly stabbed towards Jiraiya's body. Nagato floated beside Tendo Pain and gently closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to see the moment of his teacher's death. Jiraiya closed his eyes calmly. Not far away, Orochimaru, who was fleeing, stopped involuntarily. Orochimaru glanced at Konoha, who was chasing him in the sky, and his body instantly turned into countless little white snakes, which gave Konoha a headache. However, the strange thing was that these little white snakes dispersed immediately, and their eyes were all looking in the same direction. That was the direction of Jiraiya and Tendo Pain. Perhaps they foreshadowed that Jiraiya was about to reach the end of his life, and wanted to witness the scene of his best friend's death. Konoha looked at a group of watching little white snakes, frowned slightly, and looked back in the direction of their gaze, and happened to see Tendo Pain raising the black stick and about to pierce Jiraiya's body directly. But Konoha saw something different. No. Xiaonan had a wider field of vision. She saw a ball of golden light rushing towards Tendo Pain. Her face suddenly changed. She rushed back and shouted, "Pain, be careful." The speed of the light was so fast that before Xiaonan's voice even came out, the light hit Tendo Pain and defeated the strongest Tendo puppet. Bang! Tendo Pain's body rolled and fell to the ground without moving. The person who came moved quickly and directly raised his hand to grab Nagato's throat. The person who suddenly broke into the battle suddenly reversed the situation. Shinra Tensei. A strong force broke out from Nagato's skinny body, and a repulsive force broke out around his body. He hurriedly wanted to shake the person who came directly away. However, the person who flew out was himself. The person who came was very powerful and directly bounced the repulsive force away. Nagato's body was shaken away by the opposite effect of the repulsive force, and his body fell into the rain and mud puddle, looking extremely embarrassed. Nagato ignored his own embarrassment, and just raised his head with trembling body. When he saw the appearance of the person who came, there was a touch of shock in his samsara eye. Akihara Kagura. Nagato looked at the appearance of the person who came in disbelief. Jiraiya looked at the back of the person who came in disbelief. Everyone present looked at the sudden appearance of Akihara Kagura in shock, except for the group of little white snakes who hissed and seemed to be extremely angry. Brother Nagato, you are right. Akihara Kagura raised his palm and looked down at Nagato in the quagmire. Since the combination of the sage's body and the sage's eye is invincible, why can't we let the two powers of the six-path sage gather in the same person? Second update. Everyone go to bed early, I think I will still fall asleep. Chapter 273, Senior Brother Changman, your plan is too mild, let's use my plan. Nagato's pupils widened instantly. You want to take away the Rinnegan? A flash of anger flashed across Nagato's face. Akihara Kagura wanted to steal his Rinnegan. Akihara Kagura wanted to betray the Akatsuki organization and steal his Rinnegan. He wanted to steal his Rinnegan at the most critical moment of this plan. Isn't this normal? Akihara Kagura raised her eyebrows and glanced at the group of snakes that were also wandering towards this side in the distance. Lord Orochimaru wants to get your Rinnegan. Many people in this world want to get the Rinnegan, and one more of me is not too many. Kagura. Jiraiya was a little surprised by Akihara Kagura's idea. I have to thank Jiraiya teacher today. Akihara Kagura turned his head slightly, looked at his teacher, and chuckled. If it weren't for you and Lord Orochimaru helping me to find out the information about Senior Brother Nagato, I might not have the confidence to take away Senior Brother Nagato's samsara eye. It's a bit lucky to say that. Akihara Kagura stretched out a finger and rubbed his temple. I have been thinking about how to kill Senior Brother Nagato. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to bring the people of the root to encircle the Akatsuki organization, but I didn't expect that teacher Jiraiya came to the Akatsuki organization. Kagura Jiraiya looked at Akihara Kagura's conspiracy and asked tremblingly, so, you took advantage of my opportunity to find Nagato, and used me to find out the information about Nagato, and took the opportunity to take away his samsara eye here. He became a tool for this disciple to test Nagato. A teacher noticed this fact, and he couldn't calm down no matter what. Jiraiya stood up a little stiffly. He looked at the disciple in front of him, as if he met Akihara Kagura for the first time. Ever since he accepted Akihara Kagura as his disciple, Jiraiya has never felt so unfamiliar with Akihara Kagura as he does now. Little Jiraiya Senin Fukasaku could understand Jiraiya's feelings, and couldn't help but whisper to comfort Jiraiya again, hoping that he wouldn't be too upset, although, at least it solved the trouble that Nagato and the Samsara caused to the ninja world. Yes, the result is good. Akihara Kagura nodded, still looking at Nagato. Besides, from the day I met brother Nagato, I've been wondering when I could get his pair of Samsara, so I've been secretly interacting with him. Nagato's heart suddenly tightened. Akihara Kagura looked at Nagato and continued calmly, I hold great power in Konoha and may become the next Hokage at any time. If it weren't for your pair of Samsara, why would I have any dealings with a small organization like Akatsuki? Actually, this is not easy. Akihara Kagura shook her head and talked about her troubles. In order to prevent others from finding out that I want to take away Nagato's Samsara, I worked hard to create this opportunity. Everyone was attracted by the duel between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Ahem. Nagato coughed lightly, looked at Akihara Kagura, and said in a deep voice, the duel between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke is your conspiracy. Almost. Akihara Kagura did not deny it. This is the core part of the conspiracy. Taking advantage of the brotherly duel between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, which will attract the attention of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, they can directly overturn the table here and take Nagato's Samsara into their hands, making the matter a done deal. But a pair of Samsara is indeed precious. However, for me who has been forbearing for 10 years, the value of a pair of Samsara is far from enough. I need to get more to feel that I am not too disadvantaged. Akihara Kagura nodded, looking at Nagato who seemed to be a little determined, with a touch of confidence in his eyes. As long as I have the Samsara, I can take over the plan of senior brother Nagato. It's just that collecting tailed beasts to make war weapons with them, but using them to stop wars is a bit too wasteful. Nagato's face wrinkled, not quite understanding what Akihara Kagura meant. Why can't you be a little braver? Akihara Kagura pondered while trying to explain his thoughts to Nagato and Jiraiya. If senior brother Nagato gives me your Samsara, and then lets me get the weapons gathered by the tailed beasts, wood release and the power of the tailed beasts, I can easily destroy the entire ninja world. Why hasn't Akihara Kagura forgotten his idea? Jiraiya and Nagato's hearts twitched a little. How could this extremely crazy guy still not forget the idea of annihilating all life in the ninja world? Even, how come he implemented it? Don't you think this is fun? Akihara Kagura looked at Nagato and continued softly, since the killing is for peace, just kill everyone directly. What? Nagato seemed to feel that he didn't hear clearly. Jiraiya's ears seemed to be hallucinating. When he heard Akihara Kagura's words, his memories actually went back to the time 10 years ago. 10 years ago, in the land of rain, the boy named Akihara Kagura claimed that it would be better to kill everyone in the ninja world. Only by killing everyone can the war be stopped. Now the boy has grown up little by little to become what he is now. At that time, he just thought that Akihara Kagura's personality was extreme, and thought that he had given up his extreme ideas. However, the boy seemed to have never given up. The boy just buried all his ideas in his heart, and he realized them step by step according to his own ideas. He always wanted to kill the entire ninja world. This world is too boring. Akihara Kagura sighed, as if she was a murderer. Danzo taught me how to use wood release to kill people in the root. In order to satisfy him, I have been practicing killing hard and finally became a qualified killing tool. I have killed many people. It seems that it is still not enough. Akihara Kagura looked up at the gloomy sky, seeming a little disappointed. I used the threat of Lord Orochimaru to finally resurrect the successive Hokage openly. I controlled the successive Hokage and forced Lady Tsunade, who had just taken office and was not yet firmly established, to start a war. I thought killing people on the battlefield might be fun. Jiraiya felt a chill. Has the successive Hokage of Konoha always been under the control of Akihara Kagura? Jiraiya has always believed that Tsunade was forced by the second Hokage to start the war, and even believed that it was Akihara Kagura who helped to quell the war. He was somewhat fortunate that his disciple was strong enough to resolve the war single-handedly without causing any casualties. Wait, that's not right. Konoha is now implementing the 5-Kage Co-Governance Conference. Jiraiya actually didn't dare to think about it. He couldn't imagine how many things Akihara Kagura had done in secret to hide from Konoha while controlling the successive Hokage. Akihara Kagura sighed quietly. I personally put down Konoha's war against the Sands Village and the Mist Village, but I found that the war that you guys feared so much is too boring, and war still can't excite people. The power of wood release is too strong. It seems so weak to me. I can easily destroy a village, but I can't destroy a country. But the combined power of the nine-tailed beasts is enough. Akihara Kagura looked at Nagato and said softly, let the rest of the ninja world live in fear under the threat of war weapons. They will only live in fear all their lives. Instead of letting them not know when they will be destroyed by war weapons as a deterrent to you from stopping the war, it is better to let me control the war weapons to give them a quick death. Let me try what it feels like to destroy the ninja world. The people present didn't know what to say. This child Shima sage looked at Akihara Kagura, who spoke lightly of destroying the ninja world, and shuddered involuntarily. Little Jiraiya, is this the child with a somewhat extreme personality that you and Bunta talked about? Damn it, this seems to be more than a little extreme. Fukasaku sage looked at Akihara Kagura. This toad sage who had lived for hundreds of years had seen many people, but had never seen someone like Akihara Kagura. Is it that Danzo's fault again? Jiraiya could only shake his head and sighed heavily. Even after 10 years, your ideas are still so extreme. Kagura Jiraiya originally looked down on Nagato's plan. Although Nagato's plan was also a bit extreme, compared to Akihara Kagura's approach, it seemed somewhat mild. Okay, that's enough. Akihara Kagura activated his fingers and slowly formed a hand seal. Brother Nagato, hand over the Rinnegan first. Originally, it didn't belong to you. You were just keeping it for me. Boom. The ground suddenly cracked. A huge vine grabbed Nagato directly. Shinra Tensei. Nagato raised his hand and released a repulsive force. The vine was instantly broken into countless pieces by the impact of the repulsive force. Boring. Akihara Kagura raised his finger, and vines emerged from the ground around Nagato again. Brother Nagato, you have difficulty even moving your body. How can you resist the power of wood release? Don't underestimate me. Konan's figure flew over quickly, and the paper wings behind him suddenly shot out countless paper shurikens, shooting at Akihara Kagura like sharp blades. Nagato, run away. While blocking Akihara Kagura, Konan shouted to Nagato to use gravity to fly away immediately. I'll stop this guy. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. Akihara Kagura opened her mouth and spit out more a ball of flames at Konan. The range of this blaze was even more terrifying than when Jiraiya used the celestial art. The blaze and origami immediately clashed, and in an instant, they burned all of Konan's paper shuriken, and even burned Konan's body directly. Konan had no choice but to quickly fly to the side, bypassing the invasion of the blaze, and dived in the direction of Akihara Kagura. Countless origami flew from her body and fell to the area where Akihara Kagura was. Many of the origami had black spells on them. Obviously, these origami were detonating tags that Konan had prepared in advance. She wanted to use the detonating tags to drown Akihara Kagura. Hell Road, summoning technique. Instead of running away, Nagato directly summoned a Hell King with a huge mouth. The King of Hell opened his mouth and stretched out a long tongue, sucking all the puppets of Pain's 6 paths that fell to the ground into his mouth, and immediately began to chew. Hurry up. Sweat was pouring down Nagato's face. He stared at the mouth of the Hell King, hoping that the Hell King's mouth could chew faster. This is the ability of the Hell Path. As long as the puppets of the 6 paths of pain are still there, no matter how badly damaged they are, they can be resurrected by the Hell King, and can even fight again quickly. Nagato is very aware of his own shortcomings. Only by using the 6 paths of pain to cooperate with himself can he have the possibility of fighting Akihara Kagura. His main body is inconvenient to move. Facing a terrifying enemy like Akihara Kagura, he will only become a living target to be beaten alive. On the other side, Konan is still throwing detonating tags at Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura looked up at the detonating tags falling from the sky, raised his palm, and slowly condensed a handprint. Chidori flow. Lightning bolts suddenly flew up from Akihara Kagura's side. Compared to the Chidori style that Uchiha Sasuke had released, Akihara Kagura's Chidori style almost covered an area of hundreds of meters in radius. Lightning flashed continuously around him for hundreds of meters. The lightning flashes almost instantly broke the spells of the exploding talismans, turning each exploding talisman into useless waste paper. No hope. Jiraiya stared at the figure standing quietly in the lightning flash. He looked at Konan, who was still flying and dropping exploding talismans in the sky, and then looked at Nagato, who was still desperately waiting for Hell King to resurrect the 6 paths of pain in the distance. Kagura's talent is too strong. Jiraiya sighed, with mixed feelings in his heart. Maybe it's because he is deep-minded. I have never seen him use lightning release, but this level of lightning release is even more terrifying than the wreckage of the hidden cloud village. Restore the chakra first. Sage Fukasaku sat down cross-legged and reminded softly, Little Jiraiya, someone wants to destroy the ninja world. Now is not the time to be absent-minded. The child's father is right. Sage Shima also sat down quickly, recovering from his injuries. I know. Jiraiya sat down cross-legged, stretched out his hand and took out a Binglian pill from his pocket. He glanced at the Binglian pill as if he missed it a little. It would be great if Tsunade was here, at least my injury can be recovered as soon as possible. By the way, where's Orochimaru? Jiraiya couldn't help but look back in the direction where Orochimaru escaped, and patted his thigh with some regret. I should have let that guy escape later, and help me bring back the news that Kagura wanted to snatch the Samsara Eye. Don't be too presumptuous, Jiraiya. A voice appeared beside Jiraiya. Make up for yesterday. I will work hard. Chapter 274, a 10-second route. The Psychic Golem. This guy Orochimaru hasn't left here yet. Orochimaru's body came out of the mouth of a small white snake. Orochimaru stood beside Jiraiya, looking at Akihara Kagura and Konan who were fighting, and sneered, Jiraiya, your disciples are really more troublesome than each other. Jiraiya was choked. Although he had accepted many talented disciples, these disciples have indeed become more troublesome and dangerous than each other. Especially the most talented Akihara Kagura, who looked like a supervillain in the ninja world at this time. Senior Sister Konan. Akihara Kagura was still very polite, and the lightning around him kept piercing and destroying the falling detonating tags. He raised his head and looked at Konan's figure, and stretched out his finger. Everything is within my plan. Akihara Kagura's fingertips suddenly extended a Chidori sharp spear hundreds of meters long, and the lightning suddenly shot at the paper wings behind Konan. Since the first time I met you, I have been thinking about taking away senior brother Nagato's Rinnegan. For this day, I have waited for 10 years. No matter how you and senior brother Nagato resist, it will be in vain in the end. The Chidori sharp spear directly penetrated a paper wing. Konan's body was unstable and she almost fell from the air. Just at this critical moment, part of her body could only turn into origami again to fill the hole on the paper wing, barely maintaining balance. The paper wings behind Konan flapped, carrying her body to the sky, avoiding the lightning attack of the Chidori flow, and a look of determination flashed across her face. Do you think everything is under your control? Xiaonan stretched out her hand, the chakra in her body surged, and her eyes gradually became firm. Since we were forced to come here 10 years ago, I have been thinking about how to get rid of the enemies who hurt Nagato and Pine. Hualalalala, countless origami suddenly flew up from several hills not far away. These origami turned into detonating tags in an instant, as if there was a wind blowing them, rushing madly towards the direction of Akihara Kagura. This is Xiaonan's disguise using the God's paper technique. She has been hiding a large number of detonating tags near the Akatsuki base, and only when the enemy attacks the Akatsuki base one day, she will directly solve the enemy outside. Unfortunately, Nagato is still here. Xiaonan can't make up her mind. In fact, there is a place with more detonating tags nearby. That is the lake next to the Akatsuki base. Every drop of water in that lake is disguised as Xiaonan's detonating tags, and even the Sharingan can't see through it. Unfortunately, Xiaonan can't lead Akihara Kagura over. Because Akihara Kagura's target is not her. Now Xiaonan can only use the detonating tags on the surrounding hills, which are constantly flying towards Akihara Kagura. She must use these detonating tags to temporarily stop Akihara Kagura and buy time for Nagato to revive the puppets of the 6 paths of pain. The number of such detonating tags. Jiraiya was amazed, thinking of the armaments of Konoha during the Ninja World War when he was young, almost enough to support 10 Ninja World Wars. It's meaningless. Orochimaru looked at the detonating tags falling like snowflakes, but his expression was somewhat disapproving. His eyes were still fixed on Akihara Kagura. For Akihara Kagura, he has too many solutions to this method. Senior Sister Xiaonan, it's raining today. Akihara Kagura looked up at the detonating tags falling from the sky like snowflakes mixed with rain. A ball of lightning appeared in his palm and shot straight into the dark clouds in the sky. The next moment, The sound of thunder gathered and roared in the dark clouds. Lightning began to flash in the clouds. The dense lightning seemed to have nowhere to vent their power and began to spread downwards. Boom! The lightning in the sky instantly connected downwards. Countless detonating talismans were annihilated by lightning at the same time. Thunder escape is the most suitable technique to deal with detonating talismans. Even Xiaonan had to fly to the side to avoid the magnificent power of this group of lightning. However, the lightning seemed to be guided by someone and continued to spread in the direction of her escape. Boom! A bright light appeared in the gloomy sky. Endless lightning formed an extremely huge thunder dragon, and the lightning surrounded the thunder dragon. This thunder dragon rushed towards Xiaonan. Summoning technique. Nagato on the ground suddenly formed a seal and released the summoning technique. In the sky, Xiaonan, who was being chased by the thunder dragon, instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. Her figure was summoned directly to Nagato's side. How is it possible? Jiraiya dropped his jaw in shock. Can humans be summoned? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. It seems that the power of the Samsara Eye is very strange. Akihara Kagura chuckled, his eyes fixed on Konan, and he also saw a lip stud hidden under the corner of Konan's mouth. That lip stud is a chakra signal receiver. It is precisely because of the existence of that chakra receiver that Konan can be summoned directly by Nagato like a puppet of the 6 paths of pain. Thank you, Nagato. Konan took a breath with some lingering fear. The paper wings behind the light blue-haired woman slowly turned into origami again, forming her legs, but one of her legs was bleeding, as if it had been severely injured. It doesn't matter. Nagato shook his head, looked at the thunder dragon that was still soaring in the sky, and took a deep breath. The 6 paths of pain will be resurrected soon. The king of hell, who had been standing behind Nagato and chewing his mouth, stopped and opened his huge mouth directly. The 6 paths of pain lined up one by one and walked out of the king of hell's mouth. So it's resurrection. Jiraiya touched his chin and nodded, then looked at Orochimaru next to him. Hey, Orochimaru, don't forget that the information of the hell can revive other puppets. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya and sneered, now the two of us can leave at any time. They should not be in the mood to hunt us down. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, but had no intention of leaving. The 3 people fighting on the scene were all his disciples, and even this battle determined the future fate of the ninja world, so Jiraiya didn't dare to leave rashly. Just as Jiraiya and Orochimaru were chatting here, the thunder dragon in the sky suddenly fell from the sky and rushed straight down towards Nagato, Konan and the resurrected 6 paths of pain. A ball of light suddenly bloomed from the body of hungry ghost path pain. This slightly fat puppet among the 6 paths of pain jumped up abnormally flexibly and stretched out his hands towards the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon in the sky slowly dissipated and turned into chakra, which was directly absorbed by him. Nagato took a deep breath. The resurrection of the 6 paths of pain made Nagato feel relieved. He finally regained the confidence to compete with Akihara Kagura. Leave the rest to them. Nagato's voice gradually relaxed, and he controlled the 6 paths of pain to rush towards Akihara Kagura. He actually took the initiative to launch an attack at this time. The next second, Nagato's expression suddenly changed. Akihara Kagura actually rushed directly towards the 6 paths of pain. Shirato Pain took the lead to attack, and a saw-like sharp blade emerged from his back. This saw-toothed sharp blade suddenly extended and stabbed towards Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura's figure turned into golden light to avoid the sharp blade, and suddenly rushed towards Shirato, punching Shirato in the face, and countless parts burst out from Shirato Pain's body. The first attack, Shirato was damaged. A black stick appeared in the hand of Tendo Pain, and he was about to insert it into Akihara Kagura's body. He knew that Shinra Tensei was useless to Akihara Kagura, and would only hurt himself in vain. Do you still think my taijutsu will be the same as it was 10 years ago? Akihara Kagura spread out her palm, grabbed the black stick in Tendo Pain's hand with one hand, and nailed the black stick straight to Tendo Pain with a flip of her wrist. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain subconsciously used Shinra Tensei to let his body retreat rapidly with the help of the rebound of repulsion, and hurriedly avoided Akihara Kagura's attack. This retreat directly exposed the Hungry Ghost Road behind him. The Hungry Ghost Road's body jumped up and was about to grab Akihara Kagura's body, trying to absorb the chakra in Akihara Kagura's body. Bang! Half of the black stick was thrown at the Hungry Ghost Road. The fat puppet was nailed back by half of the black stick, and his body was nailed to the ground by half of the black stick. The second attack caused the Hungry Ghost Road to be damaged. Not good. Nagato suddenly realized the progress of Akihara Kagura. This former junior brother is no longer the boy who was as good as him in physical skills. Instead, he is a terrifyingly strong monster. A black stick appeared in the hand of the animal path, and he suddenly rushed towards Akihara Kagura. The human path also attacked together, and his palm stretched out slightly, wanting to wait for the time when the animal path was attracted, and took the opportunity to sneak attack and grab Akihara Kagura's body. As long as he can grab Akihara Kagura's body, the human path can extract the soul in Akihara Kagura's body. The next second, Akihara Kagura avoided the black stick of the animal path, stretched out his hand to grab the animal path's arm, and knocked down the human path with his body. A wooden thorn suddenly flew out from the palm of Akihara Kagura's palm, and was thrown out directly by him, piercing through the bodies of the animal path and the human path. Wood release, insertion technique. Akihara Kagura raised her finger. With a chakra's stimulation, the wooden thorns in the bodies of the animal path and the human path instantly grew out, and there was no more movement. Animal path, human path, fighting. Only heaven path, pain and hell path were left in the 6 paths of pain. Heaven path pain had to rush towards Akihara Kagura again. Taking advantage of the opportunity of heaven path pain's cover, hell path immediately launched the Hades to open his mouth and stretch out a long tongue, trying to resurrect the 4 dead pains on the ground. However, the time that heaven path pain bought for him was too short. Rasengan. Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and a Rasengan directly pressed on heaven path pain's body, and heaven path pain's body fell down instantly. Too troublesome. Akihara Kagura closed her palms. Dust release, limit separation technique. A beam of white light suddenly penetrated Jigakudo and Hades behind him. A round hole appeared in Jigakudo's chest and his body fell down. A big hole was instantly pierced through Hades' mouth and his body slowly sank into the ground. The 6 paths of pain were all destroyed. From the time the 6 paths of pain attacked Akihara Kagura head-on until Akihara Kagura defeated the 6 paths of pain, it took no more than 10 seconds. Before Nagato even had time to think of a countermeasure, the 6 paths of pain had been defeated by Akihara Kagura. The speed was so fast that it was almost unexpected. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were both a little shocked. Shinsatsu Fukasaku and Shinsatsu Shima widened their eyes. As the people who had just fought against the 6 paths of pain, they knew how powerful the 6 paths of pain were because they were the first to face the 6 paths of pain. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had almost exhausted all their means, but they had no hope of defeating the 6 paths of pain. They could only hope to solve Nagato's body with unique tactics, but these tactics were also defeated by Nagato's absolute power. However, Akihara Kagura took less than 10 seconds. What made them most uneasy was that Akihara Kagura didn't even use her most powerful techniques, but only used physical techniques and 2 small ninjutsu to solve everything. Little Jiraiya Fukasaku Sage took a deep breath and whispered, "Your disciple doesn't seem to have any weaknesses. I remember he can still use the Sage mode." At the beginning, Jiraiya accepted Akihara Kagura as his disciple. Under the guidance of the Great Toad Sage, that disciple could directly use the Sage mode, which shocked the entire Maiboku mountain. Yes, Jiraiya nodded bitterly. If it were any other time, Jiraiya would still be proud of this disciple, but now Jiraiya is just worried about how to stop this disciple. There is no doubt that once Akihara Kagura gets Nagato Samsara, the entire ninja world will surely usher in a terrible catastrophe. "Brother Nagato, please hand over your Rinnegan yourself." Akihara Kagura walked towards Nagato and Konan step by step and said gently, "I can't do such a cruel thing as digging my eyes out of your eye sockets. As long as you are willing to hand over your Rinnegan to me, you and senior sister Konan can survive." "It's really ironic to hear you say such things." Konan stared at Akihara Kagura coldly, with her fingers raised, about to reactivate her secret technique. A butcher who wants to destroy the ninja world is still here claiming that he is not cruel. "Konan." Nagato interrupted Konan and stopped her actions. He slowly shook his head and said, "You go and take Master Jiraiya and the others away from here, and leave the rest to me." "Nagato." Konan looked at Nagato in surprise. "Don't worry, I may not lose." Nagato shook his head, slowly closing his palms. His eyes gradually became a little grim. "I'm just worried that you will be affected in order to avoid the next battle." "You want to use that technique?" Konan frowned, but did not suggest stopping it. The power of Chibaku Tensei is not enough. Nagato made a hand seal while staring at Akihara Kagura who was walking over. "Leave quickly, the next battle is not something you can participate in the next moment." Nagato's palm suddenly slapped the ground. The skinny red-haired man looked at Akihara Kagura in front of him and let out a low roar from his throat. Summoning technique. Outer Path Demon Statue. Boom. The whole earth shook. The base of the Akatsuki organization seemed to have collapsed suddenly. An ugly behemoth appeared behind Nagato. First update. Chapter 275. Who is the child of destiny? Who can stop Akihara Kagura? Outer Path Demon Statue. That was the name of this monster. This monster was ugly, with a look and skin like a dead tree, and a row of eyes on its head, and it looked as if it had no fighting power. However, the chakra in this monster's body burst out and made people tremble. Now the chakra of the seven-tailed beasts gathered in the body of this Outer Path Demon Statue, which could be used as the driving force for it, and was also Nagato's last trump card. In the past, Nagato relied on the Outer Path Demon Statue to eliminate the subordinates of the previous generation leader of the Root, Danzo, and Hanzo of the Salamander during the crisis of the demise of the first generation of Akatsuki organization. After many years, Nagato once again drove out the Outer Path Demon Statue to fight against the leader of this generation of the Root. Go. Nagato spread out his palms and headed towards Akihara Kagura. Roar. The Outer Path Demon Statue suddenly opened its ugly mouth and let out a hoarse and unpleasant roar, which made people's ears uncomfortable. The next moment, this monster directly stretched out its hand and slapped Akihara Kagura. Wood style, woodman technique. Akihara Kagura quickly closed his palms, and a tall wooden man rose from the ground, raising his hand to block the attack of the Outer Path Demon Statue. Roar. The Outer Path Demon Statue seemed to realize that the wooden man below wanted to resist, and roared angrily, and the strength of his arm pressed down again, and the other arm also slapped the wooden man. The tall wooden man grabbed its arm without showing any weakness. Never before Jiraiya looked at this scene with horror on his face. He remembered the appearance of the Outer Path Demon Statue that he had seen deep in the Akatsuki organization base. It can actually suppress the woodman technique. Orochimaru frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Above the head of the wooden man, Akihara Kagura looked up at the hideous monster, raised his palms, and two huge vines suddenly grew up from the ground, grabbing the two arms of the Outer Path Demon Statue. Roar. Roar. The Outer Path Demon Statue struggled violently. A vine was suddenly torn apart by its strength, and the other vine was no exception. However, more vines continued to grow, and these vines gathered together to form wooden dragons, firmly trapping the Outer Path Demon Statue in place. I can't absorb its chakra. Akihara Kagura frowned slightly. Perhaps because the Outer Path Demon Statue itself is the incarnation of the body of the sacred tree, the wood release that has always been invincible cannot absorb the chakra in the Outer Path Demon Statue. Roar. There are protruding pillars behind the Outer Path Demon Statue. These pillars suddenly flashed and released huge lightning, instantly smashing all the wooden dragons that tied their arms. The next moment, the Outer Path Demon Statue rushed towards the wooden man again. The tall wooden man and the huge Outer Path Demon Statue collided. The two monsters, hundreds of meters high, instantly fought on this battlefield. The power of the Outer Path Demon Statue is extremely great. The chakra of the seven-tailed beasts in its body continuously provides it with the power to drive it, allowing it to continue fighting. The wooden man is a tall giant, and coupled with the chakra in Akihara Kagura's body, the wooden man is not afraid of the Outer Path Demon Statue, the incarnation of the origin of the ninja world. The wooden man swung his fist and hit the head of the Outer Path Demon Statue. Roar. The Outer Path Demon Statue's body tilted, fell to the ground, and splashed a large piece of mud. It just got up again in anger and slapped the wooden man on the chest. The tall wooden man was beaten back again and again. Fortunately, Nagato watched this battle, and a touch of relief flashed in his heart. Fortunately, the Akatsuki organization captured the seven-tailed beasts and put them into the body of the Outer Path Demon, which gave it the ability to move. Otherwise, the Outer Path Demon would have drained his vitality and chakra to fight, and Nagato now does not have much vitality to support a battle of the Outer Path Demon. I remember Kagura has a more powerful technique. Jiraiya stared at the wooden man and the Outer Path Demon fighting in front of him, looking a little uneasy. Now he hasn't used the technique that can decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe Orochimaru looked at the slightly changed appearance of the Outer Path Demon and the open eyes on the head of the Outer Path Demon, and a guess emerged in his heart, because that Outer Path Demon is the Akatsuki organization's weapon of war. Orochimaru remembered the conflict between himself and Akihara Kagura, and whispered, "That guy will definitely win with absolute advantage." This is his style of doing things. Now Nagato will not be his opponent, so he doesn't want to destroy this weapon yet. Roar. The outer path demon could not win and roared again. Nagato also noticed this, staring at the battle between the two giants. His voice became a little low. Are you still sure that victory is in your hands? Don't think that the outer path demon statue is only capable of this. The next second, the outer path demon statue roared continuously. A black stick of yin-yang escape suddenly stretched out from its body. This black stick quickly began to fork and grow, and inserted directly into the wooden man's chest. The chakra in the wooden man was actually absorbed by the outer path demon statue. The legendary sacred tree that once left a legend in the ninja world, even if only the remaining shell is left, still has the ability to suppress, and can even absorb the wood escape chakra. The outer path demon statue seemed to be happy with the chakra it extracted, and its head became more ferocious. Its mouth suddenly opened, and a chakra chain was tied directly to the wooden man. These chakra chains can easily seal the tailed beasts. At this moment, countless chains also block the wooden man's actions. Roar. The outer path demon statue opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of purple chakra towards the wooden man. This ball of chakra turned into a chakra dragon and pounced on the wooden man. This is the unique technique of the outer path demon statue, which can seize the enemy's chakra. It dislikes that the black stick absorbs chakra too slowly. This ball of chakra dragon instantly penetrated the wooden man's body, took away a large amount of chakra from the wooden man and returned to the body of the outer path demon statue, which made its spirit excited again. The outer path demon statue is originally an empty shell transformed from the source of chakra. In this world, all chakra cannot escape its essential extraction. Similarly, the outer path demon statue also has its own instincts, constantly absorbing its lost chakra, so as to return to its peak state. It wants to get more chakra. It wants to become the 10 tails again, and it wants to be transformed into the divine tree again. Always extracting other people's chakra. Akihara Kagura shook her head and sighed faintly. I didn't expect that one day, it would be my turn to have my chakra extracted. Chakra is very precious. Akihara Kagura closed her palms and looked at the somewhat happy and crazy outer path demon statue, as if it were a living thing. I hate it most when others extract my chakra. Sage mode, on. Natural energy poured into Akihara Kagura's body frantically. Sage method, wood release, true 1,000 hands. Akihara Kagura's body entered the sage mode in an instant, and the wooden man on the ground suddenly rose up, and a Buddha statue taller than the wooden man appeared under the wooden man. This Buddha statue instantly rose thousands of meters. Thousands of palms quickly grew behind the Buddha statue. The outer path demon statue looked at the black stick that extracted chakra from it in some astonishment. It looked up at the true 1,000 hands that were suddenly taller than it, and its eyes widened involuntarily. If it were in its complete form, it would naturally not be afraid of the true 1,000 hands, and its size would even be enough to easily compete with the true 1,000 hands Buddha statue, and the power would be even more different. However, at this time, it only had the chakra of the 7-tailed beasts in its body, and it could not compete with the true 1,000 hands at all, and it did not even have the ability to compete in terms of size. Escape. There was a trace of fear in Nagato's reincarnation eyes. Conan's back unfolded paper wings again, and pieces of origami appeared on Nagato's body, wrapping up Nagato's legs and taking him to escape together. If you want to escape at this time, it's a bit too late, isn't it? Akihara Kagura looked down at Konan and Nagato, who wanted to fly away, and controlled the Buddha statue behind him to stretch out a palm. This palm slapped down towards the flying Konan and Nagato as if the sky was falling, and just a light blow knocked them to the ground. Nagato rolled on the ground for a few times, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but he ignored his injuries and looked in the direction of Konan. The moment Konan's body hit the ground, she spat out blood. She ignored her own injuries and quickly replenished the paper wings on her back. She rushed towards Nagato and supported him with a worried look on her face. Nagato, are you okay? Go. Nagato gritted his teeth and tried to push Konan away. The next moment, Nagato seemed to have thought of something again. No, there's something more important. Nagato's face seemed to be crazy. A black stick suddenly condensed in his hand, and his pair of reincarnation eyes stared at the black stick in his hand. I want to destroy the reincarnation eyes. Nagato's palm tightly grasped the black stick, and his expression seemed to be getting crazier. If Akihara Kagura gets this pair of eyes, he will use this pair of eyes to continue collecting tailed beasts and control the resurrected war weapons. Yes. This pair of reincarnation eyes is the root of the darkness in the ninja world. At this critical moment, Nagato immediately thought everything through. We originally wanted to use these eyes and war weapons to bring peace to the ninja world, but if our plan is used by Akihara Kagura, it will definitely bring a devastating disaster to the ninja world. Conan fell silent. Nagato was right. Originally, they wanted to use the Samsara Eye and war weapons to bring a peaceful future to the ninja world, but once Akihara Kagura gets the Samsara Eye, the ninja world will no longer have a future. Roar! 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 The outer path demon statue suddenly roared violently. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone present looked in the direction of the outer path demon statue. The monster that was still committing violence was suppressed by the Buddha statue below, and even the limbs of the outer path demon statue were torn off by 4 wooden hands. After the limbs of the outer path demon statue were broken, something like yellow thick water flowed from the wounds. The thick water seemed to flow down like a stream, which made people feel even more terrifying. Nagato lost. Jiraiya took a deep breath. This was not unexpected. Orochimaru nodded and continued to speak. Are we going to see the birth of a person who possesses both the sage's eye and the sage's body here? No. Jiraiya shook his head, and a hint of fighting spirit suddenly appeared on his face. Let's stop him. We must not let Kagura get the Samsara Eye. I'm leaving first. Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya and planned to leave here first. Although he didn't know what the future would be like, Orochimaru thought he should take the opportunity to escape from danger. He didn't want to go back to the root laboratory. Then do me another favor. Jiraiya remembered what happened before and added, please tell Tsunade another message for me. The successive Hokage in the village are all controlled by Kagura. They have been under Kagura's control. They must be careful. Orochimaru was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, Jiraiya, do you think that if I bring this news back, besides making Tsunade feel more fear, there will be any other use? If it was me who resurrected the successive Hokage with the impure world, maybe we still would have a chance, but now the successive Hokage have been resurrected and controlled by Akihara Kagura first. Akihara Kagura and the successive Hokage. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and whispered a fact, Jiraiya, do you think there is anyone in the ninja world who can stop him? A hint of fear slowly arose in Jiraiya's heart. No, Jiraiya suppressed the panic in his heart and forced a smile. How could that be? The Great Toad Sage once told me that he had a prophecy that there would be a child of destiny that would bring changes to the ninja world. I used to think that the child of destiny was Nagato, because Nagato has always wanted to bring changes to the ninja world. But when I asked the Great Toad Sage how to give Nagato the right choice and let Nagato bring the right changes to the ninja world, Jiraiya became calmer and calmer as he spoke, as if he firmly believed that there was hope for the future. The Great Toad Sage told me that as long as I travel around the world and write books, I am doing the right thing. I met Naruto when I returned to the village to collect materials. When I was almost killed by Nagato just now, I guessed that Naruto is the real child of destiny. There is still hope for the ninja world. Jiraiya waved his fist and declared loudly, no matter what, I believe Naruto will be able to resolve the crisis in the ninja world. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, as if he felt that his close friend's life had been turned upside down by the so-called prophecy. His eyes calmly revealed a truth. Jiraiya. That brat Uzumaki Naruto is just a nine-tails Jinchuriki. Even if Uzumaki Naruto can use the power of the nine-tails, for Akihara Kagura's wood release, the nine-tails is just a toy of wood release. You're not right, something is wrong. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead and thought frantically. He has always believed in the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. He wanted to think about what he should do. Okay, if you believe in the prophecy. Orochimaru looked at his friend and could only sigh. He suddenly saw Nagato and Konan out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly opened his mouth to propose another possibility. Hey, Jiraiya, is there a possibility that Nagato is really the child of destiny? As long as his Rinnegan is still there. Orochimaru vaguely thought of a possibility, and he suddenly felt that his guess was very interesting. As long as the 8 tails of the Hidden Cloud Village and the 9 tails of Konoha give him the war weapon that allows him to revive, he can stop Akihara Kagura. The second update. Everyone go to bed early. Let me report. I should have written about 380,000 words this month, and it will soon reach a new climax. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.